Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg
I
Maidens.
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ with the return of Bobby Bell. We are on the road. The Firehouse Tour continues on a Thursday in Richardson, and we already have a big-time turnout, Choppy.
Always. I parked the car, and there's people already here. I was not the first one here. I was here at 5:40. And I was not the first person here.
Does this beat a G-Bag turnout already? A double digits?
I mean, it does. The G-Bag turnout is like the people who work there. So, yes, that it does beat it. We've already given away the tumblers, the awesome tumblers. Not all of them. So, got plenty left. Yeah. We've already given some away.
I'm going to have no reason to come. Just make a U-turn.
We've got dozens left. Don't worry about that.
Hold it up on the fan cam, Bob.
Yeah, we got plenty right now. These will go faster than the G-Bag chalices that we were still giving away a year later at our remotes. But these are very nice. And we got plenty of these left. And then, but I mean, they'll be gone, I would imagine. Usually, it seems like we usually give this stuff away within the first hour.
Just get here early.
We do numbers.
Just get here early. We do numbers. We can move material. Nobody moves product quite like we do.
Whataburger is going to be serving you breakfast throughout the entire morning as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We're also brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Firehouse Movers, and we have those tumblers to hook you up with. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. I'm still waking up. It's been a drag. This is I got used to sleeping until 10 a.m. like every single day, basically.
10 a.m.
Nice. Yeah, threw off my sleep schedule.
Nice not to have kids.
Pretty bad. No, it's they were sleeping until 10 a lot of the days because Kristen had us doing all sorts of ridiculous things in San Antonio heat, and they were exhausted, and so they were sleeping for like full 12-hour cycles. And so I got used to that, and I was telling Chop before we started, I think I passed out finally last night about 1 in the morning because I couldn't go to sleep. I was winding down. I was just looking up at the ceiling. And so we're locked and loaded, though. We're ready to go.
And it looked like you did a nice job of unplugging. I did not see you active, and you went dark on Twitter at least.
That was not any of my doing. That was Kristen taking us to a remote part of the state.
Well, you couldn't get signal?
That modern society has not reached yet. This was like we were going through like the legit Texas Hill Country where a good portion of the trip we didn't have cell service. And even when we got to her aunt and uncle's
itching?
house, yeah.
That was brilliant on her part. You want your man, you want your partner off the phone, just go somewhere where you can't get reception.
There wasn't anything I could do. Yeah, she loved it. She loves it. She loves being out in the middle of nowhere. That's her kind of thing. And I always tell her, I was like, you shouldn't be surprised that I don't love this. Like, I remember early on we were dating, that Randy Houser song, How Country Feels, came out.
Sure.
And she was like, oh, my gosh, I love this one. Look, it's all talking about living in the country. And I told her then, I was like, if we lived there, I would probably go crazy Jack Torrance style.
Because
I can't do it. The strongest internet I got, even when they had Wi-Fi at their place where we were at, it was like 10 down and like 5 up or something. It was not.
You could have said any number there, and I would have worked. It would have worked for me.
It was slow. Okay, it was just slow. That's all I know.
I mean, look. So this is the part of town where the guy would walk the whole state. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, exactly. The old Verizon guy.
He just missed that part of Texas.
Yep, exactly.
Give us some Richardson background and info.
So you know what? There's a common theme at a lot of these places we stop. Most of them, it feels like, are named after railroad executives. And Richardson is no different. Founded in 1873, it's named after E.H. Richardson, who was the secretary for the Houston and Texas Central Railway. I think the last 3 cities we've been to have been named after railroad executives. The town was deliberately moved 2 miles northwest from the original settlement, Breckenridge, to align with the railway expansion. Richardson was incorporated in 1925. Of course, it is a major hub with 75 being over here. They're near 635. It was once nicknamed the Telecom Corridor because Richardson became a hub for telecom and tech companies starting in the 50s and accelerating in the 80s and 90s. So this used to be like Texas's Silicon Valley, basically. But it's over 25 million square feet of office spaces dedicated to tech and telecom. Richardson adopted the council manager form of government in 1956.
You're just going to read Wikipedia?
There
no,
we go.
This is the whole thing. These are the notes that I highlighted. So there you go. That's Richardson, Texas for you.
So apparently what you're saying is you need to be a president, like a general, or a railroad guy.
Dude,
and you get a city named after you.
Like, for here, for sure, it was railroad guys. And then I think when we moved to, or when we went to Anna previously, that was the daughter of a railroad executive. Yeah. So either way, it's either railroad executive or a family member of one.
Let's give a shout-out to the Tolos. I just sent out the picture to Brian Broadus, who likes to take shots at our turnouts, 6:02 a.m., and we're already about three unfortunately was wearing the G-Bag flag when I showed up. He was the first one, but he had to get some final signatures on there.
It was you.
It was me.
It was you that he had to get a final signature of. I guess he had come to a firehouse that you had missed. So
I missed like
I was
4.
going to say, which one?
Yeah, which one? But listen, that's we'll sign the G-Bag flag.
Yeah.
We don't mind. We're not above that.
Yeah.
We're not above that.
Anytime you can give an autograph, it makes you look really cool.
Yeah. I mean, you got to practice the signature. Some of these athletes get to practice it all the time. We don't.
One of our top Tolos, maybe the top, Mama D out here with her daughter who is getting engaged, or she got engaged. She's going to get married in October. She went to the KNC broadcast brought to you by Whataburger in Frisco, and she's going to get married in October. Joseph, in his Chiefs hat, came out here, and I was getting ready to challenge him over Kansas City barbecue, and even before I said anything, he goes, Hurtado. Hurtado. Can't compare, can't line it up against Kansas City. We also have Eric, whose brother apparently saw me disheveled and half drunk in a Mexican meat market 2 weeks ago. The chicharrones that I gave RJ that I've been talking about on the radio, it came from that meat market.
That's perfect.
I got driven over there, though. I told him, I'll buy. You fly, I'll buy. So we got driven over there. It was a little 6 p.m. grilling decision, and he goes, yeah, my brother, he thought it was you, and he said your hair was all messed up, and then I saw you posted on social media, so I figured you at the meat market. That's pretty embarrassing. So thanks to Eric and his brother for that. And then Jay Ochoa brought out his son, Gavin, and he's rocking the PJs. He didn't even change. I love that. I tell Amanda all the time, don't change her. Now she got to look right. You got to present, blah, blah, blah.
Present.
I'm like, don't change her out of her PJs.
See, that's a girl, though.
Yes.
That's a girl.
Yeah.
With a boy, you don't do that.
Oh, my God. She came home with like 5 pairs of shoes. You people, you child shoe producing crooks out there, you know that they're going to have them for about, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's a fit.
And
they
she said,
don't even use them.
They're like $50, she said, normally. She's like, they're on special. I had to get them. So our daughter does not leave the house in pajamas, but Jay Ochoa pulling the big dog move with his son.
It gets worse with the shoes.
It gets worse, but
gets worse.
as somebody like Sean was just saying, I had a buddy who said this once. He was like, children's shoes are the biggest ripoff in existence because they will grow out of those in weeks.
They do.
Like at least when they're younger, like Julian or Luke or whatever else, that may be a few months at least or a year. Like those shoes, like they will not fit their feet here in like a few weeks.
But a 1-year-old doesn't know the name Yeezy Slides. Okay, and if they did, they don't know the difference between Yeezy Slides and fake Yeezy Slides.
You should have showed them Marbury film growing up for his $15 shoes. I want those, Dad. This guy's really cool.
Yeah.
He's got handles.
Yeah.
He was once with Kevin Garnett. $15. Nope. Yeezy.
Yeezy Slides, man.
Yep.
And then inevitably, they lose one of them.
Huh?
They just lose one. Now, we haven't had that happen yet with these. But we've had them happen with other they had Birkenstocks now. That's all the rage. They wear them with white socks. Nothing worse than that.
And I can't even pass down Ollie's shoes to her. So should have had a boy.
You can. It's the big 2.5, man.
That's right.
It's the big 2.5.
That's right. Your son is now getting what? Kelsey Plums.
The Sabrinas.
Sabrinas.
Yeah, the Sabrinas.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Props to the Texas Rangers, as yesterday the story came out that they were still going to pay Nate Eovaldi his all-star bonus, $100K for Big Nate.
We had called for this. And they did it. And this is great news. Great news for Nasty Nate, and great news for the Rangers because, look, at some point down the road, they might come up to between them and one other team in the final free agency pool. And any little advantage you can get. Plus, you're just doing the right thing for somebody. Now, Nate absolutely should have made it. Rules say he couldn't have played in it anyway because he pitched on Sunday. So even if he had made it, he never would have been able to pitch. So they were never going to add him to the roster. That was part of it. That was one of the things why they added Miz is because he was available. There was an availability issue. There was an availability issue with Nate. So they made him an all-star, and they gave him they did not make him an all-star, but they gave him the money. Either way, it's the right thing to do.
I agree, and this is a difference maker a lot of times with players. Like when you do right by players on things like these are actual like
Because we always try to throw that out, RJ in particular. Is this going to make a difference? You know, you do right. You did this person dirty. Someone's going to take notice. A free agent's not going to come here. You think this one actually does matter?
Yeah, at least for football, which I would imagine it's probably similar in other sports. But in football, I know it matters to guys, and it matters to their agents when teams do right, quote unquote, by these sort of things. And, you know, all right, you don't have the playing time incentive bonus because we want to rest you the final week, but we're going to give it to you because we know you would have gotten it, and we're just trying to preserve your health or do whatever else. And so those sort of things make a difference. It does, just for devil's advocate, it does present a little bit of a thing where I'm sure anybody else who has an all-star incentive in their contract is going to go back to the Rangers and go, why don't I get it?
Yeah.
You don't think I thought I played at an all-star level and I didn't get named. What's the threshold for saying, well, you were a snub?
And you're screwing over the rest of the league for all those other players who are going to go to their management or have their agent call and say, hey, you told me I should have been an all-star.
Yeah.
Where's my $100K?
Yeah, look, I think the threshold is a 1.58 ERA. You know, or second, you know, best ERA in the league. That might be the threshold.
Well, and the other thing here is that we've had concerns in not initially, obviously when they went on that splurge with, you know, Simeon and Seager, but in the last couple of years, there's been questions about like how much are the Rangers willing to spend? Are they tight? Or do they tighten up the purse strings a little bit? This is at least a good sign that $100,000 they didn't have to spend, they willingly said, here you go. And so that's at least a little bit of an encouraging sign.
Was there one particular, I like to ask this whenever someone's been out for a while on vacation, was there a story that was just eating at you? One that you're like, I wish I was on the air today for this? Is there one particular topic?
I didn't have access to internet to know the news, but I did, I was bummed that I was missing the ESPN top 10 list. Because are they done? I think
no, today's corners.
Okay, so corners I think is usually their last one. So all right, so I'm going to get one of the.
Why were they not in with quarterback?
I don't know.
They want the whole week. They wanted to release quarterbacks on Monday, so everyone talked about it the whole week.
That's fair.
You release the corners today.
Yeah,
you only get 3 days of it versus 5.
So that was the only one that I was like, man, I was really missed that. I did come home to. I guess you guys are going to be able to tell me. I can't tell how much of this is fake versus real. When I got back to the real world, and I was like, wait, is this a legitimate LeBron rumor now, or are people just talking trash?
I know. That kind of developed and messed up our planned show yesterday at 9 when Pat Bev was like, if Nico pulls this off, and then Bovada putting out the LeBron odds, and then people talking about a buyout. I don't think any of this happens without a buyout, and I don't think a buyout is going to happen either, that LeBron is going to play on the Lakers. But like Corey Majors, and I know this is going to tick off the majority of Tolos. Of course, I'm rooting for it to happen. I lost my white whale in Belichick I lost my white whale in Manziel, and then I lost Belichick, and I would like to get in LeBron.
It'd be fun. Like, I mean, it would make it more entertaining and make it more interesting. But, yeah, that was that. And that was the thing. I didn't know how much you guys had covered that. When you're doing prep after you've been away.
Oh, it sucks.
Because today's the 17th.
You don't know what's been talked about.
If I looked at a story, whether I knew you guys talked about it or not, if it was dated the 15th or earlier, I was like, I can't put it in there because I'm just going to assume you guys might have talked about it and not waste my time.
I mean, hell, I put stuff in there that we talked about anyway. I knew
you were here for it, yeah.
And after thinking about it, time off, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Would you do it? Would you do the P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford, Najee Marshall and change deal to sacrifice a lot of your depth?
Yeah, in a vacuum for this team. Like, if you just told me, like, those pieces for LeBron and you can swing it, yes, that's worth it. Now, is it worth it for them if they think they can legitimately contend for 2 to 3 years and you're talking about 1 year of LeBron? No. I don't know how realistic that is that they're going to be super contenders. So I would just say bring LeBron here.
Who would have more of a chance of winning? This team as is, Kyrie's injury being the humongous factor, or getting rid of a lot of that depth and having LeBron James to fill in for Kyrie's absence?
Man, if you actually could get Kyrie healthy at some point and your lineup is Kyrie, Flag, Davis, and LeBron, they can play for 40 minutes. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out with other people. Right. If
is the part of is the
okay,
point of the question.
Even no Kyrie. Flag, Davis, LeBron, and I can figure out some other stuff around it. But then again, you may be in a Phoenix Suns situation at that point where you went, they thought they could figure out around it too, and they couldn't.
And Denver played really well against OKC this year in the playoffs, and they got worn out in the fourth. in what games 5, 6, and 7, right? It was like they just got worn down, and it was like, all right, yeah, this is tough. Like they're you have to have depth. Like the Mavs' the best thing they have is like they are probably the deepest team in the league.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We're about 5 rows deep now at the Firehouse in Richardson. Whataburger with the coffee and the breakfast. We got stuffed animals for the kiddos if you want to bring them out to kill off a summer morning. Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Firehouse Movers, and Sean and RJ, brand new tumblers to keep that coffee hot. Micah Parsons says he's still going to get his. Bobby fills us in on his Cowboy notebook. He's looking to unload after vacation. We take you inside the Star on Sean and RJ next.
Has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
For carsforkids.org and the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Kevin, who is in for Peyton, who had Ross in for him. Excellent job by Ross, filling in for Pay. And now we got Kevin, who, isn't he the one who's always sleeping up front?
Yeah.
Is that Khaki Kev?
Mm-hmm, that's Khaki Kev, the one who is resting on the couch, trying to make sure that he doesn't oversleep.
Kevin, get on the mic here for a second.
Yeah.
How many times a month do you think you sleep on that couch in there? Is it twice?
It would really vary, but yeah, I would probably say 2 to 3 times if I just got back-to-back shifts. It's because I live in Fort Worth, so sometimes for gas, it just makes sense.
Okay, all right. We're going to have to get him a special fan cot there.
Yeah, we're going to need a cot. What's the that thing can't be comfortable. And it's probably it's not the cleanest thing.
It's not,
and that pillow,
it's not terrible.
that's a communal pillow right there.
Tolo shout-outs. My boy Dwayne stopping by. Samuel from Terrell getting ready to head on over to work. The best griller out here, it is not me. It is Mark, who had to get a Sean and RJ tumbler. Another G-Bag flag, this time from Michael. I'm signing this thing with great regret. And then we had Sean, an all-time Tolo, who is always showing up, and Cheyenne as well. So thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. We are at Firehouse number 1 in Richardson, brought to you by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. Come and grab the tumblers while you can. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, empty the notebook.
Yeah, so Micah Parsons was at his youth football camp in Pennsylvania. He puts one on every year. And very grateful to Nick Faribaugh, who sent over this audio. And shout out to Nick Harris as well from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram for getting this over to us. He had spoke to media gathered there about a bunch of different things related to his camp, things like that. And then they did manage. I was a little concerned because they spent the first 5 minutes asking him, like, what do you think about, like, you know, TJ Watt, how good is he, and stuff like that. Well, they actually got into contract talk. So this is the first clip here. Micah Parsons speaking with media near Harrisburg on why he continues to show up for offseason activities without a contract.
I know God got my back. You know, he took me this far. He's not ready to be done with me, and I see the strength and the will he keeps putting inside of me. So, you know, to me, I'm not really fazed by anything. I'm going to just keep doing things the right way and let everything play the cards how they're going to be dealt. Like, you know, things is going to play out how they're meant to play out. I don't think there's anything you can to do to change or change someone's mind. You know, things are going to play out the way they're going to play out. So, to me, I just try to do everything's right.
This is a little interesting, a little funny the way he just talks about that. He says, look, you know, things are going to play out the way they play out. You can't really do anything to change their mind or anything like that. It's funny because later on, and we'll get to this clip here in a second, Micah starts saying the exact opposite. Like, well, it's on you to change their mind if they don't think you're worth it. But there is a question right now. Obviously, he's on the 5th-year option. When will they get a deal done? Micah Parsons, do you feel like you are undervalued?
I look at it like people don't see your value. You don't cry and, like, lay up. Like, you just work harder. Like, you got to show people your value. I just think that's, like, the difference. Like, okay, and like I just work.
Which is a little funny. There's fluff there, obviously. Whenever a guy's talking and getting asked about contracts, he's trying to just basically fill space and not get in trouble. That's what Micah Parsons is clearly trying to do. That's how you get 2 back-to-back quotes that are so diametrically opposed. It's like, you can't change anybody's mind. It's like, well, it's on you to change their mind. But I think it's clear that the biggest thing that you can take away just from this and what we're going to hear from some other stuff here in a second is that Micah Parsons is taking a Dak-like approach to the contract extension compared to CD, which is CD looked at it as not only is the injury risk too great, he thought he needed the absence to boost his leverage. He felt like he wasn't going to get the deal that he needed unless he put pressure on them to say, hey, if I'm not there, maybe I'm not ready. Look what you guys are missing. Micah's on the flip side. Micah seems to be taking the approach that Dak did, which is, I'm going to get paid regardless. Are you going to not pay me? You're not going to do that. I know that's not one of your options. So I'm going to show up. I'm going to be ready and know that the money's going to come and know that it probably costs you more in the end.
Well, listen, where'd you say it was?
Pennsylvania.
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He could have told them anything, and they would have gone along with it, because as I said yesterday, people in Central PA are barely people.
Kevin Hagelin wanted to talk to RJ about that after the show ended. He's like, so back to Hershey.
Back to Hershey. He always goes back to Hershey.
And Micah was showing off the physique photos yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He shredded up, no doubt about it. Look, I'm tired of this. I know everyone's tired of it. The only reason I'm going to comment on it anymore is because what brought us texted the other day over the compounding defensive line problem of Ezuraku not being there as well.
Yeah.
At some point in time now, we got to take it to Jerry and Stephen Jones, and Atolo suggested this question yesterday. How much are you hurting your football team? Because to me, at least I understand the Ezuraku hold up more than the Micah one. You're not going to win the Micah one.
No.
You're just not. So
Ezuraku that is clearly player, owner, I don't want to say collusionary, but it's like, hey, look, we're drawing a line in the sand.
Yeah, this is a league precedent.
Yeah.
We're second-round picks, right? One Texans pick.
And the first 2 picks.
First two picks. Got fully guaranteed deals. No one else in the second round has signed. So, I can't really blame the Cowboys for that. This is something that sets the tone of the league moving forward. But how much you compromise in the beginning of your season and your season with these 2 guys not at camp?
I do think it was much more detrimental for CD not to be there last year. Because, there is a cohesion that comes.
Well, Zach said it hurt him, too.
Zeke got hurt by it. When Zeke sat out all year up until the start of 2019, he did not play.
Yeah. Well, because he was in Cabo on a golf course.
That's true.
Right? On a driving range. Mm-hmm. For the most part, I think to me, if you're an edge rusher and you're still training and you're doing, now you can't mimic everything. It probably his get back time frame is probably much less.
What's going to happen with these second-round picks?
So next week when the Cowboys get to training camp, I would assume that other teams are going to take a similar approach. Given that everybody knows this negotiation has kind of been put in a weird spot, thank you, Houston Texans, for getting this started with Jaden Higgins. But if you look at the way the league allows guys to operate even without a contract, if they all sign waivers, they can basically have waivers that they can sign and they can still operate and they can still practice. I would imagine a good majority of them are going to sign waivers and be out there for practice and continue negotiating. But
when do they start losing real money? Because if I'm the owners, I'm the league, I'm just going to wait and be like, you're a second-round pick. You probably don't have much of nothing. You're desperate. You're way more desperate for this money than first-round picks. You will show up.
Not until regular season, probably. That's when they would start losing money. Because these are not guys who, are veterans who are getting fined for not being there or they've got a contract. This is a contract that's never been signed. He's never signed a professional contract in his career. All right, Micah Parsons speaking at his youth football camp in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And there were a couple of these cuts here that I think address something that Cowboys fans have been concerned about or worried about, the idea of these other edge rushers falling and these other deals coming into place and how that might end up costing the Cowboys a little bit more money.
TJ, Hendrickson.
Right. TJ's been holding out. Trey Hendrickson, same sort of way. Mike is waiting on a new deal. And he was asked about that, why he thinks edge rushers are fighting for new contracts right now.
Over a period, every grouping did it. Wide receivers was last year. You kind of see the corners this year and last year. Everyone goes through it. I just think, when it is a lot of money, man. Like, you know, so it's just one of those things. Like, we kind of know what it is. Like, it's business at the end of the day.
Good that he has that kind of perspective. The bigger question, though, is going to be, does that money, do those contracts end up pushing your price up at all, Micah, on if he's waiting for the other edge rushers to sign?
His day numbers got nothing to do with mine, and my numbers ain't nothing got to do with them. Like, I'm younger. Hutchinson's coming off an injury. Like, everyone's circumstances is completely different. Hutch is coming off his third year. Usually guys wait 4 years. So it just all depends why. I mean, he's up there with Miles. So, you know, it's different. Everyone's circumstance is different.
It's an interesting way to talk about it. Do they usually wait
4 years, though? I mean, didn't the Jets just give 2 guys after their third year?
So, third year, I think what he means is, like, in his situation with the Cowboys don't generally sign somebody after the third year. So, with the Cowboys, they're going to get you through 4 years up to your option, and then they'll look at it.
But why does it feel like the Cowboys negotiation is taking this dead period off as well? And, like, I mean, they're probably
Jerry doesn't say his philosophy has been he's been consistent with this. I don't have to yet. We're not missing anything. They're not missing a game.
Like, Overshown yesterday tweeted a picture of the practice fields in Oxnard. Like, they're about to get on the plane.
Right. Yeah. We're getting close. I mean, next week.
What is going to change? What do the Cowboys think could change for them next week versus last week?
Sense of urgency.
From who?
Both. I mean, the Cowboys don't. He's been consistent. Deadlines make deals. I don't have to pay you yet. We haven't missed anything. According to the way he views it, they haven't lost anything.
Here's where they miscalculate. I almost think that they're operating in an NFL 15 years ago in which the player was frightened to lose a game check, in which a player was terrified not to start game one of the regular season. It's more detrimental, in my opinion. It's Micah's money. It's way more detrimental for the Cowboys not to have him week one than Micah Parsons missing week one. Because whatever Micah Parsons misses, we know the money gets made up. So that's the ultimate leverage at the end of the day here. You're in a win-now position. Everyone comes for your head. Everyone's sick and tired of the drought, except for Steven, who, air quoted the drought. You have to win more than Micah has to win. That's the way I'd be talking about it and thinking about it if I was Micah's agent. So, ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to have me on the field for game one. I'm going to be rich no matter what.
Right. I think what the Cowboys would say specific to this situation is Micah has not demonstrated he's going to miss any time if we don't get it done right away. CD was showing you he wasn't
Micah's
showing up.
itch is what they're thinking about.
I think they're just saying, let's see what he does. If he doesn't show up, all right, that gives us a sense of urgency. But right now, he's the only one who's shown an itch he needs to scratch where he's standing off to the side and he goes, give me a helmet, let me get in there.
Yep.
And so I think for them, they feel like, all right, we don't have to pay it right now. And the Cowboys' philosophy in general is always, the longer we wait to pay something, if prices are always going up, the longer we stay on the cheaper deal and the more money we save. That is the financially prudent thing to do, even if prices are always going up, because we stayed on the cheaper deal longer. And that's what's more important than getting the cheaper deal earlier.
Inside the Star with the return of Bobby Roberto Belt, live with the 6 a.m. Club, the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ from Firehouse Number 1 in Richardson, brought to you by Firehouse Movers, Frazier Roofs and Gutters, and Whataburger, already feeding all of the Tolos, and we have a lot of Tolos along with that coffee to go along with it. We got a brand new concert ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway. But this is my most exciting segment of the day coming up.
Already.
People think that it's cancelable. Are the ESPYs back? The audio you have to hear from the host of last night's festivities next on Sean and RJ.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Whew. A lot of great smelling men out here.
Please pull that, Kevin.
Jason in San Antonio, I don't know what he's wearing, but he just left a whiff of goodness.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. But it's a Roger Staubach.
Don was smelling good. Yeah,
Don's a good smelling man.
I'm always impressed with the Tolo Cologne game. I can always tell when Gavin Spittle gets off the elevator too.
I didn't smell David Richardson, who's also out here, who I was talking to during the break, but I assume he smells good too. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, and I'm like, do people put on cologne before they go to their Monday through Friday 9 to 5? Apparently they do.
A lot of people do. And then a lot of times,
I'm only doing it for a Friday, Saturday.
And a lot of times it's the detergent. You get that Diva detergent.
Is that a special
That's
one?
the one it is. It's like $80 a bottle. But it's a special.
What?
And the bottle's small. It's but you could spot it from a mile away.
I don't think I've ever worn cologne. I think I did when I was younger. I was definitely on the Axe body spray. That was always the.
Well, you need it with your sweatshirts.
Mm-hmm.
The Axe body spray. No, this was a younger me. This was a handsome me who didn't sweat so profusely. And so the Axe body spray was the same thing. Just one swipe down from the shoulder to the hip, and then swipe from the shoulder to the other hip, and then go on out.
All right, last night we're at Firehouse #1 in Richardson. I guess I should throw out the address.
300 North Greenville. Just off 75.
There are a lot of North Greenvilles. Make sure this one is in Richardson.
Yes.
Yep.
That's right.
300 North Greenville in Richardson. Firehouse #1 brought to you by Firehouse Movers, Frazier Roofs and Gutters, and Whataburger. We got the brand new Sean and RJ tumblers to kick out as well. So I got semi-obsessed with this last night. Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs.
God, I love him.
Beast.
And I saw one clip, and then give me a little Shane Gillis background just for anyone who doesn't know. My #1 thing I go to is him making Saban uncomfortable on the college football set, and then he's in that Post Malone Peyton Manning commercial.
So Shane Gillis actually really blew up when he got hired to write for SNL years ago. And when he got hired to write for SNL, they went digging through his podcast, some media outlet did, and they found some stuff in there that was like, oh, this will get you canceled, which Gillis joked about it later. He was like, oh, if they would have gone on further, I would not have even been able to resurrect my career. So thank you for not going more than a minute into that podcast. But he ended up getting fired for that. So he kind of became a rallying point for a lot of comedians of like, hey, comedians need to be able to make jokes. So a lot of people started lifting him up, giving him platform. But he's very, very funny. But that's kind of how he got exposed, was about 5-6 years ago over that.
You love him, Choppy?
He's great. And I haven't, like, I don't know that I've watched a full show of his. It's all clips. I mean, his clips are everywhere on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and you just watch a bunch of them.
Do you know where he's from?
Probably somewhere in the South.
Central PA.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's barely a person. Yep.
When's the last time you watched the ESPYs? Seriously, try to remember. How many years?
Norm.
15.
Not Norm.
Yeah, legitimately. Outside of just clips.
20,
if you're telling me,
30.
like, sat down and watched it, Norm.
All right, so
I tried to catch the monologue, but I don't care about the awards.
right, Shane Gillis in this monologue made me have a little FOMO yesterday that I did not tune in live to the ESPYs. We're just going to play the material. Kevin, back in the studio, we're going to stop and start, and y'all tell me whether there's anything that is cancelable in this material.
SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro. And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble. Joe Rogan actually wanted me to be here to host this award show so that I could capture Adam Silver because Joe thinks he's an alien. And Donald Trump wanted me to be here to capture Juan Soto for the same reason. It's an alien joke. What you booed up there, dude? Shut up. Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. All right. You don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that. The New York Knicks had a great season. Yeah, hell yeah.
Listen to this. It's messed up.
Karl Anthony Towns is here. Hey, girl.
So good.
Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism.
All right, stop it real quick. All right, so this is a little bit worse audio. So far?
So far, it's great.
Isn't this incredible so far?
It's good. It's solid. Nothing's cancelable. It's comedy. Like I've always said, if you're on stage, nothing's cancelable.
It's funny. And now I do feel like half of these jokes, if I would have made them on the air, Choppy would have been panicking and telling me, like, you're going to get fired. Stop.
All right, Kevin, reset it with him talking about Shador. Audio's not that great. Then we'll go back to better audio. This is Shane Gillis on Shador at Colorado.
Shador Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl. Definitely not nepotism, right? All right. It's a big year for the WNBA. I love Caitlin Clark. Yeah, hell yeah. Caitlin Clark, she and I have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes. There you go. Lighten up a little.
All right, stop it real quick.
Serious.
That's so good.
This crowd sucks. That's my number 2 takeaway in all these clips. They did not give this man the respect and the applause that he deserved for this type of comedy gold.
You have to be, like, comedy is one of those things where you have to go to it, like, wanting to go see a comedy show, not wanting to go see an award show.
Okay. Plus, all these athletes are terrified to react with the camera on them because it looks like you're laughing at Shador.
Yeah,
you're laughing at Caitlin.
This is Ricky Gervais at the Golden Globes years ago, where he's telling all these jokes, and people were just like, they were uncomfortable. It's like, I can't laugh about this. I can't be even seen laughing about this.
But here's my point that irritates me about that. My buddy was like, oh, you can't do this. You can't do he said, oh, ESPN, Disney, they'll never have him back. You knew exactly what you were getting.
Oh, of course you did.
They didn't know what they were getting in Ricky Gervais? You didn't know what you're getting in Shane? Of course you did. I'm like, no. I think Disney and ABC, ESPN will say, oh, my God, people are actually talking about this for the first time in 15, 20 years. You didn't think he was going to make a Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese joke? Get out of here.
Go get Anthony Jeselnik to go host one of these
things.
And
That's too
like,
dark.
What do you think? And did you get surprised that he makes a joke about like somebody who's having a terminal illness? Like, of course, what's he going to do?
Like the most touchy subject he's done so far. The joke that I think would be the most is the Carl Anthony Towns.
Me too. So, yeah, but there's a Caitlin Clark Waffle House one coming up. Let's continue, Kev.
We'll see about this one. When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women. There's one thing I want to say before I get out of here. This is a dumb joke. You guys aren't going to like it, but it's just a Norm Macdonald joke that I loved when he hosted the ESPYs, and I'm going to do it now. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy this year. He's the first defensive player since Charles Woodson to win the Heisman. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, winning the Heisman. That's something they can never take away from you, unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case they can take that away from you. Well, see, a lot of you don't like me, and that's okay.
All right, stop it. All right, so this is going to be a skit that he does where he is like a janitor, and he's walking into the football team meeting in the locker room, and he's like, I got a way for y'all to be the best football team ever. I have a play that no one is going to be able to stop. Describe it.
You guys want to hear about the play? Yeah! You guys want to hear the play? Yeah! All right. Picture this. You're going to line up at center, all right? JT, you're going to line up right behind him. We're going to get two guys behind you. This is where the play gets good. At the snap, you dive right into his butt. What? No, I don't. And then both those guys behind him are going to grab him by the hips and shove him even harder into your butt.
No, I don't. That doesn't even sound like a good idea. Hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Maybe a tackle, maybe a tight end. Get more meat behind you. Players? More meat. Think about it. 10 guys barging right into your back door.
I can't. Is that even a legal play?
Yes.
Doesn't make sense, man. That's not how I play football.
You guys play losing football. You want to win? We're going to ride your butt right to the championship.
How good is that?
He's so good. He's so funny. He's and yeah, this is not.
I loved it.
Like if you compare it to like what we were just talking about a second ago, Ricky Gervais. It's not even in the same ballpark of uncomfortable as what Ricky Gervais did. It's just funny
because he was bringing up like
he
really sensitive subjects.
Yeah,
that was funny. It was funny.
So there it is. Well done. I'm going to watch this special now. I haven't watched one, but Shane Gillis killing it at the ESPYs.
You know who's Aiden is all over Shane Gillis's show on Netflix, Tires or whatever. And Aiden was like, "You got to watch it. It's so funny." So I watched the first episode a couple weeks ago. It was hilarious. I just haven't picked it up, and we were finishing off the wire.
Is that the one with that video where the plane's going down? Is that? What is that?
It sounds hilarious, Bobby. Thanks.
No, that was Air India or whatever.
That was the skit, RJ. The Tires show is actually really good though.
All right, so over to the other network. That wasn't a show, Bobby.
Shane Gillis, everybody.
Over to the other network. Bobby, you missed it. The FS1 blowout. Joy Taylor, Manny Acho, Mark Schlereth. They got rid of 3 of their 5 shows. Paul Pierce, Keyshawn Johnson.
Yeah, Carton, everybody.
Yeah, well, RJ and I came up with our solution to what FS1 should do, and it appears like maybe they were listening.
Listen.
They had the Odyssey app. Our boss was very impressed. Gavin Spittle texted Choppy and I yesterday. He's like, you guys got some good programming minds, as the report has come out that they're close to a deal with Barstool to put Dave Portnoy, Big Cat on their college football show, kind of like ESPN has thrown McAfee on there, and then I would guess that they're going to take some of their other programming and fill that with the show openings on FS1. So it's sounding like a Barstool FS1 marriage.
That is a great idea that will last 2 months, whatever.
Because of the offensiveness?
It's the Shane Gillis, Ricky Gervais thing we just talked about. You know what you're getting, and yet I don't think they're going to really be. They're thinking, he'll be like McAfee. The problem is McAfee has shown before he'll play ball to an extent.
Yeah.
Portnoy will not. Portnoy's not going to play. Barstool Big Cat will not. They will.
I'm not worried about those two. I'm more worried about like all the other guys they throw on if it's on show. FS1, can they play any type of cursing and content? They can, right?
Yeah, it's cable. It's cable.
So they have to know what they're getting into. ESPN already showed that they made that mistake by canceling one of their shows after day one, the Van show.
Portnoy. To me, Portnoy is so about the very first time he's told not to do something, he will so aggressively do
Lean
it
into
over
it,
and over again that they will get and it's going to be like, oh, we can't possibly have this. It's like, well, you knew who you were getting, right? Like, this is his thing that he does. But, I mean, yeah, sure, it'll be great. It's a great idea, and I think they'll run away from it cowardly in about 2 months.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's obviously that's in play. But I also think that we have reached a point where it's like you know what you're getting into sometimes, and the company can protect you just by saying, no, we're not gonna kind of count. They don't have any advertisers anyway. What are they going to protect?
If they stick it out, and they take the public bullets, it'll be much better than what they have.
It'll be a hit.
Yeah,
it'll be a hit. And those public bullets, they go away.
Who's coming out of prison that's
especially
going to replace
nowadays?
Carton?
Yeah. What's that?
Who's coming out of prison that's going to replace Carton?
8-7. We power rank the ones you were happiest about that aren't
Carton's
on.
number one.
Carton 1.
Carton's number 1.
Who's 2? Shady.
Carton's going to go back to where
so
he
Shady
belongs,
got
though.
Shady show gone.
Ooh, then Acho Shady, and then after that,
But Carton's 1.
Carton's number
Joy.
1. I mean, I love Joy.
Kevin,
I'd like to be your boss one
if
day.
you play that drop right there, you'd be getting gold points. I don't think he's got it. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Did a big signing yesterday, hurt the Dallas Mavericks in the West. And RJ's got his phone out because we have a live sporting event to update you on. We got a major taking place, and we got a concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with as well. Sean and RJ live from Richardson Firehouse #1 right here on
Pepper Lady.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live, Firehouse #1 in Richardson. An amazing Tolo turnout. Probably the most, what do you think, from 5:30 to 7 that we've had so far, arguably?
This go around, yes, for sure. And it may be period, but definitely for 2025.
300 North Greenville in Richardson. Whataburger, breakfast and coffee. Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Firehouse Movers allowing us to be out here. We got Bobby Bell back here on Sean and RJ and a concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with during the commercial-free 720 Expressway. Shout-outs to the Tolos who showed up. Lance in Dallas. Stuart with his son Braxton in Princeton. Dave in Richardson, he came up to me. He goes, your daughter can fly now that she got the tubes. She's good to go. So I appreciate you saying that, Dave, but it's not happening.
I bet
She's not going back on a plane.
I bet it would be better.
Yeah, it definitely. I bet it absolutely would be better.
But it might not be.
You could
and
find
if it's
out.
not be, then I'll be escorted off the plane again. And I don't need that. So she'll have to wait for a year or two at least.
I will say this, as someone who has...
Y'all don't know her. She is... She got my personality, unfortunately, to where she just doesn't want to be restrained in the seat. It's like you're telling her no, and she starts banging her fist on the table. She's not calm, cool, and sweet like Oliver. A lot of this, I think, has to do with, no, you're not letting me run up and down the airplane. I'm going to go off on you. That's my theory.
Yeah, look, I mean...
I'll ask her one day, see if she remembers.
I like it.
It's a power play.
Julian was like that. Yeah, he was the same way.
Yeah.
He still is.
Boy, you were
Still is. But, here's the thing. I'll tell you this, and this is, I'm not saying you guys go down this as somebody who's been divorced. All right? Do not let your kids dictate your fun.
Well,
that
I'm just gonna
end it.
I'm just gonna. It's not, but it's not fun. It's not fun for me flying with her. So I'm gonna have fun.
But
in
the
DFW.
destination's fun.
You were not kidding, by the way.
Well, it was a family trip.
I saw it when...
Except for you, Mom. Love you.
when we were over for Ollie's birthday a couple weeks ago. She really does prefer guys. Like you. Like
You want to get slapped, Bobby?
No, I'm telling you, she like the whole thing
She's
of like
from streets,
she
that
can't like
1-year-old.
she had no problem going straight to me, and then like Kristen, she wouldn't go towards at all. She wouldn't let Laura or Addison or anybody hold it. She's just like, nah. It's like, I don't know what it is. Kristen was like, she probably just sees the beard and the hat and just thinks you're Sean.
Bobby putting my baby in baby dolls already.
Wow. So she's putting us all, we all look alike. Like all the Tolos that we all look alike, and that's what she's saying.
To babies we do, I guess.
Rodrigo from Corpus Christi coming on out here. Rodrigo must not be that familiar with our personal lives because he goes, oh, I thought, I text and I call and you guys don't pick up. I thought it was because Rodrigo, you guys didn't like Hispanics. I said, do you know who we're married to? We're married to a Rodriguez and a Contreras, and my girl Mama D, she's feisty, so she's out here representing as well. So, no. Hispanics represent probably our top portion of the listening audience.
Way up there.
I would imagine.
I love
high.
Hispanics. My Hispanic does not love me all the time is what it is.
Whoa.
She's that would be more likely.
We got Nick, we got Emery and Lance and Richardson as well, and we got RJ Choppy's cell phone out. I thought that one of your boys was playing some Little League tournament in Alabama.
No, that's 9 a.m. tomorrow is the game. We got a game tomorrow. We got a game this afternoon, 1:30. Nothing quite like baking in the sun at 1:30. But, no, it is the Open Championship. I call it the British Open. They call it the Open Championship. It's tied atop the leaderboard. Olsen and Hao Tung Lee at 4 under par.
Wow, that sounds fun.
It's absolutely. John Rahm, Phil, Xander, Lowry, J.J. Spawn, Scheffler, they're all in the top 11.
You had a big problem before this tournament started with the pairings.
I did have a big problem with the pairings. So Live Golf, let's be fair, they don't like Live Golf. They don't like it at all. And the Open gave them 0. I'm going to say this again, 0 premier groups. And just come out and admit this was done on purpose. That's all I want them to do. If you go look at the names, these are the pairings. The only one is John Rahm, and they put the reigning British Open champ with the reigning U.S. Open champ, and then one of the biggest European stars in it. These are the pairings of the Live golfers. Cam Smith is with Hastings and Peng. Phil is with Peak and Von Tonder. Stop me when you've heard of these guys. Dustin Johnson is with Lee and Jordan Smith. Bryson is with Robert McIntyre, you probably heard of, and then Justin Rose.
Bryson.
Yeah. And then Brooks is with Sam Burns and Aldrich Potgetter. All right?
Yeah.
Everybody needs someone that's a pot getter, if you know what I mean.
Host
Chris
2
Carter
to
said
7.
that. Yeah.
Meanwhile, these are the PGA guys. Oh, Rory is with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood. Spieth is with Oberg and Victor Hovland. Scheffler is with Morikawa and Shane Lowry. What the hell are we doing? Like, just come on out and admit that you're purposely burying the live guys just because they decided to go make a little cash. That's all I want them to do. I want the RNA, the Royal and Ancient, to just admit it. Just come out and admit it that y'all are cowards.
And we had someone banned from the U.S. Open.
What?
Did you see this story?
Wyndham Clark. So he was obviously the U.S. Open was last month, and he tore up the locker room. He didn't make the cut. Friday after the round, he comes back and he just smashes, kicks in a lock.
Full Magnus Carlsen.
Full Magnus Carlsen. I have no idea what you're talking
The
about.
chess guy.
Oh, yeah. So he tears it up. Well, Oakmont has banned him indefinitely, an indefinite ban. And he's going to have to take some actions, a series of actions to lift it. But they have banned him. Now, 2033 is when that Open is heading back to Oakmont. If that ban is still in place and he qualifies, I hope he's still banned. And I hope he qualifies because I'm fascinated to see how they do this. Because the tour is going to say, or the USGA is like, hey, we buy your course for the week.
This could be like a college sports punishment where it's self-imposed. You're gonna miss the first 2 games against Akron.
Yeah,
and you can miss all these other things. But then when the U.S. Open rolls around, let's see what they do.
Right, because what is banning him do? He's not a member. He didn't play there.
Well, it bans you. Yeah,
but
the next U.S. Open.
It'd be different if this was Augusta and they go back every year. Right, if he's banned from Augusta, like what are you going to do then? Are you going to invite him back?
Bans other people.
Yeah, Augusta bans other people, not guys with the whitest name ever.
I was going to say Wyndham Clark. Wyndham Clark sounds like the name of the person who founded Augusta.
Yeah, he doesn't get banned from Augusta.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Let's talk about, is it a big NBA move anymore where Bradley Beal ends up going? Bradley Beal has joined the LA Clippers, and he paid the Suns as they worked out a buyout in order to get out of there. I think he's given back about $14 million.
How generous.
And he goes and joins the Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers. So no one else in the league, I guess, wanted to pick up Beal's contract. I'm assuming that's how it works in the NBA as well, like the other sports. Here's the Clippers.
So hang on. Is this 2 years, $11 million per year, or 2 years, $5.5 million a year?
I think it's 5.5.
And obviously he gets his money from the Suns
From
still,
the Suns.
so he can prorate it all.
Like what Dame will be able to do.
Dame's going to be able to do this because he's getting.
If he decides to take a cheap deal.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he could.
He's getting the Milwaukee money.
Milwaukee's giving him money anyway, so he could take $1 million a year and still make $49 million from the Bucks every year.
Did you have the Clippers over the Mavs in the West already, and do you have them now after I read you their lineup? Harden, Beal, Kawhi. I didn't realize they had John Collins. Remember John Collins
they got him
overpaid? John Collins getting overpaid in Atlanta. Zubac, who won me a lot of cash on Underdog throughout the season. Bogdanovich on the bench. Chris Dunn, Derek Jones, Nick Batum, and they got Brook Lopez. Apparently Brook Lopez was getting uneasy over the LeBron noise in L.A., and instead of signing with the Lakers, he signed with the Clippers. That team looks loaded.
It's a good team.
They're better than the Mavericks,
and,
I think.
and here's the thing, Bradley Beal is not a player that is a good player on a $50 million contract. But if you can get him for $5 million, it's like, yeah, all right.
One of 2 guys in the league with a no trade.
Yeah, I mean, it completely changes what you're willing to put up with and who he is, what kind of player he is, how old he is, all those things.
Yep.
I mean, FS1 just made all those cuts. If all those people were making $50,000 a year, it's a lot different. It's a lot different in terms of like, hey, you know what? We'll keep them around. They're not worth $2 million, but they're worth $75,000.
He wasn't a 50-40-90 guy in Phoenix, but he was 50-40-80. Like Beal wasn't good. Beal was not awful there. It's just
how many games did he play?
102. So he missed
in the whole Suns career.
So he played 53 both years. So he basically missed 30 games both years. But he's somebody who, I mean, that was just It's the LeBron question again about coming here to Dallas. Like Phoenix said, we will get rid of all our depth and this will just be good enough. Like we'll have enough studs and it'll be good enough, and it wasn't. And Beal, man, like I would have sworn he was like 35. He's only 31.
Yeah, but the problem now, like, you know, the one thing they have is, you know, that is a weird culture they have over there with Harden and Beal now. Like
People love Ty Lue.
They do. They do love Ty Lue, but, you know, Kawhi is kind of weird. It's just I don't know. I could see that being really, really solid. I could also see that imploding.
877-881-1053. In order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, we are live in Richardson, 300 North, Greenville, Firehouse number 1. I think we got a call a little while ago. Otherwise, things are not as chaotic and crazy out here in Richardson.
It's been quiet.
What did we went like the first, I feel like 12 firehouses without ever getting a call while we were on the air, and I think we've gotten one like every single firehouse we've been to over the last like 7 or something like that.
What, are you saying we're bad luck?
No, I'm just saying that we didn't get any at first, and now it's feast or famine.
In this part, I'll tell you, man, we were up north of here yesterday in Melissa for baseball.
Well north of here.
But the traffic from, like, Dallas north is absurd. It is 9:30 at night. There's a billion people on the road. It took us 95 minutes to get from our house to the field last night. We left at rush hour, right? But it's just absurd the amount of people that live up here.
You guys want NFL, college football, or Diamond Cavs? What are you voting?
NFL.
Sure, NFL.
All right. We'll do Diamond Cavs. No.
There we go.
John Gruden on what the Dallas Cowboys need, and we'll take you back inside the Star and around the NFL. Are we getting a Texas A&M return because of the problem happening with NFL second-round picks, including a Dallas Cowboy? Around the NFL with a concert ticket giveaway and Bobby's trip back from San Antonio next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
with the Expressway. It is commercial free. We've got a concert ticket giveaway. Bobby's Neighborhood Watch. Neighborhood Watch is going to focus on San Antonio. Had a Tolo here from San Antonio. I'm trying to find his name, but he said he's been listening to us for a while. We appreciate that as we are out in Richardson. Firehouse number 1. 300 North Greenville, brought to you by Whataburger, Firehouse Movers, and Fraser Roofs and Gutters.
You can't miss it either. This is, I think, the largest one we've been to.
Well,
largest firehouse, like from
like the whole building. Like this
is
massive.
Yeah, I was noticing
huge.
that a minute ago.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's the most. Wow, look at this firehouse outfit. Look at the gear. Look at the gear from this young family coming out. It's like Bam Bam Bigelow right there.
I don't know who that is.
You don't?
Nope.
Oh, boy.
No
Do
clue.
you know, Chop?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, WWE.
This is the most fascinating firehouse because as I was going to the bathroom, I saw a tornado shelter, and I wanted to go in there. And then when I was walking back, RJ got transported back to high school. And manliness.
I walked in over here to use the trash can, and it's kind of like their workshop area. And you walk in there, and you smell the wood and the sawdust and the grease and the wrenches. And for a moment, I wasn't in need of Blue Chew.
Shop class was very erotic.
I felt it move. I felt movement. I felt like more of a man.
Well, what's it called?
It's just a workshop. It's a wood shop.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and I respect
It's right in
wood.
the name.
It's fantastic in there. You walk into a spot where somebody does actual manual labor, and then there's just the smell of the grease and the sawdust and the sweat mixed within a little bit of you get some spilled coffee, maybe a beer that has been sitting there for a little bit too long, a trash can. It is a wood shop is the best smell. It really is, and I love doing wood shop, small engine maintenance in high school, wood shop, metal shop. This brought me back.
You have any machinery in your garage?
I have a circular saw.
There's the thing Julian found.
That's what.
That is a machine.
That is a machine. Julian found other things.
Yeah,
and he's in trouble too. I got I have sanders, drills. I got a lot of stuff from my dad. I'll tell you, I found a hacksaw. This thing was great because I could trim up my plants now. I don't need to use those pruning shears. I'm just like machetes.
All right, we are about a week away from training camp. The KMC Masterpiece is going to go out there and start on Tuesday broadcasting. We're going to leave on Sunday in about a week, and we'll be in Oxnard. If the Dallas Cowboys put up these numbers, they'll have what type of season? And are you taking the over-unders? I got these sent to me from Bet Online, all the projected quarterback numbers. By the way, as you said you missed the Jeremy Fowler lists that were coming out from scouts, coaches, and executives. Dak, not in the top 10, not in the honorable mention, came in at number 79 on the NFL top 100. Any reaction to that? And then CeeDee Lamb coming in yesterday. Was it number 3, Chop, at wide receiver or number 4? I think it was 4 behind Jamar, Justin, Tyreek.
He's better than Tyreek.
And then
now.
Lamb.
Yeah, the CeeDee's better than Tyreek now. 79 makes sense on the NFL top 100 because he was way up there last year. So the drop makes sense. They're so finicky about Dak on that top 10 quarterbacks list every year. Like it feels like some years it's like, oh, he's up at 6, and then it's like, oh, he's completely off the list. And they will go based completely on how did he play last year. There's nobody it feels like that applies to more than probably Dak. Maybe Stafford a little bit on some of those lists, but Dak pretty consistently is going to be how did you play? But to have him outside honorable mentions even that's ridiculous.
All right, in the year he finished second in MVP, I'm just giving you this for context and to compare. He threw for 4,500 yards, 36 touchdowns, 9 picks. All right, 4,500, 36, and 9. His over-unders in Vegas this year, 38.50 with yards, 26 touchdowns, 11.5 interceptions.
Yeah, I'm not touching the yards.
Because of injury?
You don't know who the running back is. Why wouldn't you just slam the over? Unless you thought he was going to get hurt. Yeah, like Sean said.
Well, because I think the offensive line, if the offensive line's better, they're going to run the ball. I think the under that plays is the the number that plays is the under on interceptions. It's very difficult for me.
In his career, he's thrown I don't even want to count. Did he throw 8 last year in 8 games? Because he had 9 the year before total. 9. That was in response to the whole Dak's a turnover machine. He threw 15 the year before that. I'll just give you his interception totals. Forget the games. 4, 13, 8, 11, 4, 10, 15, 9, 8.
Yeah, his per season average is 9.
Yeah, I would take the under on that because I think he's going to miss enough time.
Yeah, that helps,
and that's why that's why I'm scared to take the over in the other one.
Yeah,
I think the second best bet is the over on touchdowns.
Yeah,
because I don't think they don't have anybody to take it away from him.
In his career, he's thrown for 30, 37, 23, and 36.
Yeah, I mean, all of those feel like they would be health dependent, but man, if you're telling me he plays enough to throw potentially 12 interceptions, I would think the overs would be the better bets on the touchdown and the yards. Because we don't know who their running back is going to be. I understand Schottenheimer wants to run the ball, but you also got to remember this offense, in all likelihood, is going to be using a lot of the things that they were successful with after the bye in 2023, when Dak and Brian Schottenheimer worked together really closely on the offense. And during that stretch, when you got out of the San Francisco game was when everything went to hell and they had their come to Jesus meeting. There was 12 games after that. Dak was 31 touchdowns to 5 picks. Like, that was because that was the thing, is that those raw numbers sound really good in 23. They're even better when you consider what he did for the 12-week run at the end of the season. But look, I understand there's a lot of questions about Dak being able to remain healthy. I think if he's healthy, though, you can pretty much bank on he's going to be, at worst, a top half of the NFL quarterback.
Well, speaking of the running game, John Gruden sat down and commented on what he's feeling about the Cowboys right now in the offseason.
Well, Prescott, you got to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yes.
I just think this is the Dallas Cowboys. Where's Emmitt Smith? He's retired. We got to run the ball here.
Yes.
They don't even run the ball. I
Yeah.
don't know who their running back is. They used to pound your face in with the very intimidating offensive line. Now it's kind of like a 7-on-7 pass-happy offensive attack. And I don't think their defense, other than Parsons, has an identity. And Lawrence is gone. I don't know. Overshawn's a great linebacker, but he's hurt. I just don't know what their defensive mentality is. And I miss the old Dallas Cowboys.
I love. Where's Emmitt Smith?
Yeah, where's Emmitt Smith?
And then he answers, like, before he can't even put a period on that sentence before he goes, he's retired. Like, yes, he is retired.
Yes, he is.
He's like, whatever happened to the greatest, the all-time leading rusher? Where's that guy?
Yeah,
Why don't they have that guy anymore?
it's the Cardinals. You're talking about the St. Louis Cardinals. This is an organization based on pitching. Where's Bob Gibson?
Right, yeah.
What are we doing here?
That's the thing. So, I mean, look, I get
Peyton Toubre with the credit for sitting down with Gruden, by the way.
I understand in general, obviously, what he means, though, which is this is a team that historically has had great running games for the most part. Even if you're not talking about historically great running backs like Dorsett and Emmett, like DeMarco was very effective. Marion Barber and Julius Jones together were effective.
Darren McFadden was effective.
Yeah, Zeke was effective for like 2 years. And so, like, I understand the general thought process that he's talking about. It is a de-emphasization of it, but this is also what happens when you say our quarterback is going to get paid $60 million a year. Like, that becomes kind of the priority of what you want to do.
Yeah, and ESPN did a training camp storylines to watch the biggest battles, and you got to find a way to get the Cowboys in there. So for some of the ones that had, who's the Colts quarterback going to be? Chiefs left tackle, Pats wide receiver, and they come to the Cowboys running back, and they said it's unclear. This is a worryingly weak room. That's a quote. The ideal outcome is that Williams returns to his pre-injury form, though it's worth remarking that even his career best season was only 4.4 a carry and 46% success rate. But Blue, speedy change of pace. The camp battle is one to watch less for touch distribution and more for the overall quality. And look, it's pretty obvious. Like, third wide receiver, corner, running back, those are some of the camp battles. But I'm not mad that they're focused on a running back, but I also think it's like the running backs aren't the ones that can answer this for us. It's the offensive line. They're the ones that are going to answer. They're focused on the position, and that's fine. And the running back position is important, but who's blocking for them, you could argue, is importanter.
Yes.
Which isn't a word.
It is more important.
And, like, if they have holes, any NFL caliber running back with decent awareness and patience, and that can find him. Like, this is the same team, like you mentioned, that, Darren McFadden with Castle and Kellen Moore averaged 4.6 a carry.
Right. Yeah, and look, I mean, that's why, instead of focusing on, like, who's your running back or what's your, like, it should be obviously posited more in the idea of what is your running game. And their running game, they expect to be better. Even though they let Rico Dowdle walk out, and he played pretty well the last 6-7 games of the year, they expect that, all right, we drafted a guy we like in Jaden Blue. We think that one of these veterans is going to catch on. We invested in the offensive line, and we invested big time in Clayton Adams. And Clayton Adams structuring this run game to look a certain way and to take advantage of those things.
All right, so that's the quarterback numbers, running game, and then wide receiver-wise, Vegas sent me the over-unders for CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, baby.
For context and comparison, CeeDee Lamb last year had 101 I'm going to give you 3 years because last year I had Cooper Rush. Last year was 100 catches, 1195, and 6. Year before, 135, 1750, and 12. Year before that, 107, 1360, and 9. Over-under for him right now is 109.5 catches. 109.5. He's put up 107, 101, and 135.
Yeah, and those 200 years you're talking about, you mentioned the one last year that was obviously with Cooper Rush most of the time. The other year where he was under that 135, he had Cooper Rush for 5 games there. And so, I mean, again, all of these stats feel so much like a Dak health stat. And then CeeDee's no different there. So, if I can say Dak's going to miss max 2-3 games, then I'm definitely taking the over on that, even with Pickens being here.
The yardage over-under is 1250. He's put up 1195, 1750, and 1360. Over?
Over.
And
that's over.
Then the touchdowns is 7.5. He's had 6, 9, and 12.
That seems like a fair over. The one I struggle with is the receptions because, what is his target number going to be? With Pickens, what is his target number going to be? I just went and looked, first thing that came to my head is what other team has, 2 really good wide receivers. I just immediately went to Tampa for some reason. I don't know why. And it's not fair necessarily because it's not the same, but, I mean, Mike Evans only had 110 targets last year. Like, is CeeDee going to get 181 targets like he got in 23? If he gets 181 targets, that means George Pickens stinks.
Jamar Chase has gotten 128, 134, 145, and 175.
Woo! That's high for having a guy like Higgins.
Yeah. I got Pickens over-unders.
Oh, those I'm very interested in.
That is high. I saw this. I saw the Pickens one. This number, his catch number, isn't it like 93?
No. I don't know what you were looking at.
It was FanDuel.
66.5.
No, FanDuel had like 110 targets and 93 receptions. It was crazy.
Well, catches, bet online, 66.5 over-under.
Under.
His numbers have been 59, 63, and 52.
If he has under 66 catches...
He's never had 66. He's never had Dak Prescott.
He's never had Dak Prescott. If he has under 66, you can miss me with all that. This is a guy who could be a number 1 receiver.
Well, I mean, that would just depend on like what you're doing. Like if CeeDee is getting his 125 catches, then 60 is reasonable, especially when you consider they want to use the running backs in the passing game too.
The over-under on the yards is 900. He's put up 800, 900, and 1140.
He is a 16.3 yards per catch guy throughout his career, which, what is that, 16 over 60 receptions? That's, 960. So, sure, that's a fair number probably.
And you going over or under?
Over.
And then 5.5 touchdowns. He's had 3, 4, and 5 in his career.
3, 4, and 5.
Man, that's so little for a guy that keep hyping up as like the contested catch red zone guy.
Especially because Ferguson's not going to get any because he doesn't get any last year.
What was the number on touchdowns again?
5.5, right?
Under.
And then I'll give you Ferg's numbers. Bet online in Vegas, 64.5 for the catches. So just 2 catches less than Pickens. 575.5 and 3.5 after having the goose egg last year in the end zone.
Boy, that feels like one of those things they're going to make a priority to get him the ball in the red zone. Just
to make up?
Yeah, just as a make good. It's one of those, so I could see the over on touchdowns.
All right, so there it is. Your different Cowboy plays. You got one final thing?
I just how are they calculating if they're saying CeeDee's going to get 109, Pickens is going to be 60, Ferguson's going to be 65? How are they then saying like 3,800 passing yards for Dak? That sounds like they're throwing the hell out of the ball if they get that many.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line.
T. Higgins had 73 catches in 12 games last year. He missed 5 games, and he still had 73.
And Chase still got targeted 180 times.
That text number is also the one to call for turning it on, leaving it on. That's what Tolo stands for. Let's hook him up, Kevin.
All right, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053. Caller 10 wins 2 tickets to see the Thuggish Ruggish Mafia Tour, courtesy of Live Nation at Dos Equis Pavilion on Thursday, September 25th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
I'm going to take over Neighborhood Watch selfishly today.
Oh.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Ruben Portillo, and everybody here in attendance. So we did get back. This is my first day back after a week away.
When did you get back?
We got back yesterday. Wait, what's today? We got back Tuesday, late Tuesday afternoon.
So left when?
We left on Friday. We're in San Antonio Friday, Saturday, a little bit Sunday. Then we went to Johnson City on Sunday, and we were there half the day Sunday, all day Monday, and then till like noon on Tuesday. But it was, I was trying to step out of my comfort zone. So here's the thing.
Good for you.
I am, as I think I've stated many times here, my idea of recharging is doing nothing. Like, that's a vacation to me. I don't want to do anything.
You don't want to go to a beach? You don't want to
No.
go? That's nothing, though. Like, you're sitting in a pool at a beach or at the beach.
No, but see, like, so that's the thing, is that to me, I'll start off with this aspect of the trip. I'm learning, it's very slowly. And she's probably in the car right now heading here. And so she's probably going to start arguing with me over the radio. But I don't think I'm saying anything.
I'm going to argue on your behalf after she called me Buddy the Cake Boss. Texas William made a meme of that. People are laughing.
I'm learning how to approach trips with Kristen a little better. We had
How long you been married?
We had now been married for 11 years.
Okay, so you're learning. Good.
Yeah. So the thing is just we don't generally go anywhere. So it's been sporadic. And then this time around, though, I figured I was trying to step out of my comfort zone and say, hey, we're off. Because I was off starting last Thursday. So I was like, okay, let's go take a trip. We'll do something fun, whatever else. And I was like, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen. Kristen, you get to book things. You get to handle what we're going to do here.
Make the itinerary.
Take us wherever we want to go. And I assumed too much. Because I assumed that she knows how much I don't want to do things.
Yeah.
That I assumed that she would
factor that in.
Factor in that there's going to be times I don't want to go do anything. Let's not just make the itinerary full the whole time.
Yeah, if my wife was setting up a trip and planning ours, she would not put hiking in there. She would not put a nature trail walk.
Right.
She would not put in any type of outdoor National Geographic activity. She would factor that in. If she did put that in, I'd be ticked off at her.
So I want to just lay on the couch. I want to mindlessly watch TV. I'm going to flip it on the like the Samsung TV channel. I'm going to have it on Dateline and just watch endlessly. That to me is just endless scrolling on my phone. That's what's great. Vacations with itineraries have a tendency to me to feel like you have responsibilities. You have to be somewhere at a certain time. We need to do this. We need to do that. So that doesn't feel totally like a vacation all the time. But I wanted to find the middle ground where she got to pick where we wanted to go. She got to schedule a lot of the different things. But I figured in there I would have some time to recharge, get that. No, that apparently needed to be said explicitly, which we talked through it. It was I think it was Sunday when we talked about it. And I was like, I just thought I was going to get time. She's like, I'll make time in there. You just tell me that's what you want put in there. And so we talked through it. But those first few days, I was a little like, what are we doing? Why are we like...
Did you go along with it or did you mope?
I don't think I moped. She would... I don't know.
You're a moper.
That's what I've heard.
You are a moper.
Yeah, I remember Oxnard last year. I don't know. I don't think I moped. She'll tell you here when she gets here, I guess. But no, I don't think I moped. She felt like... in general, like, if you're turning it over to me, we're going to do whatever. So we're like going to this ranch that her aunt and uncle own.
Well,
and she's telling me, like, okay, well, we're going to need to get you boots. I'm like, I'm not getting boots. What are you talking about? And she's like, you can't walk around in those around the ranch. Like, she's like, there's
snakes.
Like last time we were there, Jacob had to kill a rattlesnake. I'm like, the hell? Where are we going? And she's like, well, there's just like, there's animal droppings everywhere. You're not going to want to step in those in your regular shoes. I was like, if I knew we were going to have to like go like shopping for this stuff, I don't think I would have loved that. But we ended up talking. It was good. I figured out, all right, I just need to be clear about it. And she says, as long as I do that, we're good. Monday, she scheduled it in without me even asking. She was like, we're going to go shopping in Fredericksburg. You just hang out here for a couple hours, do whatever you want. And it was good. So we got that figured out. Now, I was very out of place with her aunt and uncle.
What would you have liked to do in San Antonio? When you're going to San Antonio, what would have been, besides sitting on the couch, a place to go, something to do?
I knew, okay, I'm fine with us going to the Alamo. I knew they had...
Is the Fuddrucker still there across the street?
I didn't see one. And if there was a Fuddruckers down there, Kristen would have wanted to go.
Are they
she loves it.
Still around?
There's one, when we went to Midland, Odessa for the Keller softball game, they had one out there, and Chris was like, we're eating here.
It's one of those things I'm worried that if I go back to it, is it the nostalgia that I will...
It was good when we went last year or whatever it was.
Okay.
But the thing is that for me in San Antonio, I understand we're going to go to the Alamo. I figured she was probably going to find something else for us to go up their little reunion tower version out there, whatever it is. I know they've got
their space needle.
Yeah,
thingy.
down there in Alamo Plaza, I know they've got like a bunch of different shops, and they usually have street performers. So I figured we'd probably walk around there, do some of that stuff. But
what about your big decision in the Alamo?
Okay, so I was joking when I said that. I was not totally. I'm still going to mention it, but I was joking. When we walk in, there's a sign on the Alamo that says, "In honor of heroes who died here at the Alamo, we ask that you remove your hat." And so I took a picture of it and I sent it to you guys, and I was like, "Would I be a jerk if I just ended our trip right now because they're telling me to take my hat off?"
Yeah. Well, they didn't tell you; they asked.
Oh yes, I did.
You say no,
and I did take it off. I didn't even hesitate. I took it off, and then I took the picture of it for you guys. But I did notice there were plenty of other people around there who were not. These Santa Ana loyalists who were just walking around there with their hats on, just not a care in the world. What I didn't know, we went to the museum back behind did you go to the Alamo when you went?
No.
Okay, so when you go to their little exhibit, their museum in the back, do you know half of that building, like the artifacts they have in there and everything else, it's donated by Phil Collins?
No.
What?
Phil Collins, growing up, became obsessed with Davy Crockett and like his stories and different things like that. And so because he became obsessed with that, he started to learn about the Alamo, and he started just spending a bunch of his money on collecting rare like artifacts or pieces from the Alamo or from that era. So like he had like Santa Ana's like original sword he would walk around with, and like he donated that to he gave it all the way to the museum like 10 years ago.
Did he give his 2 hearts to it?
He did not. Living in just one mind. No, he did not. But it was a cool exhibit. It exposed something maybe a little concerning, which is Laura, the 9-year-old, it lit a burning flame inside of her to where she now has an obsession with firearms.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Welcome to Texas.
All she wanted to know about in that museum were the guns, how they were made, what kinds they used, who got shot with what. She wanted to talk to the they have people there obviously who are like historians, who will dress up in period garb and then tell you about things. So she wanted to go over and like talk to the doctor, and she was talking to the doctor about like how they healed like the gunshot wounds and stuff like that, which I didn't know this. Did you know they used to back then they would like if you had an infection or something like that, they would still use the leeches back at the Alamo to like
they were doing that in like the 40s, 1940s.
Well, he ended up telling Laura, he was like, so if you ever go to the doctor and you have something wrong with you, they're just going to put a bunch of leeches on you, but you don't need to be afraid.
Ollie's now walking around the house doing the finger gun, and it's making me a little uncomfortable.
Is he pew-pewing with it?
Yeah.
Oh,
so pow-pow, poo-poo.
She went,
Pew-pew.
yeah, he's a pow guy, not a pew-pew. We went into the gift shop after. Laura was obsessed. She's like, I want Davy Crockett's gun. And so she went and found some little like click pop rifle thing, which you've seen these before. They got the orange tip. You crank it back, you pull it, it just goes snap. That's it. How much do you think that cost?
$29.99.
Because it said Davy Crockett on it.
$29.99.
No. Your guess?
I mean, you're going to tell me it's more, $40, $50?
$45.
I hope you didn't get it.
Oh, we got it.
Did you get one of the coonskin caps?
We did not. They learned about that there. They didn't realize that was a thing. They're like, he put animals on his head. And so they learned about that. But this was that's an example right there. My recklessness spending money, saying, yeah, sure, go ahead, spend that $45.
Did you end up spending big for the big birthday party?
Which birthday party?
You were trying to decide, is it worth it? Is she
that's still not coming up for another several months.
Oh, okay.
That was when that just came up.
So this is the San Antonio trip. Bobby back from vacation. This HOV portion of the expressway driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
So I'm curious if I'm the one who's crazy here, because I definitely felt out of place talking to Kristen's aunt and uncle. So we're over there, dinner on Monday night, and they were all about just talking about the ways, Kristen and her aunt, about how they obsessively save money. And a conversation about laundry detergent began. So Kristen talked about how the laundry detergent she likes goes on sale from $6 to $1.99 about once a year. She reliably knows that. And I knew she does this, but when that happens, she will buy 10 of them right there.
I get it.
And just stock up, have it ready. And Kristen's aunt was talking to the kids about it, and hearing them talk about saving money, it's like the way guys would sit around and talk about hot women. Like, oh, my gosh, you got that for 40% off. That
I
is
got
so
home
great.
yesterday, and Amanda was holding the CVS receipt and just going crazy over these savings. She was so happy. She was giddy. And then I read your email, 40% this, and I can go get this and that, and I'm a member saver now. And I was like, this is your life. This is what you're excited about.
Dude, she loved being able to sit there and talk to her aunt, because the thing that probably frustrates her most, of the many things that frustrate her about being married to me, she will come home, try to tell me how much money she just saved, and I don't give her the reaction she wants. You know when you're excited to tell somebody about something and they're just like,
placate her.
I don't get it. No, I know, and I do. I go,
and it's saving you money ultimately.
And that's what she goes. She goes,
because they're going to buy it. They're going to buy it one way or the other.
Exactly. She's like, do you know how much money I save you doing this? And then typically I'll respond with, well, when you think about it, saving me money would be not buying it at all. You're actually costing me money, and you're just justifying it. That's usually the thing that gets me in a fight.
But the $1.99 detergent thing, that is the way to go. Just stock up with 10 of them.
So I disagreed. So they're talking about this. Her aunt says, see, that's $40 she saved. So then I decided to chime in after being quiet this whole time during their, love fest over saving money. I said, yeah, but I think if I was living alone, I would rather just lose the $40 than take up the space with all that detergent. So I view it as like a tax to keep the space in my apartment, because it's not a house.
This is the classic fight. We're not having a fight about this, but we have a ton of clothes that are just sitting in plastic bags, right? They were clothes we went and cleaned out. And when I cleaned the garage out a couple of months ago, the garage was spotless. And I took all these bags of clothes. I was like, all right. I'm getting rid of these. And she goes, no, just bring them to Uptown Cheapskate or Plato's Closet and sell them. I'm like, fine. I load up. There was like about 12 to 15 bags and a big box of shoes. And I go in there and I take them there, and they wind up buying, I think it was like $15 or $25 worth of the
They're
stuff.
so snooty.
They're so snooty.
They're so snooty.
They're like, well, we're looking for shorts.
Kristen
and I'm
hates
like, okay, there's like a million shorts in here, dude.
Yeah.
Right. And the girl's like, well, we're looking for this. We're looking for that. I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. So I take them back. And I said to her, I was like, I'm just gonna throw them away. And she goes, no, donate them. When I say throw away, I mean donate.
Right.
I don't mean actually throw away. And I was going to bring them to this one place. She goes, no, I don't like that place. That charity's bad or whatever.
What?
Because they resell them and they overcharge. Doesn't really go to people.
Okay.
By the way.
Why? Oh, go ahead. I have a major question at the end of this.
I don't know. I don't even know. I don't care if they're sponsored. The fact that Goodwill overcharges for stuff at their store, like, you're supposed to be helping people. I'm donating clothes for you. That's for you to make $38 of profit off these shoes. Sell them for $6. Somebody could use them. All right, I gave you the clothes. Take your profit and move on. So I hate that. So we're gonna find a place to donate, but they're just sitting in the garage.
Why isn't she doing it? Why are you getting in your car and walking around with bags and sacks? Why isn't she? They're her clothes. She does not have anything you're doing.
Some are mine.
So why doesn't she get in the car and do it?
Well, so she look, I mean, I have no problem getting out again after I've come home.
You mean like leaving the house?
I come home from work.
Yeah.
I have no problem leaving the house again to go do something.
Okay.
She does.
That's not her.
Ooh, me
too. The
too.
moment she's home, unless we have something planned to go to.
Yeah.
She's not getting back out again. She's home, she's not getting back out again. I have no problem with that.
Oh.
And I was like, if it was up to me, I would just literally take them down the street.
Just get rid of them and lie. Just lie about it.
I did the tax write-off.
Hand her
I want the write-off.
And somebody's claiming your taxes anyway. What does it matter?
Well, that was a couple years ago, but I fixed that.
This ended up being, and this is my trip to San Antonio, where I grossly offended Kristen's aunt. When I said I would rather lose the $40 than take up the space with the detergent, it was like I was at a dinner in 1954, and I was like, communism isn't that bad, though, when you think about it. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head, and she goes, oh. And then she goes, well, that's one way to do it.
But here's my question.
And then she starts saying, like, you're like all the, she's like, so this is just your generation. You guys just swipe the card, you don't even think about it. You just swipe the card, don't even think about what's coming out.
And that is true. But here, my challenge to you is, yo, man, this isn't your space in the house anyway. You shouldn't even be commenting on it. You should keep your mouth shut.
Right.
Where's the detergent go in your apartment?
Ooh.
You don't even know. So why are you talking about storage getting taken up? That's a wife thing. If it was in the laundry room, you're not going in there anyway. You've told us many times.
Right.
So why are you even commenting? Oh, I don't want the space being taken up with the detergent. You probably don't even know. You don't even know where the hell it is.
I specified when I told them. I said if I was living on my own, that if I was having to make all those decisions and do those things, that's how I would do it. Kristen's going to save me money. She's going to figure out where it is. That's how she looks at it. I just look at it and say, okay, Chris, because I didn't even put this in.
And it brings your wife joy. That's the most important thing.
Yes.
I now know that Coupon Savers or whatever that show was, that brings my wife joy.
Yeah,
that's her hobby.
Yeah, and I'm glad it brings her joy, and I try to seem enthused about it, like that she is, but I don't get the same rush from it. Here's an example. I promise you, when she was looking at these hotels that we were going to pick in San Antonio, do you know how she decided which one we were going to?
Whoever had the free breakfast.
That was part of it.
Free breakfast. Yeah,
that's how my in-laws told me they wanted to stay.
The free breakfast. And she said, well, this hotel's parking was $7 a day cheaper. But it didn't matter.
Well done.
What happened was she went down to I don't even remember what she was complaining about. She went down there to complain about something, about the room. And they're like, well, we can take off the parking charge for your stay. And she goes, yep, do that. And then she walked back upstairs. So she didn't even end up, she would have gotten the parking for free at the other place anyway, because she would have gotten it worked out there. But, it was a good trip. The only thing that was bad.
Where did you eat? I told you to go to San Antonio. I didn't realize had this strong barbecue game. I know about Austin. We know the Metroplex. We know Hurtado. But there's all these San Antonio places I did not know about. And I'm like, go to these places or go to that pizza place that closes at 2 p.m. and make me jealous.
Yeah, you told me to. What was M2 was
2M.
2M, and what was the other one?
I can't remember. Reese Brothers.
Okay, so
Reese Bros. That's the one I really want to try.
Both of them were outside dining. And it was like 100 degrees, and we were like, we can't.
Yeah.
So we ended up at a place, I'd never heard of it. It was called Paisanos. It's like I guess they've got a couple of them.
Yeah, you don't want to, you get banned for Paisanos.
Dude, it was good. Now, it was not good enough given what we spent on it. So, what was it? Apparently it's like this.
Are we talking, is that Mexican or Italian?
No, it's Italian.
Paisanos,
okay.
Italian.
So I was like,
yeah.
It's Italian. Little Laura got her portion of food. Addison got her portion of food. I got chicken parmesan. Kristen got some, and then we had a couple drinks over there. What do you think it ended up being?
You got chicken parm?
Yeah, chicken parm.
Give me the orders again.
It was chicken parm. Kristen got, I think, fettuccine Alfredo.
Okay.
And then the girls got, Addison got lasagna, and then Laura got pizza, gluten-free pizza.
Okay.
And then Kristen had a drink, and then I think we had meatballs as an appetizer.
You said you got the chicken parm?
Mm-hmm.
That attaboy.
90, 120.
No. 190.
Dang!
What?
No alcohol?
She had one.
190,
dude. That chicken parm I think was like 35 or something like that. And I mean it was all really
Italian
good.
food's generally cheap.
It was okay, so here's what I think screwed us. Kristen and Laura are both gluten-free, and I think they've got this massive gluten-free menu because if they eat it, they go nuts. So they were like, "Oh my gosh, let's go eat here. We're going to be able to eat Italian food again." And so we went there for that, and I'm guessing it just may be because of the uniqueness of that may run it. Because I wasn't looking at the individual bill. I wasn't thinking we were going to run it up that high.
Yeah.
And then I saw all the charges. Like, yep, that's it.
Togo
Jeez.
Kyle said it best right now on Twitter. If you take your kids with you, it's a trip. If you go without them, it's a vacation. Preach. Bobby Belt, Neighborhood Watch in San Antonio. So was she happy with it all?
Yeah.
At the end of the day?
Yeah, I think so. We had a couple bumps in the road, but in the end, I think she was happy.
The Texas Rangers first half was just unlucky. We're going to set you up for the second half. RJ Choppy with Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about doing the right thing when nobody is looking? And that is handing over $100K to Nasty Nate Eovaldi. They, the Texas Rangers, gave Nathan Eovaldi a $100,000 All-Star bonus, which is in his contract, despite not officially making the All-Star team, because they're like, look, you got kind of hosed here. You pitched on Sunday. The moment you pitched on Sunday, you were not eligible to make the All-Star team to play in the game. You could have made the team, but they weren't going to pick you to make the team if you couldn't pitch in the game. So the Rangers were like, I think a 1.58 ERA and like 90 innings kind of qualifies.
Yeah.
So we're going to hand over $100,000. And what Nate does with that, if Nate wants to donate it, if he wants to give it to the, hey, you know what, divide this around all the Rangers that work in the front office, or just pocket the money and go home because it's his money and it's his right to do that. Whatever, they did right by their player.
Class move.
It's a class move. No, and it's the right call because he put up that kind of a season. He met what that criteria is supposed to mean, like what that standard is supposed to be to get it. He met it, and so I'm glad that they did do it. It does set up to where you just then say, like, okay, who's going to argue in the future though that you should give me? And I don't know how many bonuses are frequently in there for players like this. This may have been something that's unique. This may be a Sandler question, but my thing is, if you've got somebody like, I was just trying to look up Nathaniel Lowe from a couple years ago, which he wasn't All-Star level. But if Nathaniel Lowe had been in 2023 when he didn't make the All-Star team, like, I had an OPS of 850 at the All-Star break. I felt like that should be All-Star level. Where's my bonus? Why aren't you giving it to me? Then I wonder if they've now opened it up to where, like, you need to pay these out pretty much regardless.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think there's a line. It's like, this is a 1.58 ERA. We kind of know the difference between that and a guy hitting 270 with 14 bombs.
Sure, but
right?
if it was a 2.4 ERA,
yeah,
are they giving him the bonus?
Right. I don't know. It's a good question. That's a good question. Especially like also like $100,000 means a lot different to a lot of people. Nathan Eovaldi making $25 million a year. $100,000 means a lot different to him than it does to
us.
Well, I was just thinking of it. Jack Leiter. Even though Jack Leiter is a number 2 overall pick, so he got a good healthy number to start with. It's still a lot of money to him.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. The Firehouse Tour continuing. Firehouse #1 in Richardson with Sean RJ. Bobby is back. Brought to you by Firehouse Movers, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Whataburger. Shout out Jeff and Keller.
Yeah, buddy.
I love that guy. I think he could be on talk radio. Detroit Jeff. He came with an Animal House analogy for the radio station.
Yeah, I was not able to hear as much of it because it was over there and there's a little noise. But he basically said that we are John Belushi, not you, Bobby.
Oh, me.
Sure. And that the G-Bag is
Can't are the regular kids.
They're the regular kids that nobody, and then G-Bag is the Kevin Bacon characters. The arrogant, think they know everything, but they really don't know anything. People, that's that.
And then Brian in Plano, I love him just as much as Jeff and Keller now because Brian in Plano came up and said, "Love you guys, except for Bobby, you ruined the morning show."
Yep, which I did. Now here's the thing. I was a little disappointed that when he walked up, he didn't walk up.
He looks clean.
He does.
He looks
booming voice, look clean, put together. I mean, Brian in Plano is looking very nice too. No offense, Brian. Dress shirt.
I think they're wearing the same shirt.
Oh,
I think they're wearing the same shirt.
There he goes, and he's holding out his Detroit. I was a little disappointed he didn't walk up and say, well, like he does on the phone. I was anticipating we would have gotten that. We didn't get that, though.
But anyway, back to Nate Eovaldi. He actually could, and put this in perspective, He could win a Cy Young in a year he doesn't make the All-Star team.
Wow.
He's won.
How many times has that ever been done?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
Bobby will have it.
But
Juan Gonzalez won the MVP without making the All-Star team one year. I know that.
Wow.
Really?
96, I think.
Wow. So the other day, yesterday, we had a Tom Verducci article that had Jacob deGrom as number 2 in Cy voting right now. He polled, but he'd be number 2. Well, the nerds have him number 2 as well on the Texas Rangers.
I don't want a DeGrom fight between you two and Bobby's first day back. That's what I was thinking when I was reading this last night. It's going to have another DeGrom fight.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just, I don't want it to escalate.
Yeah, we don't have to escalate.
But do it. What the heck?
But so Scooble is the favorite. Now this is with the Axe ratings that ESPN has, and that's I don't even know what the hell that is. They combine a bunch of stats: B WAR, F WAR. What is it good for? Win probability added, championship probability added, all those things, right? So they came up with the fact that if you add all those together, Scooble is leading the American League. He is the front runner. We knew that. But right there, not too far behind, is Nathan Eovaldi. Nathan Eovaldi is the highest Texas Ranger on here, not Jacob deGrom. Now, Eovaldi's not number 2 in the league. He's like number 6, but you're talking about a guy because he missed a couple of starts. He can easily catch that up. These guys are going to miss starts. Garrett Crochet is probably going to miss a start at some point. I mean, all these pitchers get hurt. But I found it pretty surprising that Eovaldi was higher than deGrom was on the Cy Young scale, according to the nerds. But when you talk to guys like Verducci, they're like, no, Verducci had deGrom as the number 2 Cy Young candidate this year. But if Jake finishes outside the top 8 in Cy Young voting, injuries aside, I will eat the shirt I'm wearing. I'll eat it.
Oh,
give me some some A1 sauce. I can put this thing down.
All right.
I can put this
Mark
thing
that down, Kevin.
Outside of
Say
8.
it again if he what?
If he finishes outside, if he's 9th in Cy Young voting,
all right?
Come on now. Injuries aside, if he gets hurt, I'm taking that off the table.
Okay.
But if he makes all the rest of his starts, and these are the numbers that this thing spits out. You don't manipulate your numbers. I appreciate that. But it makes your system look a certain way. And there's no system that's perfect. We know that. All stats are flawed. And this is just one stat, but this is awful. If he's number 9?
Number 9. He's not number 9. He's higher on the list than that.
And you want to put him behind Eovaldi, fine. Right?
He's definitely behind Eovaldi. The only thing that would be the innings. Literally, I was just looking over their page.
Tomorrow, game 1 of the World Series, you're starting Eovaldi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Eovaldi.
RJ?
Yeah. Eovaldi has a
dog
pristine playoff record.
Okay.
Eovaldi, literally, I
too.
was just looking over it. Every single, if you look here at Baseball Reference, see these numbers here, that's every single statistical category. Outside of wins and innings pitched, just the actual measuring statistics, Eovaldi has deGrom beat on every single one. I mean, he's been better when he's been out there.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. So there's that. CBS calls the Rangers a possible buyer at the deadline and shows one stat why they should be a buyer. Now, obviously, the obvious buyers are Boston, the Cubs, Detroit, Houston, Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, Phillies, Padres.
Rangers, Tigers tomorrow. I'll be there.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Mariners,
some radio
Giants.
station contest.
And Toronto.
I wish I'd actually win, one for, doing work, not a random wheel spin, but, acknowledge for the efforts. Brian brought us getting some fake award.
By the way, winning the Cy Young Award and missing the All-Star game has happened a lot. Blake Snell in 23, Robbie Ray in 21, Porcello in 16, Arrieta in 15. That's just in the last 10 years.
Wow, okay. The Rangers are one of the possible buyers. And this is the write-up here, and this is kind of interesting. At the break, the Rangers are 1 game below 500. Bobby, don't look.
Okay.
What is their run differential?
What are they, plus 29?
Plus 47.
Okay.
1 game below 500, plus 47, which means they have been much better than their record. And they're just 3.5 out of playoff position. That puts, Chris Young in a position. He's looking for any reason to buy, like he always is, to add. Now, I kind of went and looked their Pythagorean theorem, which is that it's, I know. Again, I love the analytics. Come up with better names.
I love saying it. Pythagorean is fun to say.
It is. But isn't that a squared, b squared, c squared?
Sure.
Right? A squared plus b squared equals c. That is the triangle thing. But it says their record should be 54 and 43 based on their run differential.
Whoa.
So they're 48 and 49. They should be 54 and 43. They're much worse. They're 6 games worse than what their record shows off of run differential, which is an important stat that teams do look at. That's how a lot of times at this trade deadline, teams look at their run differential and say, are we buying where we are? Are we overachieving, underachieving? But the chances are they look at it and say, hey, let's be buyers. And based off this, they're projected to be in a spot where they could theoretically say, based on where we should be a playoff team. They're tied with the Yankees and the Braves as the 3 most unlucky teams this year. All 3 have -6 games of luck. All 3. The numbers say that the Braves should be in the playoffs right now, that the Yankees should have the best record of the sport, and that the Rangers should have a 54-win and 43-loss season at this point. So we'll see what they do, but that's what the numbers in the nerds say.
When the Rangers, I'm trying to look at it now, so when the Rangers in 2016 had that historic run of 1-run victories, they were 95 and 67 that year, and I don't think their run differential was as high as it is right now. They were I want to say they were something like 30 or so. It was not very good. Now, yeah, that's one way to look at it is it should balance and say that they should be there. It's one of the reasons I like looking at run differential or score differential. Then you've also got to look at over the course of a full season, the Cowboys in 19, for instance, were the only team in NFL history that had the point differential they did and finished 500 or below. So, it still can speak to trouble that you have.
The Home Run Derby on ESPN averaged 5.7 million viewers, peaked at 6.3 million, a 5% increase for one of the most boring home run derbies I can remember.
Did you watch any of it, Bobby, or did you care? What's wrong?
No, I just actually found the run differential when they were 95 and 67. The Rangers were +8. Being almost 30 games over 500.
Did you watch any All-Star festivities?
I did not, no.
So,
I saw that Derby as a decrease compared to last year.
The Derby was a 5% increase.
Okay. We're looking at different prep sites.
The All-Star game was a slight decrease.
Okay. Maybe that was it.
It went from 7.4 million to 7.2 million.
Yeah.
It peaked at 8.1 million during the swing-off.
So 2 million, $1.5 million less watched the Derby than the game? 5.7 to 7.2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now, that's still the highest number 1 All-Star game rating in sports.
Duh.
By a little bit of a margin. So 8.1 million peak for the All-Star game. I assume that was during the swing-off. That's when everybody kind of went over to it. But that's good. Even though the game was down slightly, 7-4 to 7-2, 7 million for an All-Star game, I think that's pretty solid for Major League Baseball.
How was the Derby and the swing-off? Was it
the swing-off
great
was,
TV?
It was great TV because Schwarber. How could it not be great TV?
Yeah.
He needed to come through. He hit 3 home runs in every single swing. It was great.
I said to Sean,
I don't know whether it was great because Schwarber did that, and if guys didn't produce, it'd feel like a dud.
Maybe.
But because of that and the way it happened, we're all fans of it.
We're all fans of it. I told Sean I would do what they're doing now, 10th and 11th inning, and you get to the 12th, you do a swing-off. In a regular season game.
I miss so much the 10-out format of the Derby. That's because you got to watch the majestic blast. It happens so fast now.
The Derby broadcast and presentation got destroyed. By people. Destroyed. Killed.
I remember last year watching it. It was really difficult to follow along with okay, what happened? Did that get out?
Yep. Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with RJ Choppy. They are back in action tomorrow against the Tigers on this radio station. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. And let me know if you're heading out there so we can pregame just a little bit. We got a British Open update below the belt, and we need a punishment. I needed parent advice last week for my daughter's ear tubes. RJ needs parental guidance for punishing one of his sons. Next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Kevin. In for PayPay, it's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the streets. 300 North Greenville in Richardson, Firehouse number 1. Brought to you by Firehouse Movers, Whataburger, and Fraser Roofs and Gutters. The tumblers are gone. 50 of them gone just like that.
Man.
What a 5 and 6 a.m. turnout.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there was people here when I got here at 5:40. 6:30 in the morning, it was packed 4 or 5 deep. And then, we got rid of the tumblers in no time. I mean, G-Bag would have these for, they would have these until September.
Till next year.
Yeah, let's be clear here.
We'd be giving them away at the next Firehouse tour.
Let's, which we've done plenty of times.
Yeah.
Let's be clear here, though. You mentioned that we gave them away just like that. That's just we just got around to saying that. They were given away at we were out at 6:50.
Yeah.
It was less than an hour.
Yeah.
G-Bag, that's how you get it done.
Now you're back from vacay. Have you been monitoring, curious, or following Peyton Russell on vacay on the beach, Floribama?
I've seen him on his his story, or Mackenzie on her story, sharing photos of him with that big goofy grin of his, and he's toasting a G-Bag chalice or whatever he's got in his hand. But, that's the only amount of following I've seen from him was just his post that he's thrown up there. Has he been live tweeting? Has he been more active than I was on social media while I was out?
To be honest, I haven't even checked Peyton's Twitter. I didn't even.
Do you even follow him?
It's hard to with that name, with his numbers and effervescence or whatever thrown into it.
Dude, there's nothing consistent about his usernames on social. They're different on every platform. It's
and he never shows up on my Instagram timeline, so that's where I would see it.
British Open is taking place live, round 1 coverage.
The Open Championship, we have, let's see, Lee Westwood's still at 2 under.
Where is this, RJ?
It's at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland.
And what type of course?
It's a typical British Open link-style course, right? It's typical type. Sergio -2. Phil at 1 under. Scheffler 1 under. Shane Lowry, he won it the last time it was at Royal Portrush. He's a Northern Ireland guy. He's 1 under. Ricky Fowler at 1 under. Rahm even. Xander even. A lot of names within 4 strokes here. Our boy Francisco Molinari, even par. My boy, really not really anybody else.
I was going to say, why is he our boy? I don't even know who that is.
My boy. So a lot of good names up there.
Is he one of the guys who smokes cigarettes?
He might have. I don't remember.
Okay.
He doesn't sound like he's your boy if you can't remember.
you would remember if he smoked cigarettes out on the golf course. Okay.
Like, does John Daly smoke?
He does. He does.
Okay, we didn't mention this yet. Do we need to worry whatsoever? Terry McLaurin is still fighting with the Commanders. I know Bobby continues to be confused over Washington's handling of that. Von Miller signs in D.C.
Yeah.
Do we care? Is this a factor? Is this going to be a factor for like 3 or 4 moments out of a football season?
I mean,
would it surprise you in the divisional round if it's 3rd and 7 or 4th and 4 and they got the Eagles on the ropes and he comes up with the sack? Yeah.
He was so bad in 23. He bounced back a little bit last year, but I mean, he played 12 games in 2023, and it wasn't like he just played 10 snaps or whatever. He played like 300 snaps. He had 3 tackles, 3 quarterback hits, and no sacks in 12 games in 23. Last year, he bounced back a little bit. He had 6 sacks on the season. So, yeah, this is probably some of the Dante Fowler situational pass rushing they lost. He'll come in there on pass rushing downs. And, yeah, when he's 36 years old this year, that's the kind of skill set that you can be, if you're one of the all-time great pass rushers, you can still keep a job in the NFL as like just one of these situational guys. Just like, hey, we know they're going to pass the ball. Come in here and just do your thing. Don't worry about playing the run. Don't worry about anything else. Just go out there and work these tackles. And so, yeah, he'll probably be a 6 sacks guy, something like that.
I actually thought he was going to end up here. I regret saying that, not saying it on the air because there's no Micah at camp. As a Raku, just come back home. Von Miller living in the Metroplex anyway, hanging out. But I'm glad I didn't say it on the radio and sound dumb that he was going to end up a Cowboy.
The last time he had double-digit sacks was 2018. It was 7 years ago since he last was a double-digit sack guy. That seems improbable.
Miguel Angel Jimenez, Angel Cabrera, they were smoking cigarettes. So there it is.
Yeah.
Von Miller to the Commanders. We need some parental advice for R.J. Choppy.
I went on the app, the mobile banking app yesterday, and I was going to pay some credit card bills. I was like, all right,
Doesn't that suck, opening that app up? To me, it sucks, except for Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Except for Friday. And sometimes that can suck when you're like, all right, we didn't get paid today, or I didn't get the bonus that I thought, or it's not the big paycheck. But normally you're just you're going in to pay. You're going in to suffer.
Mm-hmm. So I was going in to see, all right, how much can I pay on the credit card bill? Because I need to see when the last other things came out that, okay, so I know I have this much. I got a little grace period, right? I don't like to keep a lot of money in my bank account anyway.
Okay. Where you keep it in your mattress?
Just a preference.
No, I pay off things with higher interest. That's what I try to do, right? So I was like, And I don't. Some people know to the T, to the dollar, to the cent. My ex-wife knows to the penny how much money she has in her bank account at every point.
I used to be that guy.
I have a general. I kind of know it. That doesn't sound right, or that looks right.
Oh
my gosh! Here we are.
What a perfect development for the 840. No, just keep him for 840.
840. Okay.
Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? Give it to him because we're talking about finances and bank. And he can help out. Kevin Hageland showing up, Firehouse #1 in Richardson. 840 was dedicated right to you as well and below the belt. So this is going to be awesome. Go ahead, Chop.
All right. So do you know how much money you have in your bank account, or like are you to the dollar, or are you like a ballpark, or?
No, I know exactly how much money is in my bank account
at all times.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good. So I'm a kind of a ballpark guy, right? And I know
what's a ballpark for you.
I know within within $500.
Okay.
It's like I know what looks right.
Hold on. What is yours?
Mine is adding the first number of the checking and the savings. I just want to. That's it. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I take the first number and I'm like, if it's below that, I'm in trouble.
Okay.
If it's above that, I've reached another echelon.
I got you.
But like a better way to put it is, I know when something doesn't look right.
Yeah.
All right. So yesterday I was like, I know I haven't paid off that much stuff lately. Like it's I paid off stuff. I was like, this is weird. So I go through my transactions and it says Apple, and it says DirecTV, then Apple. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And it looks on it, click on it, and it says apple.com/bill.
Those Apple charges get me every time because I'm like, I think I've I don't know. The wife has something on there. Am I getting increased storage? I don't. It's just like and it's a $2 or $3 charge. I'm like, whatever. I don't care.
Right. And that's the genius of the microcharge. Like, if you think going back to Office Space, like the plan of just peeling off just a little bit. And I know this is not exactly the same as that, but I used to ask my wife every month, and I was like, what is this $2.99 for again? And even her, she was like, I like storage or something. And then you just kind of accept it.
Yep.
And they could have made it up. You don't know.
So it just looks like this, right? It says shopping and entertainment electronics.
Okay.
So it was $2.99. I was like, oh, yeah, whatever. It's probably some iCloud storage.
It was $25.
This one says $24.88.
Yeah.
Then the next, and that was on the 15th. And then the 7th, it was $32.44.
You got hacked like Kevin.
And then on the June 30th, it was $50.82. And then $9.60. And then $7.57. And then $28.11. And $37.86.
Let me pause you real quick. When do you first notice this? Do you notice this all as a chunk? Do you notice the first one? Do you notice the first two?
I noticed that his first one said Apple, so I just went into the search box and hit apple.com, and then it shows up all the transactions from Apple. And I'm like, $38.93 and $37. And I'm like, this is a slow death. What is this? What is happening? Did someone steal my stuff?
And then the anxiety,
slowly.
And then signing into the bank app is anxiety, but then knowing you have to call someone to challenge. The challenge!
And that is a great point, because I obviously have just gone through this, and it was like, oh, there's fraud on your account. You need to call. And like,
how much are you willing to eat to not have new cards sent?
None.
And then you're going into all the auto repays
because it's the principle of a thing that really bothers me. Look, that's one of the reasons I got fired from Blockbusters. I could not abide by someone stealing from me,
right?
And so that was problematic. My wife was ready to murder the people at Citi because they were like, well, how do we know this card is you're not frauding? And I was like, okay, well, we have 2 different credit cards with you, and the entire time we've had it, it's been this address in Garland, Texas, and now one of them switched to Columbus, Ohio, and has started charging multiple $100s at Fashion Nova, and we immediately called. But you think we might be the ones who are faking it?
So I start going through all this. I'm like, what is going on? So I see this phone number, and before I call them, I call up my son, Julian. He's 12, and I'm like, hey.
You knew to call him versus the older one?
Well, the older one was he was coaching a camp. All right, he was working a camp.
Are these in-app purchases, you think, or something?
So I called him. I said, hey, are you buying stuff on iTunes? And he goes, what's iTunes? And I go, it's on the phone. He goes, no, I'm not. I'm like, are you sure? He goes, yeah, I'm smart enough to know not to do that. And I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Good.
So I call up the number that was on there. It says, if you ever question this thing, call up. I call up. And they said, yep, these are all purchases. They're on a different phone. And I said, can you tell me who? She goes, well, we can't give that information, but if you say a name, I can tell you if it's on their phone or not. And I said, well, it would be either Julian or, and she goes, yep. And before I even got Luca's name out, she goes, yep, that's it. And I said, what are these? And she says, let's see, this one is for Clash Royale, which is some video in-app purchases.
Yep.
In-app purchases for this game, this game, this game. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So I call him up again. I said, dude, did you not just tell me that you weren't buying stuff? And he goes, well, you asked me if it was on iTunes. And I said, no.
What a choppy moment. What a choppy moment. You weren't exact. He found the loophole. He found the out.
You're right.
It's your fault.
You know, in a court of law, he'd have gotten off. He would have.
Did you respect that?
A little. I respect the hustle, right? But I was like, dude, when have I ever told you this is okay? He goes, well, I did it a couple times and you didn't say anything, so I thought it was okay. And
How much total?
I'm like, you know what? Oh, I have to go through his phone because if I go through she showed me how to go into the managed purchase history and see I'm already up to $400 total. Right? And that's only going back to May. I know this has gone on longer than that because I've seen purchases from like April. So I'm going to go through his phone and see exactly how long this has been going on for. I'm thinking it's probably close to $500-$600.
What are you going to do about this? Because now you can't dispute it because they're like,
does he deep down know it's wrong.
Well, he was like, I figured you didn't care because you didn't say anything. And I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to go in your wallet every day. I'm going to take $5 out. You're not going to notice it. And then 3 months go by, and all of a sudden you're down $150.
That's good.
Now you're going to care.
Yeah.
So
can you challenge that with the powers that be that my kid was doing it?
Yes.
Without me knowing?
You know who you need to talk to about this is Corey. Because Corey's middle son ran amok in like a very similar fashion. So I don't know if it's in Crosstalk or someone else. You need to ask Corey because he 100% challenged this. I'm pretty sure he won too and got the charges knocked off. I don't know if the age of the kid matters or not. I don't remember how old Carter was at the time.
But this is going to be important in deciding the punishment, whether he knows or he's being a little smart.
Well, look. The money doesn't mean anything. He has no frame of reference on money.
Yeah.
So if I just take the money back from him, which, by the way, I'm going to.
Does he have $400?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe not on him, but it's in his bank.
Okay.
And I have access to the bank.
Perfect.
Which, that might be a fight. That might be a fight with the ex-wife.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, that's not really, it's for him. And
You
I'm like,
didn't monitor. You weren't monitoring it
I
enough.
wasn't. Yeah, I know. I wasn't going online every day and making sure I wasn't getting defrauded
By
my
Genesis.
12-year-old.
Yeah, Sega.
It wouldn't work if you said to your ex-wife, well, you never cared when you took all my money.
Oh, jeez.
That probably, I'm just saying, that probably wouldn't work, right?
No. So he has no frame of reference on money. I need to have another punishment, though. I'm thinking no phone for X amount of time. Just take the phone away.
Yeah.
Is that going to, serious question. Cause
that might make matters worse.
Is that going to fly with your ex-wife as well?
Yes, she's cool with that.
Oh, okay, great.
She would be cool with that.
Great.
Grounding. Now, I said I was going to ground him for a week, and she said, well, it's almost the last week of summer. You can't do that.
What?
And I was like, well, I don't really
Sounds
care
perfect.
about that.
Yeah.
It sounds perfect.
Yes.
I think the phone, I'm going to take the phone away from him for a week, and I'll give it back to him the day we leave for Oxnard.
RJ Choppy with the help and advice of Kevin Hagelin on 105.3 The Fan. It's Bobby's first day back, and he's already about to pick a fight with someone at the station. And that person is actually sitting right next to me.
Oh, come on.
Below the belt. Next on Sean and RJ. Let me go ahead and get you...
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Mavs, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
The last time I did this, I regretted it. But I'm going to fight with Kevin Hageland.
Oh, what?
A battle of the intellectual titans.
Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautoleasing.com. It's not necessarily you specifically. I mean, it is you because your name's on the show. And it was your show yesterday, and I texted you guys about it.
You did. Can I ask you guys a logistical question before I
Sure.
get in trouble? If I missed crosstalk, but I missed it because I was here doing the show with you guys, do I still get in trouble with y'all?
No.
Okay.
Not with us.
Segments. I
Maybe
feel like G-Bag.
Yeah. No, you put in your time.
Absolutely not.
So this is an issue. So there was a list. Bill Barnwell had his list of the best teams of the last quarter century, and I was asking you about it during the break because I heard you guys mention that Sean and RJ took issue with your takes on the list, but
Correct.
you didn't get into what the takes were. So I had to ask Sean.
We had just had that.
You didn't have the 07 Patriots as the best team?
No.
Because they lost one game?
Yeah, they lost the game. They didn't win the championship in their own singular year. You're telling me they're the best team of all time, and they weren't even the best team in 07? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. The best team of the past 25 years, and they weren't even the best team in 2007?
They were the best
Were
team
the
in
Giants the
2007.
best team in 07?
They won.
No,
But they weren't the best. They were the best team, Kevin.
Okay, well, now you're sounding like Jerry Jones, where it's all just luck and circumstance.
Kevin.
All right,
It
so
is.
in 2007,
So wait a sec. You think every team? I got you now. You're trapped. You're done.
Trapped.
You think
Cooked.
every team in any sport that won the title their year was the best actual team of that year?
as much as I hate to say it because I feel like I've been on the other side of this, you have to give that team that accolade because they won.
Oh my God!
I've been on the wrong side of this
So
plenty
you
of
think
times.
the team that wins the NCAA tournament every year is the best team?
Unfortunately, I think you have to concede that.
No, you don't.
I don't think you think
I
it.
mean, it's
I
just
think
if-
you're.
if-
This
if-
is an RJ time. We got him.
If he's just saying this, like, you know, you default to that because as the years go by, you never really remember,
Sure.
right? Who was in the national title game in college basketball this year? You go ahead.
Florida and Houston.
Florida.
There you go. But it took you a second. Like you forget. Sometimes you forget, right? So I get that, but so it's an easy way to. It's an
What is
easy
the point of
baseline to
playing the
default.
games then if the outcome doesn't matter to you?
For
No,
entertainment? That's the reason.
No, here's the thing. You are the champion. You get the title. You're the world champ. Everything else. Like there is.
But there's context.
Yeah, but I
Okay,
mean, like
I get you
over
on
the
that.
course of like 4 months, you
Okay.
can't just throw it out because of one day.
I hear you, and I'm not throwing it all the way out because I said they are a great team. But the idea that a team that didn't even win their championship is the best of the past 25 years, I can't abide by that.
Sure.
I can't put them ahead of Seattle.
Okay, that's a fine argument if you're talking about I think NBA or Major League Baseball,
When there's a series
where you've got a series and it gets fleshed out. Like as much as I hate to say it, like. I mean, the league stole it, but like Miami beat Dallas in 06 in 6 games. Like
your
they
argument would
got
say
all
that
the different.
your
opportunities.
argument would say that Buster Douglas is a better boxer than Mike Tyson.
Boy, I'm listening to an interview with Jim Lampley right now, and he said if you go back and you look at Tyson's previous like 6 fights, he goes, look, obviously it's revisionist. Tyson never should have been 42-1, and Buster was absolutely the wrong person for him to fight. It's kind of crazy how that happened.
All right, so move on to what Bobby
and I would
wanted
take
to argue,
issue with that description as well.
because it's just so individual.
No, because that person gets to continue their career. Like the exact 2007 New England Patriots couldn't continue in 08, 09, but like Buster Douglas could continue his exact career arc, so could Mike Tyson. Like I hear y'all's arguments, and you're right.
Thank you. Just
There we
stop
go.
right
all
there.
right, we're good. We're right. All right, so
But it can't be number one.
The KNC Masterpiece, we're asking about which Cowboys team is the best one since 2000. And this is based on the Barnwell list, but so specifically just narrowed down to the Cowboys, which right off the top, best Cowboys team of the last 25 years, or since you've been here.
No,
Who is it?
I want y'all's answer. 'Cause
14
I
or
know his
16, who was a
answer.
better team?
14 or 16?
The DeMarco year or Dak's rookie year with Zeke?
DeMarco.
Chop.
I mean, 07 is the best team in my since I've moved here in '98. 07 is by far the best team. Then 14.
And you said?
I said I thought it was 14.
I thought you picked 16. Alec
no.
picked 16.
Yeah, I said 14.
They picked 14. They were not even talking about 07. Here's the thing. The 07 team, which Choppy was here working it, You were out there, I assume, at Valley Ranch every day around that time. That team, compared to every other team the Cowboys have rolled out there over the last 25 years, is so disgustingly better than any team that they have had. It's ridiculous.
Can I take issue with the way you have framed that we didn't even consider them? I said I think the most viable options are 14, 7, and 16. Those were my top three Cowboys teams of the past 25 years. Now, I know you have another one to throw in there, but I'm just saying, me personally, I don't like the idea that I didn't consider them because they were one of the top three.
Sure. But, like, it's so easy.
Okay, tell me more about that.
That it's them, because the two teams we're talking about, 14 and 16, that you're lumping them in with, those were bad defenses. In 16, they had a 3-game stretch. I'm trying to remember when it was. They had a 3-game stretch in 16 that was the most passing yards allowed by an NFL team over a 3-week period in the post-AFL league.
Yeah.
They were awful defensively. And to your point, they didn't even win a playoff game, so they couldn't qualify.
Right.
Because by that standard that we had for the Patriots, that team would be eliminated, right? All of them who didn't win a playoff game.
That team won 2 playoff games.
That team won 1, the 14 team.
No, I'm saying that Patriots.
But the 14 team, again, the same sort of thing. That defense was bad. They were 15th. They were 15th in points allowed. They were 19th in yards allowed. I know I heard Corey yesterday saying, well, and if they would have gotten that ruling, if Dez catches it, they win that game, and they're probably going to the Super Bowl. And it's like, they still would have had to have stopped Aaron Rodgers, which they didn't do immediately after Dez caught it.
Yeah, and so I understand that logic. I was just going to say, RJ, and I think you'll probably agree with me on this. I think I have learned, and no, because we disagree. I think you'll agree because we disagree. One of the things that I've really learned, kind of going over this in the past 4 days, 3 days, I think we just have differences of how close you really were or what makes you great or whatever.
Yeah.
And I will admit, I think we differ on that. And that's why I can't put Patriots number 1 because they didn't win the Super Bowl. But for this example, I think about that 14 team playing a better Green Bay team. And if they would have made that catch, you're right, they still would have had to stop it defensively. But then I think about that 07 team that had already trounced the Giants twice, but then when the game was on the line,
that's the bad take alarm that just went off for Kevin.
Yeah, I'll say this:
they couldn't handle it.
One of the number one reasons why I think 07, first of all, they still had so much remnants of. They had all the good from Bill still left in them.
It was the perfect mix.
And then they had the good from Wade, where it was we could relax. But also, the 2014 offensive line was talent, skill-wise, better. There was a nastiness to that 07 O-line. I guarantee you, if you were to ask a defensive lineman, who would you rather go against? They would say we would much rather go against 2014. You could probably walk the next day against the 2014 line. You play that 2007 line, you probably have a snapped finger. Colombo would just gouge you in the eye. Leonard Davis, he would probably bite you. They were so nasty. That was probably the meanest collection of 5 people I've ever seen.
Would you agree?
And they're good guys. They're just mean on the field.
Would you agree that 2014 though was a better version, a more realized version of Tony Romo?
Yes. If you're just telling me this is the offense, I'm taking 2014's offense maybe above any of the other teams.
I loved Tony Romo's mastery of finally understanding how he wins and wins and wins and wins with that team by not doing too much and letting DeMarco Murray do a lot. But I get you. It is both sides of the ball. I don't think your argument is crazy. I said 14.
Here's the thing. 07, they had 14 Pro Bowlers.
What's crazier, him not crowning the 07 team or Pat's 07 not number 1 last 25 years?
Oh, it's probably to me, New England was so far above every other team I've seen in 25 years. It is. I hate, as much as people hated that team and everything else that they stood for. I hate that they weren't able to cap off what should have been the greatest season we had ever seen.
The real joke in all this, by the way, is that there was no Cowboy team on the actual
and that's actually why we started to do that, because I was kind of sad.
Do you think one of those should have been on there?
Well, now I need to say 07, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there an instant team that jumps out choppy that any of these Cowboy teams was better than?
07 team.
The 07 was really good, but we're talking about the best 25 teams. The amount of times, there's Patriot teams that weren't on here that should be on here. There's
a lot of Patriot teams
there's
on there.
there's I mean, some of those Bend Steeler teams weren't even on here. Like that needed to be on there.
That 07 Cowboys team was better than probably half the teams that have won the Super Bowl in the last 25 years.
Woo!
They were
good.
Great. And the one
really
that we don't have time to get into all of it, the one you neglected that I can't believe didn't even get mentioned, the 22 Cowboys were great. But, like, in terms of it, like, to me, they're not great, but, like, in terms of relative to what they're, the 22 Cowboys to me are better than 14 and 16.
Was that the middle 12-5 season?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the year where they beat Tampa Bay.
Below
below 500 Tampa Bay? Gotcha.
With Kevin Hagelin. Give it up for Hagee showing up and giving us two golden segments that justifies him missing or being late to cross.
I think I can make it.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, guys.
Kevin Hagelin in Richardson, 300 North Greenville, Firehouse #1, brought to you by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. 1 hour left. The Texas Rangers have made a move. We'll have it to kick off the final hour of the program. Get on out here and say what's up. Sean and RJ from Richardson continues on The Fan.
Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully you're getting it wherever you are listening here from DFW Sports Station on the road with the entire squad back together again. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt back from San Antonio vacation. We got Kevin Walker and Aiden back in the studio. Thanks to Kevin Hagelin from the KNC Masterpiece for joining us out here in Richardson. Firehouse, number 1, 300 North Greenville Ave, brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Whataburger, and Firehouse Movers. John Heyman tweeting that the Texas Rangers are making a move. Rowdy Tellez is coming up to join them.
The Girthquake.
Is that his nickname?
It is now.
It fit.
The Girthquake.
You didn't steal that?
No. It's
phenomenal nickname.
The Girthquake, baby. So I was like, all right, what did Rowdy do?
He's listed at 6'4", 270.
Yeah, he's like Nick Tarnasky. He's like the guy that threw the dude in the pond.
Bang, bang,
bang, bang. So I was like, Rowdy was in the news last year.
This guy looks like Bam Bam Bigelow.
Yeah, he does. What did he do? This is the guy who was 4 at-bats shy of a $250,000 bonus, and the Pirates cut him.
Oh.
Just at bats?
At bats. He was 4 at-bats shy. One game of a $250,000 bonus, and the Pirates cut him. So
opposite of the Rangers, giving Evaldi $100K.
The opposite of the Rangers. So he is he was one of the Mariners' offseason moves this year. You know, they wound up moving away from him. But here he is.
When they said calling up, I thought we were like this was a prospect.
No, yeah, Rangers signed him to a minor league deal, and then they Berger on the injured list, I guess. So they're going to call him up.
He hit 35 home runs in 2022.
Yeah.
He hit 21 in his second year in the league. He's been in the league since 2018. He hit 21 home runs. He hit 35 home runs in 22. And then the last 3 years, 13, 13, and 11.
Is this now the heaviest roster in Major League Baseball? Jake Berger is like 240. Rocker's 245. Corbin's like 230. And Tellez is 270. This has got to be like the pudgiest team in baseball.
Yeah, Rocker's not pudgy.
No,
Rocker's
he's not.
Just
but Rocker's
absolute
just, right. Yeah,
unit.
That's why I said heaviest at first. But yeah, Berger, Tellez, a little bit of Corbin. Like that's a little pudgy.
Tellez is like kind of like the lighter Daniel Vogelbach.
Sure.
Who was he played for the Brewers. He played for, I think, Seattle. He was a mammoth human being. And Rowdy is kind of in that same vein. You can't really tell the difference in the two.
All right, so there's a Ranger move that took place. Let's shout out some Tolos that have dropped in with the crazy turnout this morning in Richardson. Lance in Richardson, Justin in Irving, diehard Ranger fan, and Chase in Richardson as well.
Yeah, we also got Jessica and Alex in Richardson. Jessica, it's actually her birthday today, happy birthday to Jessica. And then Tolo, Steve, and Alan also just dropped by. So it's been a good turnout, and we crushed G-Bag once again, every single time with the merch. That's what we do.
We move merch. We move merch.
Phil Mickelson with his best open start since 2016. As RJ, we're leaving the garage, he goes, of course, one of the 4 days a year we're doing a show outside the studio. There's live sports going on.
Yeah, and it's outside the studio, right? So Phil is 1 under par. He finished with the opening round 70. He is tied for 10th. How about the guys tied for 10th? Holy cow. Phil, Rahm, Scheffler, J.J. Spawn, Justin Leonard, remember him? Brian Harmon, who won the British 2 years ago. Those are all tied at 1 under. You got a good group at even par. Shane Lowry and Xander, Lee Westwood, Sergio, Ricky Fowler, all 2 under par. So it's a decent leaderboard at the top of the Open Championship.
Well, speaking of golf, I want to get mature here for a second.
No, I hate that.
I want to get philosophical and play the Scotty Scheffler audio that has gone viral. Scotty Scheffler, DFW's very own, best golfer in the game right now, was at the podium, and he was just asked or trying himself to put things in perspective of winning versus life, and this went viral.
I think it's kind of funny. I think, I think I said something after the Byron this year about, like, it feels like you work your whole life to celebrate winning a tournament for, like, a few minutes. It only lasts a few minutes, that kind of euphoric feeling. And to win the Byron Nelson Championship at home, I literally worked my entire life to become good at golf, to have an opportunity to win that tournament. And you win it, you celebrate, get to hug my family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. And then it's like, okay, now what are we going to eat for dinner? Life goes on. Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because it's literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think is a pretty cool feeling. To get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? This is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of, like, the deepest, places of your heart. There's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to number 1 in the world, and then they're like, what's the point? And I really do believe that, because what is the point? You're like, why do I want to win this tournament so bad? That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. It's like showing up at the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? Why do I want to win the Open Championship so badly? I don't know, because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes. And then we're going to get to the next week, and it's going to be like, hey, you won 2 majors this year. How important is it for you to win the FedEx Cup playoffs? And it's just like, we're back here again, So we really do. We work so hard for such little moments. And, I'm kind of a sicko. I love putting in the work. I love being able to practice. I love getting out to live out my dreams. But at the end of the day, sometimes I just don't understand the point.
There's so much there. First, I didn't realize. I mean, I knew he was young. I didn't realize this. This is some perspective.
Reitman came in a commercial break yesterday, and he's just like, he looked like his world had been flipped upside down. He said, I don't know the meaning of life. I don't. Scotty Scheffler, he has me rethinking everything. You got to go. I'm gonna tweet out Reitman's hockey photos yesterday. He sent me
my God.
As well. They're amazing. He went and played rec hockey league.
First off, it's hilarious to hear Scotty Scheffler talk like that and then realize he is 3 months older than Peyton Russell. just for some context. If you had an idea of like where those two are at in life.
3 months.
June of 1996. Peyton was September of 96.
Wow.
But okay, so the first thing that stands out to me is this is that era of athlete. Like we've talked about, like the days of Kobe and Jordan, and that like I want to win at all costs. I will step all over everybody. Like that's not this newer generation. A lot of times it's been the European basketball players that have come over here.
They've been like that, yeah.
Like Jokic, Wemby, Giannis, they all have gone viral at different points for saying things like, "Look, this isn't the thing that matters most, right? Like life is what matters most," and being completely serious about it, not just any sort of like platitude or whatever. So that makes sense.
But Tiger and Kobe and Jordan, that's why we've lapped all these other countries.
Look, I mean, like
leaving them in the dust.
That's honestly to me.
That's
the
why
most,
we're tariffing them, not the other way around.
That is the most exciting thing.
Jackass.
No, he's not. He's an elephant. That's the most exciting thing. That is the most exciting thing about Cooper Flagg, to be honest, is all these stories about him being competitive.
Yeah,
like all world
Well, I don't think
competitive. I like.
This doesn't mean to me Scotty's not competitive. You know, it's easy to say a lot of this stuff after you've won an S-ton.
Oh,
that
I'm
Scottie
sorry.
Scheffler
So after
has.
you won, hang on, I'm checking my notes. $104 million in 2024.
It reminded me. What it reminded me of was last year before the start of the season. It reminded me of the Chiefs. Where you remember we read that story where it's like, what are you guys aiming for this year? And like their answer was like, we just want to have more fun.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, like, yeah, you guys have won so much. Like now, what are your goals?
Right.
To win more fun?
You know what Scottie Scheffler needs to do? He needs a new schedule maker. He needs to distance out his tournaments. So that way, after he plays the Masters, he doesn't step foot on a golf course. I don't know. Is the next major 2 weeks after that, unfortunately? Is there 3?
Well,
stop playing the little mini tournaments. No offense to the Byron-esque tournaments in other states because he's a Texas guy. Take off 3 weeks to enjoy it and sit back if you're having such a hard time with it. We all go through this. When we get a good ratings book on a Monday, it'll last us probably for the rest of the day if it's good. If it's bad, it'll linger longer.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it's on to the next show. You got to prepare for the next show. Like, I'm guilty of this. You don't smell any roses, I tell myself, until really, like, I'm on vacation for a week or I'm retired.
Yeah.
You're caught up in the moment. So take off some more time if you're having a hard time enjoying it. And I'm not criticizing Scheffler. A lot of people are praising him for a phenomenal, great, fantastic life perspective. But I was surprised to hear that he actually still loves the prep. When he's like, why am I doing this? Why am I trying to win? He still loves the grind.
Well, you have to love the grind to be able to get to even get to the PGA Tour. Basic's dad is Lucas' pitching coach.
Well,
and he told him something the other day. He was like, Billy Martin, who was his manager with the Rangers, said, "Bore yourself to the major leagues."
It's a good line.
What does that mean?
You mean you bore yourself
details
with the details and the practice and the boring stuff, and then you wake up one day and you're in the big leagues, and you just bored yourself to the major leagues.
Francisco Lindor gave a quote at the All-Star break that also had people deep in their feels. He said, "I'm not motivated, I'm disciplined."
It's a Tyson line, too.
And some people are like, oh, my God, what a phenomenal philosophy. Discipline's more important than motivation. Other people are like, what? You're a multi-million-dollar on the New York Mets. You're not motivated. Screw you. That's why the Mets started struggling. So 2 philosophical quotes in this segment.
Yeah, and Scotty also, when you think about it, he kind of just restated in a different way the line, the journey is the reward. He was talking about, like, you build up for all this, and then once you get it, it's a little like, oh, but it's done?
Yeah.
Like the reward was all that work to that moment that was the crescendo,
Yeah.
and then it's over, and then you go to the next thing.
Yep. 877-881-1053. So DFW's very own Scottie Scheffler being very, very reflective as the British Open round 1 is taking place. Crosstalk with K&C at 9:40, but Bobby said this was the thing he missed the most while he was out. The final top 10 list of today's NFL players. Did any Cowboys come close to cracking the cornerback
Andrew Booth
list? And we'll have our final music concert ticket giveaway of the day next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist Stone Store.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to Sean and RJ. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix every day at 9:20, except when the great Brett Boone joins us. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboy insider back from vacation, Bobby Belt, on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. We got more Tolos coming out, Anitra in Dallas. We had John in Plano, and then one of our top Tolos ever. Oh, and Jake Reedman showed up after hearing us talk about his hockey night in the Metroplex, not Hockey Night in America. So Reetma showing up, talking to Ruben, who's running the show out here. And then Tolo Trey is one of the top seeds, always sending stories, hilarious comments. He had a suggestion for Julian, RJ's son, who ran up $500 to $600 in video game charges without Choppy knowing.
Yeah.
And he wanted to go back old school.
Yeah, we had just talked about Mike Tyson in the last break with the discipline. He wanted to go back to Mac from Tyson's Punch-Out with me riding the bike behind him, running down the street.
He said, make him do wall sits.
Make him do wall sits. $1 for every minute. It's could be 500 minutes. I mean, how many hours is that, Bobby? 500 minutes?
It's a lot.
It's
like
a
30
lot of
hours and hours.
30. It's not 30 hours, but maybe it is. I don't know. But it's a lot of time. And, I don't know what we're going to do. Because here's the thing. If I make him do chores, I just have to follow him around and fix what he didn't do.
Right.
So if I make him mow the lawn, that means that I have to go re-mow what he just mowed.
Janice said you can't take away his phone.
No, she's fine with the phone.
Oh, phone. Okay, last
she doesn't
week of
want
summer
to
vacation.
take away the last week of summer vacation. And I had a reminder of the date. I was like, he doesn't go back for like a month.
Yeah.
School. Like we got plenty of time.
We got plenty of time. All right, before we get to the final top 10 list of the NFL offseason from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, coaches, scouts, executives, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. 877-881-1053. We're going to do it again. Caller 10 wins 2 tickets to the Thuggish Ruggish Mafia tour, courtesy of Live Nation at Dos Equis Pavilion on Thursday, September 25th. Again, that's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
The corner back list is out. I'm turning my computer on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube so the guys cannot cheat.
All right.
By the way, the most stunning thing for the Cowboys on these lists, did you hear us talk about Overshown? Overshown came in at 7 or 8 on the, I think it was outside, off the ball linebacker list.
Well, I would have
7 or 8, Bobby.
I wouldn't have even expected him to be an honorable mention. I mean, he's good.
Yeah.
I like it, but I did not expect him to be up there that high.
Best corner in the league is who?
Surtain.
I would say Surtain.
It is. You are correct. Highest ranking, obviously 1. Lowest ranking was 4. And last year, he was also number 1. Wow. Back-to-back years at 1. He got 90% of the first place votes.
Would have been a Cowboy if he was there.
Would have been a Cowboy.
He would have been, Toby.
Complete package, quote from an AFC exec: size, speed, good tackler, good ball skills, smart and instinctive, frequently shadowed the opposing number 1, but showed no drop-off in his play as a result. Number 2.
Are they going to go with Sauce?
No.
Stingley.
It is Derek Stingley from the armpit. Highest ranking. By the way, the lowest ranking someone gave Surtain was 4. Lowest ranking someone gave Stingley was 4.
Surprised anybody would even give him 4, to be honest. Like anybody around. He's one of those guys that I would just figure would be 1 or 2 for everybody.
Which one?
Surtain.
Yeah. Stingley got a first place vote. And now he's one of the highest paid corners at $30 million a year. Best ball skills in the league, in my opinion, said an NFC personnel evaluator. Some of the interceptions and tracking the ball in the air, it's rare. And final NFC assistant coach said he's physical, a lot thicker than he looks. Don't clip that. Movement skills, explosive. He has always had this in his game. Just had a slow start to his career due to injury. Number 3.
Well, if they gave Tyreek number 3, they might probably gave Ramsey number 3 here.
No.
It's not Sauce.
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Denzel Ward.
It is Denzel Ward. Did you cheat and look at this list?
No.
Denzel Ward is 10th on PFF.
Denzel Ward's highest ranking was 2. Lowest ranking, unranked. And last year, he was at number 2.
He had 17 forced incompletions last year. That's actually pretty good.
He's not for everybody. He's a little guy. So a lot of people who are worried about size think he gets picked on.
You guys have not named number 4 yet.
Trent McDuffie.
Good job. Bobby Belt's on fire. Highest ranking was 3.
Don't look at my list, cheater.
Lowest ranking was 10. Sauce is 5. He just got paid, just like Garrett Wilson. Highest ranking 3 for Sauce. Lowest ranking, unranked. Last year he was 3. Number 6.
You go, Chop.
Jalen?
No.
No, Jalen Johnson.
Oh, no.
Marlon Humphrey.
No.
Christian Benford.
Kind of close.
Christian Gonzalez.
There you go. Christian Gonzalez. Highest ranking, someone put him 1.
That was the player I was most in love with a couple years ago when he was coming out. He is such a freak.
Lowest ranking unranked. A veteran NFL assistant said, I think Gonzo is the next great one. Skills, patience, length, closest thing to Surtain. Smooth, big athlete, travels a lot, can match up against the best guy.
If you're talking tools, like grown in a lab type of football play, he, as a cornerback, is like everything you want.
This is Jeremy Fowler, the cornerback list, top 10 in today's NFL, according to the scouts, the players, and the executives. Number 7.
Nobody we've named?
Nope.
Wow.
J.C. Horn.
Bam! Boom! Highest ranking 3rd, lowest ranking unranked. We had some Cowboy talks about him in the past. NFC evaluator, his only thing is his health. Can play inside and out, urgent and physical in the run game.
Wow,
So,
he was
there you go.
25th in PFF.
RJ's guy, Jalen Johnson, number 8 from the Chicago Bears. Number 9.
Number 9.
What is that from, by the way?
Beatles song.
Okay.
Byron Murphy.
No.
Charvarius Ward.
No.
Deron Bland.
Nope.
Jair Alexander.
Nope. NFC East.
NFC East.
Slay?
Nope.
Cooper DeJean.
Is Slay still in the East?
No. I think he left, did he not? Yeah. Is it Cooper?
No.
Quinyon Mitchell.
Yep. Quinyon Mitchell. Highest
Overrated.
ranking was 5, and someone had him unranked. Youngest player on this list turns 24 tomorrow.
Oh, good for him.
God.
No, a young fella. That's always nice to hear that the NFC says young, super highly regarded players in it, and they're not on the Cowboys.
Darius Slay is on the Steelers, so right state, Bobby. And then we have number 10 coming in. Have not named him NFC.
DJ Reed?
No.
Brian Branch.
No. NFC West. I don't think
Witherspoon.
There you go. Devon Witherspoon, highest ranking 5, lowest ranking unranked. Honorable mentions: Jalen Ramsey, Marlon Humphrey.
That's disrespectful to Marlon Humphrey.
Yeah.
Someone said he's the best. He's best in the slot at this age, but he's such a natural in there, very disruptive, and can get the ball and physical.
He reminds me of Darren Woodson.
Woo!
It's so good. I think
So
Marlon
he's not going to make the Hall of Fame either?
Probably not. He didn't even make the top 10. So
Byron Murphy, honorable mention. A.J. Terrell, L'Jarius Sneed, and Trayvon Diggs.
Well,
how about that?
How do you do?
From an NFL coordinator. I think he's made improvements as a corner. He's always had the ball skills. Discipline is a little bit better. The injuries are now the primary concern.
wrong corner. Wrong Cowboys corner.
You thought that Deron was going to be on here? He did get a vote. He got a past honorable mention vote.
He's better than Diggs. Like, to me, Bland was hurt last year, so I think a lot of people he's kind of slipped the mind, but those first 2 years where he was healthy, he was the first year he was really good relative to being a rookie. The second year should have been in contention for Defensive Player of the Year.
There's one list we did not get to, breaking news or something or other the other day, and that's the tight ends. All right? So
those tight ends.
Let's go ahead and name number 1. Last list.
George Kittle.
Shut up. You lost that argument years ago.
Is it still stupid Travis Kelce?
No.
Okay.
Brock Bowers?
My boy that Bobby gave me the tip on after the pool party, sitting upstairs, drunk fantasy football drafting, and I was like, let's go get Bowers. Maybe he said it. I don't remember. I was drunk. Brock Bowers, crushed. Number 1, lowest ranking 7. Why are you laughing?
Because just out of context, the words you were using in succession were not really good.
Number 2.
Kittle.
It is Kittle. You think it should be Kittle too, Choppy? Why'd you guess him?
I have no idea.
Highest
Honestly, PFF had number 1.
Okay, we're going with it. All right. Highest ranking 1, lowest ranking was 4. Lowest ranking someone gave Bowers was 7.
Ooh.
Number 3, Bobby.
Let's go Travis Kelce.
No.
Trey McBride.
No.
Laporta.
Bobby wrong. RJ right. Highest ranking 2 for Laporta. Lowest ranking 8. Last year came in at number 4. Number 4 is Trey McBride, Arizona. Highest ranking 1. Lowest ranking 10th. 5 is Kelsey. Highest ranking he got on here was 4. Lowest ranking unranked. Last year he was 1. But look, we all saw the fall off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you betting on a bounce back for him?
Not unless
Has he broken up?
hair.
Has he broken up with Taylor yet?
Yeah, that hair is bad. Number 6.
Someone that has not been named.
Dallas Goedert.
Nope.
Jonnu Smith.
Nope.
Hawkinson.
Nope. AFC. Wrong type of goat.
Mark Andrews.
Yep. Mark Andrews, highest ranking 3, lowest ranking unranked. He was number 3 on last year's list. 7 is Hawkinson. 8 is, I don't think you named him. AFC.
Kincaid?
No.
AFC.
Plays with someone that we just named the team of.
Wow, that's broad.
Likely.
There you go.
Isaiah Likely.
Isaiah Likely, highest ranking 5, lowest ranking unranked. Goddard 9, Njoku at.
Wait, imagine Lamar's been asking for a wide receiver for decades. They give him 2 top 10 tight ends.
Honorable mentions: Dalton Kincaid, Freiermuth, Hunter Henry, Evan Ingram, Cole Kmet, Jake Ferguson. Wow. On the honorable mention, a coordinator said, quote, excellent blocker and receiver, needs to get Dak back in the worst way. Jonnu Smith, honorable mention. And after the honorable mention, the brothers have shown up. The Wells boys. Dalton Schultz beneath Jake Ferguson on this list.
I know Dalton had a year that was down last year. I will say this.
I'm taking Schultz.
Dalton has had several years that I would take over what Ferguson is right now.
Oh, I agree. Although, when you say it like that, you're making it sound like Ferguson is fading. He's not fading in terms of ability.
Ferguson is a big question to me this upcoming year. But, I do think that, it's not just he was banged up last year. I want to make sure we didn't get fool's gold.
Let's see if Kevin Hagelin has made it back for Crosstalk when we discuss with the KNC Masterpiece final segment from Richardson Firehouse number 1 right after this.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Dave.
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Equinox and more, visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Did Kevin Hagelin make it back for Crosstalk in studio after joining us out here, Firehouse number 1 in Richardson? Here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Shout out to Gabe in North Garland, who just rolled out, said he was listening since the old days, the old format with Jagger.
Long time ago.
The Mafia.
Long time ago.
He was dropping Pugs and Kelly.
Yep.
Rage.
Russ, yep. I mean, all that stuff.
Yep.
Just, he dropped the new school name on us.
Did he say Liz Wild? Did he drop that on you?
He did not. But
okay.
When I hear the new school name, I know, man, you've been around for a while.
Yes. Thanks to everyone who rolled out. Incredible turnout. And thanks to Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. The Sean and RJ tumblers are gone.
And this is the most amazing thing I've seen all day,
Yep.
which is Cassie coming out here with 3 very little kids. We got Maya, who's 4 years old. Brooks is almost 2. And then there's Josiah that she's carrying with her. He's 2 months. So that's 3 4 and under.
My wife would look at that in absolute awe.
It's impressive.
And she would never, ever come out in public with all 3 like that. We wouldn't be able to do it.
And look, they're like completely well ahead. They're just chilling, man.
I know.
We got to find out what the elixir is.
That's probably like what I tried to give Avon.
Keep some hot toddy.
That backfired on me. All right, let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Oh, one of the fan cam names here is Pats weren't the best. Is that
I'm
Kevin?
here, baby.
There he is. Why am I not seeing anyone else?
The camera on my computer, the work computer, doesn't work, but Corey's here too.
All right, I'm not seeing Corey. Are
He's
you seeing
here.
Corey?
Yeah, so you got to click the view up there.
Oh,
and
God,
you got
no,
to change it to gallery.
Is he wearing
I also have to join meetings.
sleeves?
I got to join meeting too.
There
That's
he
something I
is.
got to do. So that was probably important too.
You got to join what?
I had to join the videos thing.
What's coming up on the show?
Oh, Sean, it's going to be a day. We have a combo platter, National Lottery Day. We're giving the lottery away. Is that what I'm understanding here?
Not necessarily. I was
Okay.
going to say, give us a sports opinion and what's your favorite game of chance?
Yeah, I heard the other day you're not supposed to play the big lottery anymore because we have a 0.08% chance.
That's right.
Chop, is that what it was?
That's right.
Of
That's right.
actually winning in Texas. So I heard that on the Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton show, but that's something I do know about Kevin. When we leave to Oxnard on Monday, we will land. He will stop at a gas station or a grocery store and immediately buy 2 or 10 scratch-off tickets. That is Kevin's favorite thing. He loves the scratch-offs.
Isn't that a really dumb move?
That seems like the least Kevin Hagelin move of all time. Somebody who's not playing the math probabilities and being wasteful with money.
Wait, the math probabilities, though, 1 out of every 3.7 of those scratch-offs wins.
But think about like the return and what somebody like Hagelin would normally think of a return on that.
Right, yeah, you're going to, at best, break even.
Wait, Kevin, so the claiming it doesn't have to take place for what you get, like being in the state to get it?
Yeah, no, you can mail those tickets in, but I usually spend about $20 because I hear what you guys are saying about the odds, and statistically, you're right. I just really like the different games they have. Like
he uses it as entertainment.
Yeah, like in one state they have the Pac-Man game, and then I really like to play like the various like bingo and crosswords. So even if I lose, I still think it's fun.
Yeah, it's his
Big
in-app
fan
purchases.
of the bingo ones.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Let's take notes here. I'm going to tell my wife it's not gambling. I'm just, I
Playing the
do
game.
It's like a collectible.
It's like an in-app purchase.
Yeah, look, it's no different than
Stop
sports cards. I've bought plenty of sports cards over the years where I was like, "Whoa, that was not a good value choice." And I said,
Did you guys watch or hear the clips from Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs?
Okay.
I've told Kevin this many times. Shane Gillis makes fun of everybody, and I appreciate that. And that's why I was into this. I was like, yes, there he goes again doing his thing. I like it. Because we watch Tires on
For sure.
Netflix. And
That's a
Netflix,
fun show.
It's a fun show for sure.
What What was y'all's favorite joke, or do you have audio to rattle through them all?
I want to play some audio.
Okay.
and judge your reactions on the fan cam on the inappropriate scale.
Inappropriate scale.
So we'll go ahead and play it, Kevin. This is Shane Gillis last night hosting the ESPYs.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro. And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble. Joe Rogan actually wanted me to be here to host this award show so that I could capture Adam Silver because Joe thinks he's an alien. And Donald Trump wanted me to be here to capture Juan Soto for the same reason.
That's a funny joke.
It's an alien joke. Wait, who booed up there, dude? Shut up. Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. Dang. No, you don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that. The New York Knicks had a great season. Yeah, hell yeah.
This is bad.
Karl Anthony Towns is here. Hey, girl.
That's so good.
George Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl. Definitely not nepotism, right? All right. It's a big year for the WNBA. I love Caitlin Clark. Kate, yeah, hell yeah.
This is my favorite one.
Caitlin Clark, she and I have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes.
The next one's worse.
There you go. Lighten up a little. This is not serious. We'll see about this one. When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women. There's one thing I want to say before I get out of here. This is a dumb joke. You guys aren't going to like it, but it was, it's just a Norm Macdonald joke that I loved when he hosted the ESPYs, and I'm going to do it now. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy this year. He's the first defensive player since Charles Woodson to win the Heisman. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, winning the Heisman. That's something they can never take away from you, unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case they can take that away from you. Well, see, a lot of you don't like me, and that's okay.
So there it is.
It's strong.
I didn't hear that one.
Yeah. I loved it. The joke about what him and Caitlin Clark have in common.
Yeah.
I thought was amazing. But then I went out of my way to listen to the reaction about the Caitlin Clark Waffle House one because USA Today, which they've definitely picked a side, they said that joke hit with a thud. And when you listen to the reaction, it doesn't sound like it hit with a thud. It sounds like lots of people enjoyed that joke.
It's a solid. If you can't appreciate the humor, and this is why comedy isn't for everybody. Some people can't appreciate dark humor, some can. I thought the best joke, we didn't even play it, was the one where he's talking about his best friend's wife.
I didn't hear it.
Kev, it's cut 22. I'm sorry, no. Cut 23. This is his best joke about his best friend.
Four-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players.
That's the best one. That's the best
That
one.
is the best one.
That's so good.
You're right.
Holy crap. I looked at Corey and I go, I don't know who that is. Holy crap.
Only Reggie didn't find that funny.
Yeah, right.
Because
That was the best. Yeah, so they flash to this woman, and everyone, applauding. Yes, that's not a player. That's not a player.
I'm just messing with you.
That's really strong. I will say I did not like the first Caitlin Clark joke because it's just not accurate because she hasn't been making any threes at all this year.
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, man.
That 27% shooting percentage is sweet.
Hey, before she had the hammy or groin, she was 40%.
Hey,
then she went 1 for 23.
Kevin, let's
on her way out.
Kevin, let's play 27 as he was. Did you guys hear I didn't know if this was real. I saw enough to where I guess I came around to retweeting it, and it wasn't that big of a deal. Did y'all hear the clip of Belichick on the beach, apparently? I think Jordan Hudson. Play that one first, Kev. This is Jordan Hudson, I think, off her Instagram account. This was like Belichick trying to play around with her on the beach.
Punch buggy, no punch back.
What? Oh. There's a video. Belichick's hand is like tapping your leg, and he's going, no punch buggy.
Blue punch buggy, no punch back.
It sounded like AI Belichick. I think it's real. Play it again, Kevin. I think it's real.
Punch buggy, no punch back.
Oh.
What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Is that a thing?
It's like
Wait, do
slug.
you guys know? Does everyone know this?
It's like slug bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know that, but
and
like, why did she
Touchbacks.
react like that?
Choppy, you don't know punch bug, no punch back?
I know the one where you see a Volkswagen bug.
Yeah, it's called slug bug.
Slug bug.
Okay.
I know that one.
And then Shane Gillis had to have a little Belichick fun.
A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime. They do. They read The Very Horny Caterpillar.
Oh, my God.
The Little Engine That Could But Needed a Pill First. And, of course, the classic Goodnight Boobs. That's my favorite one. Also, I'm not trashing Bill Belichick. First off, he's 73 years old and he's dating a hot 24-year-old, and people are criticizing him. What happened to this country? It used to be a great country. He won 6 Super Bowls. Yeah. He's dating a hot 24-year-old. Maybe if you guys won 6 Super Bowls, you wouldn't be sitting next to a fat, ugly dog wife.
Jeez.
They let me do it. I don't. Disney, they allowed that.
The other
So
thing,
there
too,
it is.
Bobby, we agree, like, most of Shane Gillis's humor is in his face when he does the...
I love what he does like throughout that thing where he's like, they wrote it. Like, I can tell y'all don't like me. Like those little ad-libs throughout it are always so funny.
That's good.
All right, let's turn it over to the fellas. Hagelin, thanks for coming on out.
Yeah.
Thanks to all the amazing Tolos, Whataburger, Firehouse Movers, Fraser Roofs, and Gutters. We're back tomorrow morning. The KNC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. We're going to kick things off today with, if the Rangers do become sellers, which players are untouchable? And we're going to do that with myself, Kevin Hageland. Oh, man! Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing?
My ratings start in 20 seconds.
Okay, Alec, are you doing better than me? And can I give a friendly bit of advice to people who are driving?
I think I'm doing great. I don't know if I'm doing better than you because
Probably
you
then.
got to go hang out at the firehouse. You know,
No, that's
pretty
true.
cool.
It's what happened on the way back from the firehouse that really has
I can
me
now
rattled.
officially start working. It is 10 o'clock.
Welcome. Nice to have
I
you.
have checked in and
how's it going,
stamped in
man?
or whatever it's called now. I'm doing great. Thank you, guys.
How come
Glad to be here.
crosstalk doesn't count?
You know, Kevin, I'm a complex fellow.
That is so true.
That's a way to put it.
All right, so driving up because they were off of Greenville in Richardson, so it's pretty much it's a straight shot back up 75 to get to our studio. I'm driving on 75, living my life, just trying to get to the studio so I can see you fine gentlemen get ready for crosstalk. This lady, and I have no idea why, because there wasn't like a major brake check or like stop down in front of her or whatever. She just decided that she needed to be in my lane. And she needed to be in my lane on the highway, driving at like, not 65, because it is still kind of rush hour, but still like, 45, 50 miles an hour, like at a pretty good pace. She needs to be in front of my lane, and she gets half of her car. Maybe it felt like 2 feet in front of me. In reality, it might have been more like 6 or 7, but it was like really close. And so I am going to like hit her because she's, taking her time, moving over into my lane, and she's about to hit me. I'm about to hit her. And so I move my car all the way to like the line of the lane, quickly look over to the left. Nobody is in like that exact spot on the left. And so I move all the way, or like I move halfway into that lane. And hopefully I didn't piss off a person behind me, because I was just trying to avoid what was going to be an accident. I was probably going to get hit from a couple of different sides. And then everything calms down. And I would like to tell you that I'm a better human. And I just moved about my day. And then everything was fine. That's not me. I was grateful, said a little mini prayer in my car. Thank God for letting that work out. But I was definitely looking at that car. And I was definitely tracking it. And about minute or two later, that lady is not right next to me, but she's like a few feet behind me in the lane to the right, and she is just staring into her phone. And I'm like, bitch, you almost hit me.
Oh my gosh.
Get off your phone. And so my simple request, Alec, is this.
That would be said to any person that would be on their phone.
Oh, yeah, if it was a guy.
Yeah.
For
No matter
sure.
what, yeah.
That was not a gendered insult. That's what I would have said no matter what. And so, first of all, I would hope people are not on their phone on the highway. But I would really, especially, definitely hope that if you almost hit somebody, then you wouldn't immediately be like, you know what I really have to do? Get back on my phone on the highway. That feels like a simple enough request.
I
no?
think that seems fine. Kevin, I've told you, I think over the last few months, it has felt like more people are oblivious on the road than usual. I'm just seeing more people turn out in front of people and stuff. And I'll tell you this happened to me. I don't know if this has ever happened to anybody else out there. I feel like it happened to my grandfather, maybe. Driving down to Galveston and back, I had about 3 situations that kind of went wrong. And I was thinking to myself, I have 4 more hours in this car. And then I started to kind of get a little anxiety about it, of like stressing about keeping my family safe in the car, because people just weren't willing to, they don't pay attention to the rules of the road.
Right.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you. We've already started to get some feedback on this topic. So I'm going to go ahead and throw out cut number 2 to start. If the Rangers are sellers, do you believe this player is untouchable?
DeGrom about to throw his 90th pitch.
and it results in a strikeout. That slider down and in, and Caratini swings over it. So for DeGrom, 8 strikeouts through 6. All of the outs here in the 6th via the strikeout.
From the 903, this is very fair. Or it's a fair thought. I will counter-argue. Kevin, I feel like you have more car stories than most. I'm starting to think it might be you. I hear you on that. I do. I have never been in an accident in my life where I was at fault. All right? Ever. And I think part of the issue is just who I am as a person. I probably pay too much close attention to nonsense because I'm always excited to tell a story about, oh my God, there's this guy at the ATM and he was like, kept dropping his card or whatever. Like I pay too much attention to nonsensical minutia in life, but yeah, wanted to throw that out for you. All right, Jacob deGrom.
So you've never had one that was been your fault.
I have.
You may have caused some that you don't know about.
No, the only.
Have you ever looked in the rear view and seen a wreck happen, Kevin? Yes or no?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like I would feel really bad if it was my fault. No, the reason why I said that is because part of the reason I talk about how many cars I've bought that Platinum Chevrolet is because 2 people on the highway have rear-ended me, and I wasn't trying to brake check them. Like I was like, oh my God, the people in front of me are slowing way down. I need to slow way down and potentially stop. And then my car was hit once when it was parked in front of my house.
It's just that idea that you see this on shows. It's
For
part
sure.
of a little bit
For
of
sure.
somebody that everything's happening behind them and they're clueless that it's happening.
Yes.
So they're just going on about their lives and they don't realize they were the reason. But I agree, Kevin. I've been in the car with you before.
And the only one that ever even went to like mediation is when I was 16. And my mom was so mad at me and she assumed it was my fault. And I understand why, because I was driving out of an Albertsons parking lot by where we live and somebody was cutting through the parking lot and hit me.
I hate that, dude.
And then she was like a regular adult, like we are now. And at the time I was 16 and I was like super nervous. And she goes, yeah, well, let's exchange insurance, but it's probably both of our faults. And in my head, I was like, how is this my fault? I was just driving down the road, like down the lane.
You hit me.
And so it like went to, I don't know, car mediation. I don't remember what it was. We had to like talk on the phone to the insurance people multiple times. That's probably not what it was called.
I like the idea that that's what it's called, though.
I bet we have a lot of people who like work in that general field who can help me out. But we talked to the insurance agents like time and time and time again. And they ruled in my favor because they said that lady's story kept kind of altering. And my story was exactly the same every single time. And I was like, yeah, because that's what happened. And then my mom was like, sorry, I thought it might have been your fault. I was like, I get it.
Wow.
I had just started
She doesn't even
driving.
trust her child.
Look, if it happened with Brandon, I definitely would have been like,
Well, and also
what
you had
did
some
do wrong?
bad things in your life.
That is true.
Being,
I was still only
being
a few years
arrested,
away, few years removed from being arrested. So
breaking
Corey,
your sister's stuff, making her fill it up with water and ruining it.
You make a hey. That's the story.
I can understand how your mom would be like, I got questions.
That's the story from the
You also
the
told
other
her
day.
once that you were convinced that you could pull off a robbery.
Hey!
So I'm sure that she's like, this kid.
I understand all of the concerns that my mom has or had, hopefully, about me.
Oh, man.
And
She's
then
still concerned.
From the 469, Kevin, isn't it your fault when you kicked in that one person's window? I have come to terms with that over the year that, yes, it definitely was. At the time, when I was 20, there was nobody who could tell me that I wasn't 100% right in that scenario.
Do you still think they deserved it?
Yeah, I do. But there's a difference between that and not thinking it's your fault. I also have taken the time to reflect that I could have just let that person go away, filed a loss report, or called the police, and that would have been the significantly more sensible thing to do.
But you wanted street justice.
But that's not what happened. I jumped over the counter and chased that person outside, and then I eventually got fired.
Lesson
All right.
learned.
Is Jacob deGrom, I know that's a hard turn, is Jacob deGrom an untouchable for you if the Rangers go into sell mode? And even if they go into sell mode, I still think it would be kind of like a a light sell mode. Like I don't think they're going to like everybody must go. Is Jacob deGrom untouchable for you guys?
All right, that obviously has a qualifier on it.
It does.
Because what am I getting in return? That and this changes my mind about everything.
Okay.
Right now, as it stands, and listening to Sean and Bobby and RJ and Peyton's show this morning. Well, Peyton wasn't there, so it's not them. They 47 runs over that's where you stand. That's your run differential.
Yeah.
Is 47.
True.
Which tells you you're pretty good. You're good enough to. I did some number checking, by the way, on scores in Rangers wins and Rangers losses. That'll come up later in the show.
Oh.
But whenever you're at that number, I think you believe if we can just score runs in the games that we've won, when we score runs, we're good. And in the games we lost, we can keep the score down. So all we got to do is figure out a way to do that. I think he believes they will. So I would say it's going to take a lot to get DeGrom from me.
And that, Alec, I don't know if you feel the same way. I will say the same thing, more or less the same thing about Jacob deGrom and Corey Seager. For people that do want to trade him, I think if you're going to trade him somewhere and it's a place that you think is going to eat all of that money or a significant portion of that money, I think people would be shocked and probably appalled at how little you get back in return.
Yes. Also, what are other trade clause situations? Because how much does that matter?
So in this scenario, I don't think as much, because I would assume in these scenarios you'd be trading him to a contender and they'd be excited about that. But you're right. So I'm kind of going off the idea that like
imaginary.
No, it is.
We're playing some games here.
Absolutely. All right.
I like games.
So
Alec,
DeGrom and Seager, do you kind of feel the same way? Like you can trade him, but it's not going to be what people seem to think it's going to be in terms of return.
Yeah, you see the big name, you see the star power, and you instantly think, okay, well, every single other team in Major League Baseball is going to have interest. And sure, everyone would love the idea of having a Corey Seager on their team or a Jacob deGrom on their team. But when you start talking about their salary figures and whatnot, the waters get really murky, and it's not going to look anything like you expect it to. Plus, you're just a better team, and it's a lot more fun to watch these guys when they are still on your team. So personally, just to keep my enjoyment and interest level, I want to keep them. But again, to your point, you are not going to get anything near what you expect for either of them.
Now, this one I think could be different. Go ahead and play cut number 3. Is this player, if the Rangers were to sell, is this player untouchable to you?
1-2, swing and a foul tip into the mid of Higashioka. Short has struck out. And that is 8 strikeouts for Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah, untouchable.
Okay.
For eternity.
Okay. And I like...
Retire a Ranger.
I like that. I think I'm inclined, and one of the reasons is I asked you about these 3 in particular to start, is these 3 immediately jumped into my mind, as well as one other player we'll get to in a second, as probably the untouchables on this team.
That's without a doubt, because he's more than just a dude that walks to the mound and does something. He's an attitude.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He walks to the mound, and that's good. This is a good question. You're in the playoff. You're starting the World Series.
Yep.
Who are you pitching game 1?
You're going to hate me for this. I personally would pitch DeGrom.
You're crazy.
In game 1.
You're crazy. You know what? We'll ask Boach when we get a chance to talk to him about that. We'll say, hey, who are you pitching in the World Series? I'm sure he's like, shut up, guys. I'm not talking about that yet.
Yes. And look, that's why he has his job, and we have this job.
I love the idea that I'm sending that guy out there to set the tone with his attitude. I understand why. DeGrom is the most talented pitcher on the planet.
Yeah.
Eovaldi is extremely talented and pitches with attitude, and that's what I need my team thinking. He's untouchable no matter what.
All right.
And Higashioka. Is that the other person you said? Higashioka?
That was not going to be my person.
He was in the clip. And I was like, oh, man, yeah, we can't trade Higgy.
No, the other person I was going to say, and, me and Hicksy were kind of going back and forth about this a little bit yesterday. I do still think from the 817 they mentioned this name as well, Wyatt Langford. I also think is untouchable. Although this person said Wyatt Langford is the only untouchable Ranger. I wonder from that perspective if that individual believes this is a teardown. I guess I don't believe
It's
this
not.
is
Not at all.
But if you do, I can see why you would go in that direction. Is Wyatt Langford untouchable to you? Because if you want to talk value, well, that'll bring you a crap ton of value. But I still think he's an untouchable for me.
You don't get picks.
That is correct.
You get players. You get prospects.
Correct.
And I don't know if you can give me enough prospects.
Okay. So that sounds untouchable.
Or like the conversation of the player that you're trading me has to be so high end, because you're right. This is a future potential star.
Yes.
And when it comes to what prospects are, we discuss this all the time. You don't know how that's why they're a prospect. You don't really have a clue what they're going to be. And like, I could be very excited about AJ Russell, the 6'6" pitcher that they got out of Tennessee. I could be very excited about it. Doesn't mean his career is going to turn out.
Yeah.
Right now, Wyatt Langford's showing he can play at this level, and he is progressing on a monthly basis, I feel.
Is Wyatt Langford untouchable for you?
Yeah, and I feel like it goes to the crosstalk lottery conversation. You have a very small percentage of the sum of all of those parts that you get in a return, equaling the machine that is Wyatt Langford. I don't think the value would match up. Even if one of those prospects ends up being an everyday player, is he going to be a multi-time All-Star? We don't know. I'd rather not risk it.
Evan Carter?
Ooh.
I'd listen.
I would listen.
Okay. Because that one's a little
especially if you want
trickier
this
because
autographed Evan Carter card that I have. I'll listen to bids on that as well.
Hold on, we're talking about players for trade, not Corey's sweet Inception card that I guess it's
awesome.
for sale.
It's awesome.
I really didn't think it would be, but it apparently
We'll
is.
see if we can drive the price up on Mike or not.
For sale. That's a great point. I think I know the answer for this, but I just want to check because the 682 says Josh Smith.
Yeah, absolutely
is
tradable.
untouchable. Okay, he's
Absolutely
tradable
tradable.
for you.
Yeah.
All right. Alec?
He's untouchable for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
I mean, I don't know what I'm getting for him. Like I don't know what his value is. I have no clue where to put it. But if somebody's picking up the phone and saying we want Josh Smith, I'm telling them, hold on, I'm not sure I'm willing to give this guy up. All the while seeing what they have to offer to see if it's good.
Yeah, and I think that is a very smart negotiating tactic. So it feels like the players that we all more or less agree on are DeGrom, Seager, Evaldi, and Wyatt Langford. And outside of that, like, we don't all agree. And maybe there would be some wiggle room for one or another of us. Is that a fair way to put it? You
Simeon, that's a non-factor because of his contract, right?
Yeah,
Nobody's trading for him.
I don't think Simeon would get you. I think Simeon would be a salary relief. And if you like that idea of salary relief, because then going forward, probably not now, although you could get super aggressive at the trade deadline and maybe figure it out. But in the future, that would set you up to re-add potentially some salary. You could do that. We continue to get this question. We've gone over it a few times, but I'll throw it out again since they've been on a break as well. Josh Young, update on him. He is meh in the minor leagues. We'll see how it goes when it picks back up. 7 of 28 with an OPS of 621.
Think about this for a second. They just brought up Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah.
To replace Jake Berger. Why? Because they couldn't put Josh Smith at third and first. So they said we need somebody to play first so that Josh Smith can play third right now.
Yeah.
Because we don't trust Josh Young right now.
It's going to take some time. We're the KNC.
We don't have time, Kevin.
Oh, we got at least
plenty of
one more day.
Yeah, we got plenty.
I don't know about plenty of time, but we got at least one more day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to combo up this next segment. The best skill position groups in the NFL and the Cowboys numbers to maybe make some money on. Next on The Fan.
Well, I mean, of course, yeah. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts, this time to Barkley, off the right side, breaks the tackle. He's at the 15, the 10, the 5, touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you guys want to get involved in the conversation. So we're going to throw out a couple of things here. The best skill position groups in the NFL and Cowboys numbers to make some money on. Now, the reason why I wanted to add to this, because Corey, you brought it up. We've kind of gone through a variation of the best skill position groups in the NFL. So we can spend as much or as little time on this as you guys want. And then I want to get into some Cowboys specific statistics for you guys.
All
right. As much as it might pain you to say so, you heard the audio. Which team has the best skill position group in all of the NFL?
I guess I'm going to have to say the Eagles. At running back.
I mean, their wide receivers that's a pretty...
What are you doing right now? Why are you trying to say... Are you trying to say their wide receivers are better than their running backs?
Yeah. They have the best running back in all of football.
Do they have the best wide receivers in all of football?
No.
Ooh.
Here's going to be my question. Do you want the Cowboys 1-2 wide receiver punch over the Eagles 1-2 wide receiver punch?
Right now, I have to see Pickens.
I get it,
but I will take Lamb over AJ Brown most times.
Sure.
And somebody's probably like, you idiot. I'm not saying AJ Brown's not fantastic.
Yeah.
I just feel that certain way about CeeDee Lamb in the way that I would draft a team. I don't know. Devontae Smith's a Heisman winner, dude.
Yeah.
He Super Bowl champion. I can't say that Pickens is better than him yet. So that's where I am in a weird spot. I would have to take the, you know what?
He was going to say the Eagles.
We'll push.
Oh, boo. Next thing you're going to say is ace is better than a 2. What are you doing today?
Ace? Like in cards?
Yeah. Do you know those people?
Oh, no. I don't know anything about this.
Yeah. If you're like looking for a higher card or playing war, they're like, ace is like a 1. You should cut those people out of your life.
It's a 1 or better than a king. It's one of those two.
That's it's
either a 1 or better than king.
In blackjack, I get that logic.
Are you saying in war that's not logical?
No. An ace is the best in war.
And the worst in war.
I can't be both. How do you decide who wins?
Why would you ever play the worst card? You're trying to win.
Because you
don't want to play a 1.
You're not. You don't get to look at your cards in war. Is that how you play? No. Corey's like, hold on. Nope.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah, I would never want to play.
He's like, Alec, play your card. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Then the ace should always in war should always count as better than the king.
Thank you. What? You could just say the best is fine. All right. The Eagles are the best. Alec?
Go ahead and mark that.
Damn it.
Yep.
I almost said a different word. I got so flustered at that. I definitely almost said a different word. Alec, if Bleacher Report believes the Eagles are at the top of the list when it comes to skill position, who would you say is second?
Phrasing. That's a really good question.
I think there's a few viable candidates here.
There is. Man, I don't even know where they would go here. Would you, Corey?
I would say
2.
I would say the Lions are definitely in the mix with Jared Goff, St. Brown, Laporte. I don't know, does Laporte worth it in this?
Yes.
And Jahmyr Gibbs, Montgomery, like that group right there is phenomenal.
And see, I think that's who I would put second.
That's who I would. I just don't know if they lean too heavy on quarterback there.
And wide receiver. And so Bleacher Report has them third. Second is the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, that kind of makes sense because of T. Higgins.
And
like, not a lot of teams have a T. Higgins.
Exactly. And that is a terrifying combination of what just got voted the third best quarterback and the first best wide receiver to go along with another. I think T. Higgins finished, I don't know, like 14 or something like that. And then Chase Brown. So
Chase Brown's, he popped last year, and a lot of people didn't expect him to. In the absence of Joe Mixon, they were like, okay, this. I think Zach Moss was getting the lion's share early, and then Chase Brown took over from there.
And all 4 of those players are 28 or younger. So that makes sense. So
the 817 Cowboys would be number 1 if they had Zeke.
If they had 2016 Zeke, you might be right.
You might be right.
2016 Zeke was unbelievable.
So Eagles, Bengals, Lions is where we're at right now.
Is there another team that jumps to mind? If not, I can just start rolling through them if you prefer.
I really do like the Atlanta Falcons. I don't know where Penix stands, but with Bijan and Drake London.
With men's teeth, sounds like he'd be standing up great.
I know Kyle Pitts has continued to underwhelm.
Yeah.
But with Bijan and Drake London, I think that's a fantastic combo. And last year, Darnell Mooney, with Kirk Cousins, he did really well. How did he do whenever Penix came into play? I'll go check out the numbers on that.
So the Falcons are 6. So I'm going to take a step back.
All right.
Ravens are 4. And I think the Ravens are one where the tight end really kind of fills in the gap. Obviously, I understand how good their quarterback and running back are. And then the 49ers are 5th. You just said the Falcons are 6th. Then the Dolphins 7. Dolphins. Rams 8. And the Vikings are 10. The reason why I skipped 9 is number 9 is the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
And so the key players they listed in this group are...
Let me guess.
Okay.
Dak Prescott.
Yes.
CeeDee Lamb.
Yes.
Pickens.
Correct.
Ferguson.
Correct.
Is Blue mentioned?
It's Javonte Williams.
Javonte Williams
is who they put down, and I feel like they were like, we can't just put 4. Even though that's what they did for the Bengals, so I think it would have been fine. But what do you guys think about the prospect of them being number 9? And the other thing to think about, like at this particular point, CeeDee Lamb is 26 and George Pickens is 24. Like, it is crazy to think about how young George Pickens is. Even if he might only have a 1-year run here, he's here right now.
And granted, I'm doing that with my mind.
Yeah.
With Pickens, not my heart. My heart's like, man, if he turns out to be awesome, I want him forever.
Sure.
I get it. I want that combination for forever if that's what it turns out. But my mind is telling me the logical thing is let this dude shine and go be somewhere else. But get the best productivity out of him this year.
From the 817, I thought it was pronounced like a pen. It is. It is Michael Penix. Don't let these Nimrods fool you. Dude. Or, you know what? I've never had the chance to do this right. Don't let Corey Majors gaslight you about how Michael Penix's name is said, because he's doing it on purpose.
It's written kind of like another word. But I appreciate the person texting, because just a second ago, Kevin, when I said it, I was like, no, that's how it's supposed to be said. My brain is
My name is Michael Penix.
See? Kevin, you started this.
I hate you guys.
Trying to steal his name.
I hate you guys. So, okay, Alec, do you think this feels legitimate? Shut up! Do you think it's legitimate that the Cowboys would slot in skill position-wise offensively at number 9?
Yeah, I think it's fair. The only thing that would deter me from that, and I would argue against it, is the running back position, but you do have a veteran quarterback, which this list seems to favor. You do have the
that is true.
You do have the young core of receivers, which you mentioned. I didn't even realize that George Pickens is as old as I am. So, like, he's got more than enough time to figure things out.
Yeah, as young as you are.
See? So, like, he's got time still.
Yeah.
And hopefully he gets that figured out here in Dallas. That would be really cool, to Corey's point. CeeDee Lamb, I'm going to take him over most people in the league, outside of 2 players that we already talked about the other day. I think it's fair. It's just the running back position that scares me.
Is there any part of you that feels like the Rams are a little low? So the Rams at 8, because I still feel like if you're a hardcore football fan or you play fantasy football, you know how good Kyren Williams is. But I feel like as just like your general sports fan, I don't really feel like Kyren Williams is a name that pops. But for them, they've got Stafford, and we just went through a couple days ago how well respected he is. Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Kyren Williams. Is there any part that feels like maybe they're
I think
a spot or two too low?
I think because Devontae has moved around a couple times now, I think people are kind of forgetting how good he really is. But I mean, don't go back and look at the numbers that he had with Aaron Rodgers. Now, did he have some poor numbers with the Raiders just a little bit? Not really. I mean, he had 200 yards in 3 games. He wanted out of there.
Yeah.
And then he finished with 854 yards over that. So he ended up having another 1,000-yard season. I think people keep forgetting how good he is whenever he's happy. And I think he's going to be very happy in L.A. with this team because he's going to get his targets, and that offense is going to be productive.
Now, from the 817 who texted this in, I want you to stand strong because the fan text is going to try to gaslight you as well. From the 469, Kevin doesn't know. From the 559, if it's Phoenix, why isn't it Penix?
Valid.
From the 817, Corey has the perfect pronunciation. This is exactly how that name should be said, English Kevin.
Yep.
Don't you default to the person whose name it is, though?
We mean,
like, if Michael Penix says that's how his name is said, don't you just have to default to that?
Have you heard him say that?
You know what? You know what? Now I'm going to go look for that.
I'll tell you what, Kevin, on the first Monday night football game that I watched with him playing, or Sunday night, or Thursday night, unfortunately not Tuesday night because they don't do Tuesday night football anymore.
Yeah, you're really sad about the pandemic and missing.
If on the first night game they do it and he announces his name that way, when they do the from, Washington State University or whatever, if he says it, I'll acknowledge.
All right. Well, on the flip side, I'm going to tell you this. If he shows up in the capsule and says his name is Michael Penix, I'm not coming into work the next day. All right, I just want you guys to know that. I am not coming into work the next day if that's what he says. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I'm serious about that right here.
I'll be ready.
On 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, the second you see it, be like, all right, well, Kevin's not going to be here, Alec. We need to figure this out. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where we power rank the MLB Power Rankings next on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Will Vest takes aim on 2-2. That's it! Crackling stuff from Will Vest, and the Tigers win another home series.
Because they're awesome. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. They are.
You love the Eagles, the Tigers. I see how this is going.
Okay. You love the Detroit Lions, so don't pretend like loving a Detroit team would be an outlier. And I don't love them. They're just really good.
I didn't say this because they were awesome. I'm just saying.
Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. So, obviously, we're wrapping up the All-Star break. Get started again tomorrow. Rangers will be at home. By the way, the G-Bag Nation will be out at Globe Life Field tomorrow if you want to go say hello to them before the Rangers are back in action. But who is the #1 team in all of the land? I really hope you guys can guess this.
The Dodgers.
No, it is the Detroit Tigers, who, coincidentally enough, that is who the Texas Rangers open up the second half of the season with.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool. Top 5 goes like this: Tigers, Cubs, Dodgers, Astros, and the Mets.
Man, they're down.
Now,
struggling.
If you've been listening throughout the season, I believe you can get this right. Who is the worst team in all of baseball?
This is tough.
It's not.
There's 2 teams.
It's the one team.
Colorado Rockies.
Colorado Rockies are 30th. The Chicago White Sox are 29th. Kind of feels like you can sort ahead and put that in pen for the end of the season.
Oh, really? You don't think they'll swap spots?
No.
Dang, that's unfortunate for them.
For who?
The Rockies.
Okay.
They wouldn't be able to move up a little bit.
Yeah, one spot. Hey, their goal can be not having the worst record of all time.
Kevin, working one spot at a time.
Mm-hmm.
When you're that low, that's all you can do. You can't jump 30 spots. It's just not going to happen.
That's true, because then you'd be spot 0.
Can't jump 29.
Where would you put the Rangers on the power rankings?
Right now, I would have them probably 19, somewhere 19, 20, something like that.
Alec?
Give me 18.
Ooh. Now, logically,
15.
Carter would have said 17 if we were just moving our way
All
down.
Right.
And the Texas Rangers are, in fact, 17. They were 17 on MLB.com last week. They are 17 on MLB.com this week. It's not quite a Cowboys situation because we've seen the Rangers go significantly higher, but they are close, though not exactly in the middle of the pack. Do you feel like that is a fair assessment of the Rangers season, about in the middle of the pack, more or less?
Yeah, and just below the middle of the package, which seems very fair to me also with the way that they played. I don't think that they did really anything. I thought that the Astros series would make me go, all right, that's it. But it really just has me going, okay, we're almost there. Is that fair? Like, instead of going, I know exactly what I think about this team, I'm kind of like, it's still not quite complete. And because of injuries and Josh Young not being good, I don't know exactly what it is that I want from this. Because what if Josh Young does finally find it in the minor leagues and you get him back right before the end of the season? I think that could be a possibility, and that could be huge for this team.
Now, I'm going to give you 2 different names that it looks like are on the trading block and the potential issues that come along with both of them from an asset perspective. So we got the text in, I believe, from the 325. The Orioles are putting Felix Bautista on the trade block. The Rangers need to trade for him like yesterday. And then yesterday, Corey, you were talking about the prospect of Eugenio Suarez because insiders believe that the Diamondbacks are going to make some big-time moves. And while we've talked a lot about the idea of Josh Naylor, you were fascinated by this as well, obviously, with the idea of shoring up your issue at third base. So both come with issues about what you're willing to send away. And that is one of the reasons we had the Adolis Garcia conversation yesterday. Because let's start with Suarez. You cannot afford him as currently constructed. The amount of salary he would bring on is approximately $6 million.
Yep.
So you're not far away from being able to do it, but I think I need to double check. The Rangers have between $2 and $4 million left to stay below the apron that their owners have made it sound like that is ironclad and we're not going above that. So you would still have to shift off potentially up to $4 million to make that happen. So it can happen. It's just when we bring up the names, that's why. For Bautista, the issue for him is going to be not money whatsoever. It's that you have him under your control for the next 2.5 years. So he's going to be under arbitration the next couple of years, I do believe. And so that kind of player is just going to be more expensive.
The reality is, I think we can have dreams,
sure,
of like looking around, and right now, Yankees trade proposal that was put out there is Cam Schlittler, right-handed pitcher, and a rookie right-handed pitcher, and left-handed pitching prospect Kyle Carr to the Diamondbacks for Suarez.
Okay,
so like that would be what it would cost there, but financially, the Rangers are in a situation where it's kind of tough to make that kind of thing work. But the reality for us is hire from within to replace these. That's kind of where and you've worked at a company where it's hire from within to replace, because we're not going outside there.
Sure.
And it is going to be we're just going to have to hope Josh Young or Rowdy Tellez or one of these guys turns up, because we can't make those moves. And especially if the reality is you might need a closer.
Yeah.
And so instead, that might be the reality to anything else.
Now, from the 940, I'm going to go to the game on Saturday. ESPN,
nice!
ESPN, yes. ESPN is saying Rocker should be starting. Do y'all know if this is accurate? Look, we talked with Boch about this quite a bit, and it does look like, at least this go around in the rotation, they're sitting DeGrom. Now, that is not due to any known medical issue that
was it kind of part of the plan anyway?
Yeah, that we're aware of. Because if you look at his projected innings, like on the pace he's on, that is not sustainable. Or if it is, it means he's not going to pitch in the playoffs. And as you were talking about earlier, the whole freaking point of the way this team is constructed is to get to the playoffs with DeGrom and Eovaldi like anchoring your playoff rotation.
Dude, this would set up perfectly for a sandbag season. I'm just saying. For the Corey special sandbag season, this would all set up perfectly if you can get this talent to the playoffs.
Look, I'm telling you, that 1-2 combination,
just stay afloat just enough.
It would scare me. Absolutely, it would scare me, because you would go into a 7-game series thinking, hey, if we can win other games, that would be great. But all we have to do is win the games those two pitch.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it's not like you can't imagine the Rangers only having 2 usable starting pitchers and winning a World Series. That is very
I've never
easy.
seen it before.
Yes, you have. You definitely have.
I have.
All right, let's go back to the All-Star game. I am drawing a blank on who to call out here, so that's okay. But there was a prominent National Baseball reporter yesterday who said that this was the most watched Major League Baseball All-Star game in 7 years. That is, in fact, inaccurate.
Oh.
It is not even the most watched All-Star game in the last 2 years, as it was a 3.5% decrease from last year. So it still draws significantly better than any other All-Star game. But the narrative was being built about how much baseball's TV popularity is skyrocketing based off of this number. And I was like, I'm not arguing with the popularity, and the gates and attendance have been fantastic. But like, just as a point of fact, the number's down from last year.
I wonder if the next one will be up.
It has kind of yo-yoed a little bit.
Because people didn't know about the swing off or the home run off, whatever they want to call it. Somebody said don't Google swing off yesterday, and I did not. I listened to them. So I wonder, because that's an exciting thing. And a lot of people, again, we didn't know. We were like, hold on.
Absolutely not.
So I think the idea and the concept that it could happen might intrigue some people a little later. I might want to start that one a little earlier, though. Just start the game a little earlier so that people can get into it quick.
Okay, now do you want a super heartwarming all-star story or a downright diabolical all-star story?
Diabolical.
Okay. Ketel Marte, his home got burgled during the all-star game. And look, I guess it's terrible anytime somebody's house gets burgled. I don't want to make it be like, that's fine. This is a good time for my house to get robbed. But while he's in the all-star game, police confirmed that his house got robbed and numerous personal items, including jewelry, were stolen from the Marte's residence, even though nobody was home at the time, which makes sense because you would imagine you would want to bring any potential family that you have with you to the All-Star game.
Yeah. Kevin, your house gets broken into and they take one thing that just ruins everything for you. What is it? Seems like you just say Noah and we could move on real quick. But
Noah is not a thing. Noah's a person. He's not a thing.
Okay, all right.
I was thinking about like a photo album.
One place
or something.
they steal.
Okay,
right?
no,
Person,
look.
Place or thing.
This goes back to the marriage class that Jess and I were in when we were getting ready to get married. And the question was, what would you save just possession-wise, not people or dogs or pets or
and
anything?
That lady said her dog?
Yeah, we all said it. And then this lady was like, I'm so surprised to hear these people. I would pick my children. And I was like, well, no kidding, lady. I'm not picking my good cards over Brandon and Noah. They just specifically said besides that.
From the 3-2-1, I'd be broken if they stole my roof. Obviously, that would be tough. You take a picture of a dead relative. That can't be replaced.
Yeah.
Because they're dead. From the 817, Kevin's Legos is something that he would definitely have to get.
That would be kind of sad.
From the 214, he is a noun.
You know what?
All nouns just go together, Kevin.
You've got me there. My son is a noun.
And one day he could be a pro. Which would make him...
Shut up. What are you, me? All right, now here's the happy
Babies are
story.
barely people, Kevin. You're stretching it. I love the Tolos. Y'all are the best.
Sometimes I hate you guys. All right, Corbin Carroll, on the other hand, I thought this was a really neat story. So he hit a home run in the bottom of the sixth of the All-Star game.
It was a bomb, too, man.
Yes. First Diamondback player to hit a home run in the All-Star game since the club was founded in 1998. And so...
Luis Gonzalez?
The player...
Sounds good to me.
The fan who got it said, hey, if Corbin wants it, we'll make this happen.
Oh, so nobody in 98 did it.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So he got to meet with Corbin Carroll, and he was like, here you go. Like, without like any real negotiation or whatever. And Corbin Carroll was like, thank you so much. He took a picture with him. I believe he signed a baseball as well as he signed a bat and inscribed a thank you note.
That's awesome.
For him on there.
That's awesome right there.
I really did think that
Kevin,
was lovely.
I know a lot of times memorabilia for the value of it is important, like a card's
For sure.
value. But when I like the personalized items because that is something nobody else in the world will have.
So I'm glad that you said that. Years ago when Shawn Michaels came in studio, I asked him to sign my History of WrestleMania book. And he signed he was starting to sign and he goes, should I put your name? And I was like, please do. I was like, I will never sell this. And like, I appreciate that he asked, but I was like, I promise
That's awesome that he did ask, but that goes along with the I saw him face to face. That experience goes to me.
And he was like, hey, Kevin, God bless. Nice meeting you, Shawn Michaels. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like, obviously, I would never get rid of this.
And then your kid has to believe you. You're like, look, it says right here, it says Kevin and Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, that'd be tough if my kid was like, you never met Shawn Michaels. I'd be like, come on, man.
Especially when he's like, you wouldn't take me out of a fire.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, just because of that. Coming up next, more Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp. Next on The Fan.
You're proud.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got more Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp, although we are just, 4 days away?
From what?
From heading off to Dallas Cowboys training camp. And then the G-Bag Nation and Sean and RJ will be there the week after us. We've got you covered forward, backward, sideways, and every other way for Dallas Cowboys training camp. That's right. I said what I said. And I'm going to start with this question. Can the Dallas Cowboys break out of their explosive rushing funk? Now, an explosive rushing play, as defined by me, is 12-plus yards.
Ooh.
Last year, I was actually impressed by this. Cowboys are not dead last in this. They're only fourth worst, or fourth fewest.
They were only 22nd in giving up most explosive.
Yeah! Well, that's not great.
22nd. Which is they gave up the least, the 22nd least.
I mean, that's better than I would have guessed. But when we have the 29th most, that still doesn't square.
Right. No, you're right.
And so this is where kind of I think Jaden Blue, I would assume for a lot of people, comes into the conversation, because if you look simply back at his play in college, he has a 27.4% missed tackle rate. I don't think he's going to get a ton of touches, but when he does, he clearly brings something to the table that's different than everybody else. But this question is not only about him. My question is, do you think they can move up even to, like, maybe not average, but closer to the average explosive rushing play in the league?
I think there's a chance they could be by far more than average.
Ooh.
But it definitely does have to do with Blue first. Because I would expect when he touches the ball, every fourth or fifth time he touches the ball, you get a pretty significant play. But I'm not saying that he's going to have that many touches.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I stand on that. Javonte Williams, I have no clue.
Right.
But again, if he can make one cut, just one cut, dude, you're going to be fine. Last year, watching him run into piles for Denver, I was like, oh, no, this isn't good for him. But if he can make a cut, he can get upfield to the next level. Obviously, the offensive line's a huge factor here. And
Sure.
I don't know if anybody's listened to what I've said about this, but I feel like if the offensive line is good, this Cowboys team is going to be better than good. So I think that they can set up for big explosive plays downfield. I don't think it's going to be the same type of offense as it typically is, because of the people that have been brought in to build this offense. And they have different, unique, fun ideas for the run game. It has to be the strength of the team, because I think you have to protect your quarterback. Your quarterback can't run around. He can't be touched. Like there's just a lot of things with Dak Prescott you have to protect now, and that's unfortunate because you're stuck there. But at the same time, it does provide, well, guys, y'all have to do your jobs at your best, and the Cowboys have to be a strong running team in order to get the best out of Dak Prescott. But I believe they can do that. And Kevin, I did a study when Zeke was a rookie, that when the Cowboys, during that Jason Garrett offense, when the Cowboys had a play on any given drive that was 12 yards or more, they scored 85% of the time.
Yeah.
And it was 79% touchdowns. So like that's where it is when you have plays like that, it flips the field. It changes everything about what your offensive drive is going to be. And if you can get it from the run game, it makes your passing game that much better.
Alec, can the Cowboys break out of their explosive running funk?
I think so, and I don't know how much success it's going to lead to or any of that, but I do think, again, I've said this a few times now, not to sound like a broken record, but I think the staff and the system that's being implemented here is going to lend itself to more opportunities. It's going to be more inviting to that because you did, as Corey mentioned, you added Jaden Blue, who I think is going to be, I think they're going to have plays that are going to be expected for him to be in the game and for him to get space. And I think you're going to see the guards pulling for him. I think you're going to see some concepts where it's going to be, hey, if he can get a running start, then we're probably going to be in green yardage here. I think that's going to allow that to happen more, but I do think the play action is going to be a big part of this offense, which is going to lend itself to maybe some better looks, that they're going to expect some different things defensively, and I do think that you're going to see a little bit more. Again, I don't know if the run game is going to be perfect, but I do think you'll see more chunk plays.
Now, this next one's about Micah Parsons, and I hope the way I phrase this question makes sense. Whether it's because he still hasn't got paid or maybe he got all of the money. Do you think Micah's play on the field this season will be impacted by his contract? So, let's assume even if he doesn't get paid, he's still on the field. Do you think that will drive him to be better? Do you think maybe his contract will drive him to be better? Maybe worse because he's got all the guaranteed money? Do you think Micah's play this year will be impacted at all by this contract?
If it doesn't get done, I think he might. There's two complete separate ways he could go.
For sure.
One is pouty baby.
Yeah.
And you know what? Treat me better. The other one is I'll show you. And those are the two. I think that's the only two options there. And so the other side, though, when he gets paid, I think he's the kind of person that when he gets paid, he plays harder.
Okay.
Yeah, I think his been, and hearing him talk right now is probably the thing that's really getting to me right now. He wants to be a leader. He's telling himself it's his time to lead. He's telling everybody else it's his time to lead, and he can't necessarily do it because of the part of agents and owners and the negotiate. He's caught in between.
Yeah.
I want to go do this.
Yeah.
And they're like, don't, because it'll screw things up if you get hurt. And he's like, but he'll hit people. And so that's where he's kind of caught in between this right now. But I think that he's the kind of player that he gets paid and he's like, great, that's great. Now that that's done, let me get back to my career.
Okay. Alec?
Yeah, I'm right there with Corey because if he keeps this mentality that he has right now, which I think he's been handling it the right way.
I do too.
And I'm more than impressed with it. I'm not really surprised by it, but you have seen a lot around the league of turmoil. You see the Terry McLaurin situation where he's openly telling reporters, hey, this sucks.
Yeah.
And he could do that, and he would be totally right for that. But yeah, I'm right there with Corey that I think this has been handled the right way, and I don't see any other reason to believe not.
Bonus, Micah question. What does he actually have to do to win Defensive Player of the Year?
20 sacks.
Is that the magic number for you?
I think that'd be a magic number. I don't think if he got to 20, I don't think anybody would say no.
Could you see what would be the equivalent? What would be the equivalent then if he had, let's say, 15 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, and 4 fumble recoveries?
It's amazing. I love it. Sure, I'll take that too.
Is that okay?
Sexy pick.
I think it's.
I think you're right about the 20.
Does he have an interception, or did he finally get his interception last year? I can't remember. But
I thought he did.
If he can force fumbles too, in addition to that, if he's forcing fumbles and he's maybe gets a touchdown, maybe he gets one of those, picks up and runs it back for a touchdown. Those things could, will add to the level. Go look at J.J. Watt's years.
Yeah.
How many times? Go look at the amount of swats he had.
Yeah.
The pass deflections. Those are the other things. It wasn't just him getting sacks. Aaron Donald, same thing. Not just getting sacks, being a wrecking ball to offensive plans. That's what those guys got those for, because you just couldn't stop them. It wasn't ultimately the sacks, everything. It was all the other things. Khalil Mack's had those types of years where you're just like,
right.
Dude, he had a strip, sack, fumble, touchdown, all the things in one.
Right.
I think it was an interception also at the same time. I don't know how it works, but it did. So I think it's going to take a big number, but if not, all the other things that encompass creating great defense, I think could be a factor for him.
I would like to agree, but I feel like he's going to be a victim of the sack total. No matter what the, tackles for loss looks like, if he does get a pick, which he doesn't have one in his career yet.
Okay. Okay.
So even if he does get his first and he has a bazillion tackles for loss and, 15 sacks, if, TJ Watt, let's just throw his name out there because he's a really good pass rusher. If he ends up getting 19 and a half sacks, then people are going to look at that number first and be like, boom, There's your AP Defensive Player of the Year right there. Or if Patrick Surtain goes out there and has double-digit interceptions and his passer rating allowed is, and then he could go back-to-back, for all I care. But I think he's going to fall victim to the sack total.
I think he's got a good point, too. I just want to point that out.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Did you like the bonus question?
Dude, whenever they would give me the extra credit question on tests, I always hated that because I was like, I have to answer it. So that's extra work I have to do now. All right. But on top of that, if I don't get it right, I felt like I failed. So if I only got 100 on my test and I didn't get 125 or whatever it was.
Wow, that's a heck of an extra credit question.
Must be nice.
Then I was furious.
Hey, Alec, I'm going to start with you on this for no particular reason.
Scared.
What do you expect from the backup quarterback spot for the Cowboys this year? Bonus question.
No, what are you doing? That's 2 bonus questions.
Could the Cowboys keep only 2 quarterbacks?
Corey in the war against work.
I just like his scenario because maybe you got a 75, but you got that extra credit and you got 100.
What teachers did you have?
I love it.
In comparison, mine need to catch up a little bit. I want to say I expect nothing because Dak plays all the games.
Sure.
That would be wonderful. I expect them to play 2 games. That's going to be my expectation going in. So if they do play any games, I'm like, well, I expected it. So I'm going to say they play 2 games. Hopefully one of them is because the last game of the year is meaningless. That would be really nice. But I'm expecting because of maybe, a hamstring, like tightness situation or lower back tightness kind of thing. It's like, we'll just sit them for a couple weeks. It's okay. And then I do think that they carry 3. I think they end up carrying 3 because, Will Grier at least has the experience of playing in the NFL for a few years now. Joe Milton has the wow factor of, if we needed him, if Dak goes out in the 3rd quarter, he could potentially win a game for you just because of his athleticism alone. So I think for those reasons, they carry 3, and then if it doesn't work, if it's just a blaze of glorious incomplete passes, then you can throw in Will Grier and say, hey, let's settle down the offense a little bit.
They will be glorious incomplete passes, won't they? All right, Corey, you only have to answer one of these questions if you want.
What was the question again?
Oh, my God. Now you have to answer them both. What do you expect from the quarterbacks, from the backup quarterback spot this season? Mm-hmm. And do you think Dallas could only keep 2 quarterbacks?
Expect a game or 2.
Okay.
And I think Alec is right. Like, the hope is that it's just the end of the season, but I think this season's going right up to the last second. Like, I think for the Cowboys, they're going to have to do everything they can to get into the playoffs. I don't think they're going to get away with just carrying 2, though. I think they like their quarterback room. Schottenheimer actually continues to talk about how much he likes this room. And quite honestly, Milton isn't experienced enough yet to just go, if something was to happen to Dak, he's fine in that room by himself.
Yeah.
So I think Will Grier being around is a key factor for him because they like the conversations that happen between those guys.
See, and I'm with you guys on that. I just wondered, because you run out of those roster spots so quickly, if they would try to cut that corner. But I'm with you guys on the 3.
Yeah.
All right, next Cowboys question for you. Is Marist Liufau ready to take over the middle of the field, become a true badass and real fan favorite?
I hope so. At the position, I just this team needs a cerebral, an area that's just, he's the brain of it all.
Yeah.
And he sees it better than everybody. He knows what to expect. Last year, I think what we saw, and we talk about hair on fire all the time, and the more I say that, the more I see that written too. So that's really nice to see that what we're seeing is the same thing everybody else is seeing. But we talk about that, and that's great. The athleticism, it's great. But whenever you got to be smarter. The best linebackers on the field anticipate better. They got things figured out. They don't get beat. They know the gaps to be in. Why did we not like Jalen Smith? He had no clue what gap he was supposed to be in. So, yes, I think this is – I hope so, because I think he's got the athleticism to do it. Whether or not it clicks for him with this new defense this year, but I think it will. I think it's going to be a simple enough defense that he can make some great things happen.
Alec, I'll let you wrap it up.
You got to be smart is the absolute right thing to say about him from Corey. And the good thing is that is coachable. That is 100% teachable. I think he has everything else that you can't teach. The hair on fire aspect, that energy that he brings, you can't teach that. That's something that you either have or you don't. And that's an intangible that I love to see at that position specifically. That's why I like an Eric Kendricks so much, last year, because he is so smart, but it felt like he had that energy too.
Yeah.
He might not be the fastest guy on the field. He might not be the most athletic guy on the field. But he had that energy and he had the knowledge. If he can combine those two, then that will be a truth this season.
I noticed the look on your face when I asked that question. You looked genuinely kind of excited about that prospect.
Yeah, he's one of the few players on this team that hasn't really established himself yet that I'm genuinely excited for, because I think he does have the ability to be something.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the person who is always something. It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus who knew Coldplay could start controversy? Next on The Fan.
Oh.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've already had a fun show, but you know what? This is the time that you know is always going to be fun. Unless I try to pull some other crap and put it in this segment. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. The Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day.
Ooh, I know what it is. Is your question of the day, how great is Ruben? Because it's his birthday.
That is going to be part 2 of the question because Ruben Portillo has walked in the studio, and I demand everybody to tell him happy birthday because he makes many things run around here, and we appreciate him.
Damn, sure.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I didn't see the red light.
So there you have it. It is Ruben Portillo's birthday.
This is why we don't put him on air. But, you know, I'm just kidding. You're the best. Go
he's a little bit rusty. It's been a while, but show him some love on socials at Ruben Portillo _. Go give him a follow, too, because he's great at what he does. And I might tweet out an embarrassing picture of him later today.
Oh, gosh.
At Alec on the radio.
I'm scared already.
Oh, yes.
That's my favorite part about friends' birthdays is just posting pictures that they would never want the world to see. So that's called a long tease, Ruben. So be ready for that. Maybe while you're napping because you had the early call time for the Firehouse tour.
Yeah.
So maybe I need to find out. I'll send you a text later, see if you answer quick. If you don't, I'm going to assume it's nap time. That would be the perfect time to post.
Or I'm just indulging in Chinese food.
That's a great way to spend the birthday. It really is. So there he is, Ruben Portillo. Happy birthday to him. He's one of the best people I've ever met. So shout out to him. But the question of the day, gentlemen, not only is it his birthday, it's also National Tattoo Day.
Oh, I got a tattoo.
Which Corey did. So now I feel like he can speak from a place of experience here when I ask today's question of the day. If there was a magical tattoo chair sitting in front of you and you got to walk up to it and get a free sports-themed tattoo, what would you get? 877-881-1053, because I've kind of danced with that idea for a few years now if I've ever wanted to get like a sports-themed tattoo, because I'm like, do I want to get a wrestling tattoo? Do I want to get like the Cowboys star somewhere, the Dallas Stars star? Like, would I want to get like a World Series commemoration?
Ooh, yeah.
Like, what would I want to do? I know Atolo has come up to the Buffalo Wild Wings shows and shown us his You're Not Dreaming tattoo.
That one's amazing.
Which
is a cool
is
tattoo.
Honestly, like,
Shout
cool
out, Matt.
concept, but it was just even more beautiful in person. So I've seen so many creative sports-themed tattoos. If you guys could get a free one, what would you get?
The real dream plan is to get jacked enough to be able to get like the huge, tribal on the shoulder that goes all the way down the tricep.
So like Alec levels
into
jack?
the chest. Yeah, I have to be jacked like Alec. That's never happening. But I would probably go with a baseball bat on the forearm, from elbow to wrist, and try and take that up. I know that's like, I loved baseball. I loved playing baseball. I loved hitting. That was one of my favorite parts of it. So I'd probably rock with something like that, or a Mount Rushmore of Texas Rangers on my back.
Oh man,
like Juan Gonzalez and
that would be super cool.
Man, the crowd of people that hate the Mount Rushmore conversations would just hate you by default.
And I would just take my shirt off and just be like, deal with it. And
all right, I know this is going to sound fringy. Would you consider getting a tattoo of Jared Sandler jumping in the air and fist pumping at the World Series
Anybody that
parade?
didn't get an opportunity to see that.
Best.
We had the best view of the entire place, I think.
We did.
Because we were right underneath the cameras, and the cameras are specifically set up to be right in front of the TV or right in front of the podium. And we went right between them and stood in the front, and that was the coolest view. And we saw Jared fly. I've never seen a man jump that high, honestly. But he flew up in the air, and it was an awesome moment. It really was.
I was there underneath the camera wells as well. I was actually standing right next to Maddie Seeger, Corey Seager's wife. So we were all just kind of watching that and that mic drop moment happening. Everybody in that little group was obviously very Corey Seager forward. So it was very animated. It was very fun. And that video of Jared jumping up and, like you said, literally flying. He was Chris Angel for a split 2.5 seconds, just levitating.
I don't know how many people do know this, and I don't think this is any breaking news or anything, but I believe Jared and Corey Seager, like Seager's first minor league career, his first minor league stop, and Jared's first play-by-play in the minor leagues was on Corey Seager's team.
Yeah.
So I think like there's another connection that he has there, in addition to being probably one of the most diehard Rangers fans we know.
Oh, for sure.
He really was excited for Corey Seager also.
Absolutely.
From the 817, what about a tattoo of Jared crying and Mike eating popcorn?
If I could portray that,
it needs to be a video or like a hologram where it goes back and forth.
Look,
we're not get it at a different angle.
We're not that far away from the moving tattoos on your. So I might wait for that, but I think obviously the World Series trophy and kind of the Rangers around it, I think would be my pick.
I like this from the 945, a unique combination of two different sports that I would never pin together, but I like the image that's in my head right now. For the 945, I'd get a bull riding otter for Jake Ottinger and bull riding.
I mean,
I kind of want to see this happen.
I do
now.
too.
I kind of want to see this happen.
Otters are adorable for one, so that's the first thing. You're gonna have something adorable on your arm, riding something terrifying, which that's two amazing things to have on one time. I like it.
Man, that would be neat to see.
From the 214, Des Bryant standing in the Lambeau end zone with the ref signaling touchdown.
Oh man.
Yeah,
these are bad moments.
That's rough.
That's not something. I guess the triplets, right? We have a tattoo of each one of the triplets holding one of their trophies.
Yeah, Candy. Got it. Emmett, Irvin, and Aikman. That's what I meant too.
Gotcha. I do. There is also something about the number 12 Roger Staubach jersey. That number 12 Roger Staubach jersey does stand out pretty strong, so that's an easy one.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys star, let's say out of 3 of the most recognizable shapes, I would say the McDonald's logo, the Coca-Cola bottle, and the Dallas Cowboys star. And the state of Texas. State of Texas is very recognizable.
Agreed. Would you try to get like T.O. halfway down with George Teague just spearing him off of the star logo? Again, that might be another
that's very personal for my friend George Teague. Because that's a very personal one. So yes, I'd be in on that.
See, from the 910, Kevin, you'll like this. Austin 316.
Yes. God, man. Like, I remember, and you knew that was going to be huge. I personally still kind of think the WWE has some revisionist history. The way they try to pretend that the night after King of the Ring, they really just pushed him to the moon.
Yeah.
Never forget, 2 months after that, he wasn't even on SummerSlam and wrestled Yokozuna on the preview channel in a 3-minute match. But anyways, you heard people in the crowd start to cheer at a time when, like, we weren't really all the way to the bad guys get cheered. Now, that would change really quickly in the next month or so, but yeah.
See,
By the way, Jared just confirmed that he has known Corey and his wife Maddie since they were 18.
Oh, that's
and then said,
nice.
"Do you hate that he has an E in his name?" And I said, "Yes, but I have accepted it because he won a World Series for my team. So I will accept that he has an E."
We'll see what he helps us with for Peace-a-thon. Then I'll make my ultimate decision.
I really
Shakedown.
That is the Kevin shakedown.
Corey knows everywhere we went. At Travis at Whataburger, he was like, "Oh, I'll definitely get you another one of those boxes for Peace-a-thon." I was like, "That'd be great. You know, it'd be twice as good as if we could get 2."
And the people at Whataburger said, "We're here for you."
Yeah.
We stepped up.
Yeah.
I love it.
See, from the 214, Dirk Nowitzki's jersey. That would be kind of cool.
Dude, somebody said the flamingo fadeaway silhouette, and that one's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Would you have the beads that went with it that they had in the statue at first?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. The basketballs. Come on. You know where you hired that person.
And that's like a realistic. I know that people will do faces and stuff like that, but the silhouette, I feel like that's a great tattoo.
Yeah.
Like that fits perfectly.
That would go good in a sleeve, you know, where it feels like it's kind of buried.
Yeah.
But then it's like a if you know thing. You see the silhouette kind of in the middle of a design, like, oh, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
So appreciate the interaction there. 877-881-1053. Sports-themed tattoos that you would get if you could magically get one for free. I do think that silhouette, that would probably be my pick. If I were to go down the sports tattoo route, which I've still got plenty of space to work with. People have asked, like, are you going to do the full body or whatever? I've limited myself. We'll see how true I stick to it, to the right side of my body. So everything, I have a tattoo on my right pec and all up and down my right arm. So,
But you have nipple rings on both
that's
nipples?
not
Is
correct. That's accusations. False accusations, as Rick Ross would say. That is not true. And anytime we do fan hangs and remotes, I promise I don't wear super baggy clothing. It would be obvious if I had them. Now that is shut down, something that's probably going to boil over.
That's shut down.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's my segment, so I'm going to say it's shut down until you guys inevitably bring it back up at some point today. But this is fun. This is going to probably take a few days to boil over. I've been to a Coldplay concert.
Ooh. Yeah, what's the deal? What happened?
This is probably like one of the happiest places you could ever be. Just positivity radiating everywhere. So much so that they ran a show just last night. They were in Boston, I believe, at Gillette Stadium. And you know, they're selling out stadiums, 60,000 people, so they like to get the crowd involved and point the cameras into the crowd during some of their happier songs and whatnot. You'll get a kiss camera every now and then, right? Just like a baseball game, just like a football game. Well, kiss cam ended up panning to a couple that's actually not a couple. It was astronomer CEO Andy Byron and his now alleged mistress, who is actually the HR chief of his company.
Oh my gosh, this isn't good.
They are both married, but not to each other.
Oh, even worse.
Holy crap.
The camera pans to them with Byron having his arms wrapped around her as they're rocking back and forth, enjoying the music. And the second they look up to the Jumbotron, he ducks out of camera view and she covers her ears like, oh no. What just happened? They got caught on camera, and since then, there's been an update as of 30 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Astronomer CEO Andy Byron's wife has removed his last name from her Facebook profile. Gone back to her maiden name. So there's going to be some things to figure out here. I retweeted the video at Alec on the radio.
Oh, I'm going to go look at it right now.
It is the funniest thing because the sound, there's no real reaction to it. You can't really hear anything, but the video is priceless.
Yeah, and I did hear that she was so upset that she did not want to try to fix him. And
She wore yellow. That was a little U2 version of it right there. But that's a bold move when you're both married and maybe having an affair to go to a concert together.
Dude.
Whether or not you're on the Jumbotron, that's a bold decision.
That's what, whenever I was at the restaurant, Kevin, I would, there was this couple that would come in. They would always sit in the back of the restaurant and make out. And we were like, they're wearing wedding rings. Nobody married goes and makes out in public in some place.
Man, that is a good point.
You go home and make out if that's what you're going to do. And so we were like, it's pretty obvious, but they came into the restaurant, tucked into the back area where it was a little dark, and then whenever they got, to the point where they were like, all right, let's ready, they went to the car. And that's what they did it in the car, and we saw that too. But yeah, I mean, you go to a place where you won't be seen that well.
All right.
Dinner and a show.
Well, I'm going to go look up that video right now on your Twitter, Alec. Thank you very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you believe the Cowboys could have an average or maybe even above average defense this season? We'll do it next part right here on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
At the Bengal 37 with 2:25 in a tie game. Snap to Burrow, back and sets, rushed in the pocket. He is sacked! Maris Leofau!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We welcome in Eric Chiafalo, who's going to participate in an edition of Gridiron Gravy that I think I'm going to need you guys to keep me calm.
We're going to talk about the Falcons a lot during this one?
Probably not. There's one particular story it feels like it's going to get a lot of our attention now as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some Gridiron Gravy.
Nice dip. Rip it.
We start with, I think this is absurd. So a Dallas County judge has just sentenced Rashee Rice to 5 years probation and 30 days of jail time. 30 days of jail time for an incident in which it is incredibly lucky that Rashee Rice did not kill somebody on 75, and then he and his friends immediately ran from the scene where they did not know if they had killed somebody or not. And to make matters even worse, here's the part that I think is just unbelievable. Those 30 days of jail time per Adam Schefter can be served during the 5 years probation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So like spread it out over Saturdays?
Yeah, you know, like most people who get arrested, they're like, hey, whenever's convenient for you to go to the jail.
Yeah.
That would that would be great. And it's crazy, man. And he put out a statement. We can read the statement if you want, but one of the things that, and this might just be me personally, that undercuts all statements like this, I want to hear the person say it. Like, I want to see Rashee Rice out there, because one of the things he says in the second line of the statement, I appreciate very much. There have been a lot of sleepless nights thinking about the damages that my actions have caused. I want to hear that from him. I don't want to see it on a piece of paper because maybe he wrote it all himself. Maybe a team came up with, I have no idea.
ChatGPT. What if he just reads it like that, though?
Yeah, and that's...
You still okay with that?
You know what? Probably not. And you that might just be too high of a standard, and maybe it really has kept him up all these nights, and he can't say it out loud because it's just too hard. I would love to believe that's the case. The cynical part of me was like, all right, it's going to cost $1 million, because it's like $1,067,000 something, to settle this all civilly, because luckily the people involved did live despite his recklessness and running away from the scene. And he's like, it cost me $1 million and I have to serve 30 days in jail max over the span of 5 years.
What did he really learn?
Yeah, great. Take care of it. And like, the cynical part of me worries that that's the case.
How big is that part of you? Like pie chart.
When it comes to famous people, I think it's high. And I don't want to just say athletes, because by no means do I think athletes. I think CEOs of companies. I think other famous. I think rich and famous people, I'm very cynical about this.
Yeah.
That's because they can afford the lawyer that can cut the deals.
Exactly.
The ones that have enough on another lawyer, or the go through the system and whittle it all the way down. We negotiated this for this.
Like
they didn't, and the fact is they did not hurt anybody. I don't know how much
they were hurt for sure. They just didn't die.
Okay, yeah, nobody died. That is the fact. So that
shout out Jason Kidd.
Nobody died.
True.
So that is something that I do think gets lighter whenever we discuss like what is the precedent for something like this, but you're right, because he does have a different lawyer that can do different things. He gets a different sentence.
And if this was you, Eric, I think that you're great. But if you got in an accident due to your own reckless driving that almost killed somebody and you ran away from the scene and got 30 days in jail, I would be like, That's some BS, man.
Yeah, that million would have hit me pretty hard.
Yeah,
the million.
I could see that.
I'd have to be like Broadus working like 55 podcasts.
Yeah, there you go. And that's how he gets his millions.
That's right.
Do you guys think I'm being...
Or start an OnlyFans, which I think we all need to do anyway.
Just for the feet stuff.
Just, yeah.
Is that market...
It's huge.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
It's how we can get ahead.
Do you think I'm overreacting about this and like or is it just the way of the world and I just need to get over it? Or I don't know. I'm really curious y'all's feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I get the frustration about it. I also understand that there is no amount of individual frustration that's going to change the way the system is, right? Like it's ultimately just what.
Yeah. No, you're right.
They're granted that opportunity.
That's a great point.
Because of their financial ability.
Yeah.
It's less about the celebrity factor and just how much money they have that they can sort of buy their way.
Yeah, I probably
out
should have said money, not famous.
Yeah, but I get what you mean. So that's the deal. Like the Diddy stuff is a similar one where you're like, goodness gracious, bro. Any other person in that, if that's just a run of the mill dude, he's not getting off the same way.
They don't have the treasury to be able to handle something like that. Nobody has. You have a Diddy chest.
Sure.
I'm done talking.
Well, and I was
that chest is lathered.
I was talking about like a war chest, you know.
I'm going to say it sounds likely that the NFL will hand down a suspension as well, but like the NFL is very inconsistent with.
I think it would be like 6 would be kind of the idea.
Yeah,
and I saw somebody say just a shade less is what they're expecting. So 5, 4, something like that is what they're expecting.
I like when they hit him with like the 6, knowing that it's going to appeal to 4. You know?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Let's just do this.
Let's hit him with 10.
Yeah.
See if we can reduce it down to 5. You know? Yeah.
Now, the main thing that we were going to dive into, and we can do that right here and right now. Do you believe that the Cowboys could have an average, dare I say, maybe even slightly above average defense this year? Because this is the time where we've seen a lot of lists come out and everything like that, and it probably won't surprise you to know that the Cowboys are not listed in the top 10 of defenses. They also do not get any honorable mention votes that would put them in the top 15. So that does not necessarily put them in the top half per, I believe it is NFL.com. But could y'all see a scenario in which they really are average this season, or maybe even above average?
It's hard to envision that. Like I think the reason why I don't believe the Cowboys are going to be a playoff team, a lot of that has to do with the fact that I think the defense is going to be pretty problematic. You're going to have a pretty good pass rush, assuming the Micah and the Ezeraku stuff gets handled.
Yeah.
Think your pass rush is going to be good. I don't have much faith that they're going to be able to stop the run. And outside of the pass rush, that can help mitigate the poor secondary. But that's a really bad secondary right now. So you would have to have a lot of things. You'd have to have Ravel hit hard in the secondary. You'd have to have Kyer Elam, Kalen Carson. Like all of these guys are going to have to do significantly better than what they've ever done. And then I like Mozzie Smith in the middle of that defensive line. I think it's a disaster run defense. Like I'm worried that Saquon Barkley with fresh offseason legs on night 1, he's going to run for 200 yards. Mm-hmm. And I don't necessarily love Eberflus. You know, it is what it is. He's got the head coaching experience. I understand why they did it. But that's not a guy that's like a game changer at defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I think he's a very solid defensive coordinator, bend don't break type of defense, and that's still going to get you run on, but not scored on as much. That's what you kind of saw with the Bears, was they didn't get scored on as much, but it does take the talent. Now, he grew some of the talent on that team. He did kind of like Jack Sanborn. Can he go from being an undrafted dude to being something special for the Cowboys team? I don't know that we have the defensive tackle to do what he wants to do. I don't think that we have that yet. But I do think that he can, by the end of the season, have this as a better defense than the start.
The one thing
First night, I am definitely terrified of.
Yes. As the season goes on, hopefully it gets better. You get some guys back health-wise, but if they can find a way to just be one of those defenses that is super opportunistic and they just create a ton of turnovers, and you can't really predict that, but if they can fall into some turnovers, that could be the one thing that could be the saving grace.
And if they have a good pass rush, you can create more of that.
Sure.
Really quick on these, does Von Miller to the Commanders, does that do anything? Do you care about that?
I mean, I would have loved for the Cowboys. Do we know the numbers on it? Do we know how much money he's making here?
Hey, wasn't
I have not seen.
Wasn't he available whenever Dan Quinn was here? and we offered him like $2 million or whatever. I
Yeah.
feel like Dan Quinn's like, no, he's still got talent. Bring the guy over here.
Yeah, I still would have just enjoyed. You can't have enough pass rushers. I still think in a very pass rush specific role, he's going to be an impact player for them.
Updates on the top 100 for the NFL. Vita Vea, 76. Patrick Queen, 75. Bobby Wagner, so another Commanders player right there, 74. And Christian McCaffrey, 73, down 70 spots from last year, which makes sense given the injury. Now, I know every day people can hear you on the G-Bag Nation, Eric, and I know tomorrow they can see you at Globe Life Field, but what if they're like, I'm greedy, I want to see him on Saturday?
Well, this is perfect for the greedy folks because I just got nothing but free stuff to give you. On Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon, the grand opening at the all-new Alliance Hyundai in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. Again, 10 a.m. to noon, free Hurtado barbecue. Free oil changes.
I'm in.
Free Six Flags tickets.
What are you even doing?
9 Inch Nails concert, Lumineers concert, $100 gift card giveaways every 30 minutes while I'm there.
All of that?
Yes,
Holy cow.
Amazon speakers, the Echo Pop, the portable phone charging bank, portable car battery jump starter. This is going to be incredible.
This is the most stuff ever.
I just have so much free stuff, and I just want to make sure there's enough people there to where so many people can get free stuff. Free barbecue, free oil changes, 2 hours of your time at max.
You know what?
Let's go.
The way you just listed that, I believe there will be enough people there by far.
Let's go.
You won't have to worry about one person getting two things.
So glad you asked, Corey. This is going to be at Alliance Hyundai.
Alliance Hyundai.
Fort Worth, I-35 Golden Triangle. It's right by my crib, so maybe we'll have an after party at my house afterwards.
Depending on what you win.
But yeah, true. And make sure you get there because you know how I get around Hurtado barbecue.
Yes.
I might eat it all.
It might eat every single bite of it. He might.
I love it. So now we just gave people an opportunity to not only hear you today, but see you tomorrow and see you Friday and maybe win something.
Let's go.
You're welcome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what are your goals for the rest of the Rangers regular season? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Base.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Green Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. So we're going to talk some Rangers here. We will see how that goes because we have a couple of other stories that we need to break down. And I'm going to lead it off to Corey Majors for some big-time sports media news right here.
Yeah, I think this is pretty significant. As we saw a bunch of people, they said see you later at Fox Sports. Now they are saying hello. Barstool Sports and Fox Sports are officially entering into a partnership. Dave Portnoy made the announcement on the Unnamed show. And he said the Fox deal is official, been in the works for a long time. This has potential to be really good for both parties. They want our audience, but they know what audience we have. We're going to try and come up with a bunch of things with them, but it's wide-ranging relationship. I heard yesterday that they were talking to Portnoy about being on the Big Noon Kickoff.
I did see that,
and being part of that. I did not anticipate something like this coming along.
Okay, and this might be ridiculous, but my initial thought is, so the purge of all that talent was because they knew this was the direction that they were going to go, right?
It does kind of feel that way.
And you know what? I will say this. Here's the reason why I like it. Like, whether you like Barstool Sports or not, safe to say that most certainly they are not ESPN Light.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And so
that's completely different.
And that's what I think Fox has been trying to do, or FS1 has been trying to do. I really think they've been like, hey, we're almost like ESPN, so check it out, which I think is a terrible strategy. They should be like, we are different and doing a different thing. And Barstool Sports, especially compared to ESPN, very much is a different thing.
From this is also Portnoy. We're going to do an 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily show on Fox Sports 1.
There you go.
It'll be like Barstool Breakfast Show, Barstool Wake Up. I'm going to do Mondays. We'll have an office in Chicago. It'll be different characters. They want a taste of the Barstool world. And Kevin, I think that's one of the things we've talked about very often is sometimes the investment in talent is considered not the most important. And like I don't know if you saw Trey Wingo kind of go off recently on ESPN. He didn't really go off, but somebody had mentioned that it was kind of weird. The group you either get is Stephen A. Smith or Pat McAfee all the time.
It does kind
of
feel
was like
that.
They were like that. There was a time when that wasn't, you didn't turn your TV on and see Stephen A. Smith. And Trey Wingo was like, you know, there was a time when it was a buffet. A very glorious buffet, and now it's just you get chicken or fish. Those are the two options you have on ESPN, and that's kind of bland. But,
sure.
And so I think the investment, Barstool has people who are characters. They are talent. And sometimes I think the importance of knowing that the people care about that talent, that's what Fox sees right now, is that there is an audience there that they want to try and get a hold of.
You are a big Barstool fan, right?
I frequent Barstool for offbeat stories.
Okay.
I think like they do offbeat things, and that's what I like.
I have to admit, I'm definitely familiar with their website, but when you're talking about some of the personalities and shows and stuff, I'm just not as familiar. I'm not saying that's bad. I don't know them, but I know they are a hugely popular brand. I'm intrigued by this move.
Yeah, Big Cat's fun. And what's crazy too, Kevin, is we saw these guys get kicked out of Radio Row when we were there in Houston. Like, we were sitting right next to them. They just saddled up and started doing stuff, and then they were ejected from Radio Row. But yeah, I think they have some unique characters. I'm interested to see how this all works out.
What would you say to the person from the 214 who said ever since Fox canceled In Living Color, they've been out? Do you think
facts?
It's been a generation since that happened. Do you think they should give them another shot, maybe?
Maybe we should bring In Living Color back.
Okay.
Same characters.
Okay. Well, we'll look into that.
You think Jim Carrey would do that?
Actually, I kind of do.
I think Jimmy Fox is like, I'm in.
See, but for Jim Carrey to do it, you would have to agree that at all times he is actually Fire Marshal Bill or whatever. You'd have to pretend like he was that real person on and off the screen.
We know the Wayans are showing up.
For sure.
That's a family
that's
project.
Their baby, yeah.
But is J-Lo showing back up to be a fly girl? That's another question we need, because that's going to get ratings.
Okay, I agree with that. Hey, I have another football question for you real quick. I'm so sorry. I know we're kind of diverting away from what we said we were going to talk about, but we're going to have the combo platter coming up, and you'll get your opportunity. But, said that twice, the cornerback list that the executives, coaches, and scouts vote on was out this morning. And there is something particularly disturbing about what it feels like a lot of people in the Metroplex want to do and what the rest of the league thinks.
Right.
All right. So, and I realize part of this is due to injury, and I understand all of that. But who do you guys think is the number one cornerback in the league?
I think Stingley's on his way, but I think Pat Surtain has established himself there.
So, yes, cosign?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's Surtain.
So, good votes there. Surtain is 1. Stingley is 2. By the way, the lowest ranking either one of them got was 4. I actually would love to talk to the person who thinks Pat Surtain is only the 4th best cornerback in the league. But
I'm just saying, if you haven't watched Stingley play, try this year. It's a lot of fun to watch him compete against elite receivers.
You know how we talked about the receivers were volatile? Consider this. From there on out, every single cornerback got a vote of at least as low as 10th. Okay? So while I told you the top 2, nobody thought they were worse than 4th. Denzel Ward is 3rd. The lowest ranking he got, not top 10. Trent McDuffie is next. Lowest ranking, he got 10. The rest of the top 10 all had at least one coach, scout, or executive who said, I don't even think you're in the top 10. Sauce Gardner, Christian Gonzalez is 6. J.C. Horn, Jalen Johnson, Quinyon Mitchell is 9. And then rounding out the top 10 is Devon Weatherspoon. Now, here's what I wanted to key in on. I am not against whatsoever the idea of signing Deron Bland to a long-term deal. But you continually to hear people talk about, well, you can give Deron Bland a deal that's, doesn't reset the market, but it's at the top of the market. Why is that? Because if you go down this list, and I know this list is not the make or break, but Deron Bland has had injury problems, and I feel like you have to factor that in. I'm going to run you through the honorable mention. Jalen Ramsey, Marlon Humphrey, Trayvon Diggs, Byron Murphy Jr., A.J. Terrell, L'Jarius Sneed. So that means we're up
pretty good bunch right there.
Exactly. But that means we're up to 16 cornerbacks now.
Okay.
And you still don't hear Deron Bland. Also getting votes, Cooper DeJean. Then Deron Bland is number 18. And if you're like, well, that's ESPN. It's not ESPN. It's people in the league. It's coaches, executives, and scouts. And I just wish this was a time when the Cowboys would look at it and be like, hey, we can definitely re-sign this person. But it's okay to re-sign somebody and say, I'm going to re-sign you as the 10th best cornerback.
Or, here's what we think your market value actually is.
Yes.
Here's what we're willing to do with you. I mean, he had the one special year.
Yes.
His rookie season in 8 games, you were like, oh, my gosh, can this dude play?
And then what happened?
And then he had a special year. And then he got hurt the next year. Like, that's how his career's gone so far. So yes, he's good, can be good, and that's kind of where we sit right now. I don't think that I'm going to put him as one of the top 5 cornerbacks in the league, though, as far as play goes. But, man, my mind says that him and Diggs together is pretty damn good. And now you throw in Ravel, you're feeling good, but not all 3 of them are healthy at the same time.
And that's the part that intrigues me, because there is very much a history with the Cowboys, whether it's just as of late, Michael Gallup, Dak Prescott. You would think if a player was coming off of an injury and you decided to negotiate at that point, it would at least somewhat work in the club's favor.
Right.
But I am very much against a player coming off an injury getting a deal that puts you like at the top of the group at a time when I don't think you can look at Deron Bland and say categorically going forward, this will be one of the best cornerbacks.
Yeah, I'm not.
Whereas with Stingley, or you know what, not even just Stingley, I think with potentially Gardner, maybe even Gonzalez, certainly Surtain, I think you can look at those people and be like, I think going forward.
I also feel like this position is the closer of the NFL in that it's a roller coaster ride year to year with cornerbacks. Sauce Gardner was the greatest thing to ever hit the field 2 years ago. And now we're looking at, he just got a big deal. But what is he, 4th on this list, you said? Like that's a drop from being the best that people were looking at you. So like I do think it's a very volatile position.
Agree.
In that sometimes, I mean, you lose one step and you can be done in this league. But I do love the description one person said about Surtain. And this goes back to just the basics of it all. You bring pressure as a defense, and he can handle it all. Technician. Doesn't get bored doing it the right way. Extremely patient and big. Can affect a lot of things with technique and speed, and is always in control. And I say watch Stingley play because the competitiveness. You watch Surtain play because he makes it look easy. You know, he makes the game look like this is how it's supposed to be. But he almost makes it look like a video game.
Yeah,
he's the best cornerback out there.
You know what's a shame about Trayvon Diggs? I really think he got better as a technician.
He got better as a cornerback,
but then he got hurt, and it kind of feels like it undercuts all of that because now you're like, hey, that's great. How many games a year am I going to see that? And so that's what worries me. You're right. I am super excited about the 100% potential of Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland
together.
But you're telling me you have the potential to give out another contract extension, which you know is going to be high because that's how the Cowboys do it for their own guys, with somebody coming off an injury and another person who has more than one injury.
You know what that sounds like to me? Deion and Kevin Smith. Remember back in the day we were supposed to have the best combination of cornerbacks ever, and just couldn't keep him healthy.
Injury took it down.
Thanks a lot, A&M.
So, okay, well, I kind of get your point right there. And by the way, since we didn't bring it up yesterday, how long has it been since you thought about Jimmy Graham?
I feel like I heard something about him last year.
Okay, so he's back at it this year. Him and his team completed the Arctic Challenge, which is rowing 584 nautical miles across the Arctic Ocean in a little bit more than 10 days. The pace broke the previous record for a team of 4. So congratulations to Jimmy Graham.
What a transition in life.
Yes. They set out from Norway and got it done in a little bit more than 10 days.
Wow. That really is impressive.
Absolutely.
I want to do that.
Okay. We'll start the training.
Dream team right here.
Yeah. I feel like maybe Texas in the month of July is not the best place to start your training.
We got lakes.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Was this a water thing? This is a water thing.
Yes.
We got lakes. We can use the lakes.
Yes. When I said crossing the Arctic Ocean, it was a water thing. Coming up next.
See?
It's time.
That's why the lakes
No,
matter.
you don't get to take credit for that.
That's why the lakes matter.
Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter, National Lottery Day. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is your favorite game of chance? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hi there.
has Lola feed product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the combo platter. It is, in fact, National Lottery Day. So in honor of that, give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite game of chance? 877-881-1053. And I'm fascinated to see some of the answers here because there are certain card games that I feel are fairly luck-based, but then there's many others that people like, it's not a game of chance because I played the percentage and everything like that.
So is like blackjack, is that game of chance or is that percentages?
And so, see, I think it can be both.
Okay.
Because,
right. We'll rock with that.
If you have the ability, I know it's like frowned upon, but if you can count cards, you probably don't think it's a game of luck. But what percentage of people can count cards as opposed to, and even then, it can still be.
There's some luck involved.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's why I'm kind of fascinated to see some of the answers that people give here, because I think some games that are based around luck are all also based around like percentage chances and everything like that, except for Candyland. Candyland is dumb.
Oh.
Why?
Because, you just roll, you're totally winning the
whole game. You're not even rolling, you're spinning.
Yeah, and you spin a 4, and they're like, all right, now you're going to go from 92 to 11. And you're like, that's too much.
Shoots and ladders is kind of the same,
maybe
right?
I'm thinking of shoots and ladders, yeah.
Both of them are the same.
Yeah.
There is like a couple spots in the Candyland board where you'll get sent back to Sweet Palace or whatever.
Yeah, the Candy Witch took all your stuff and hit the bricks. And you're like, I've been winning this whole game. And they're like, yeah, sucks for you.
Candyland's really more about looking at the board as a child.
Yeah.
Because you're like just looking at the artwork and going, oh, wow. And imagining living in one of those cotton candy places or whatever.
I could see that. Then if you get one of the double squares, you're just like, oh, yeah, I got it.
Dude, heck
rich.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did. Like, as a kid.
It's like having a handful of the Uno change color and draw fours.
Like the wilds. Yeah. It is amazing the currency that changes over the years. Because, even now, obviously, not Alec, but we are far removed from being children. And, you think about, was your currency then, I had control of all these blow pops, or I was dominating the Uno game, or whatever. And, now, if somebody was like, hey, I can't afford to pay my rent this month, but look at these blow pops I got you. And you'd be like, get the hell out of here.
That's a good point.
So, look, shut up, Alec. I know you didn't say anything, but still, shut up.
What?
So, it's National Lottery Day. Give me a sports opinion. And then, what is your favorite game of chance?
Was you on Alec first?
No, I told him to shut up. So
okay. All right, I will go first. Then sports opinion. I think we're going to have the coolest video on the planet next week.
Oh.
I'm aiming and angling for a Kevin redemption story.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't remember, last year Kevin kicked a field goal, and it looked like he was trying to fly off, I was his way to it. And then
Mistakes
golfers
were made.
yelled at him and laughed and had a good time.
Yeah, but nobody focuses on the video where I missed it by like 1 yard.
I am hoping that we can get Brandon Aubrey to teach you how to kick a proper field goal. And that we'll be able to get you booting one from 40 yards out in Oxnard, because we head out Monday afternoon.
Corey, here's the mistake I made. That day on the way home, back to our hotel, I guess, I vowed that I would work and train to get better at that. It's Thursday before we leave.
And you still haven't?
I have not worked or trained at all.
You have 4 days.
And
you have 4 days. You have tonight.
It's true.
You have, you know what? And you have all of Tuesday leading up. You know, maybe even a week. I'm not even guaranteeing that Aubrey's going to do it on day 1. It could be day 4.
Man, it'd be really help me out if he waited until like Thursday or Friday. And I was like, all right.
Yeah, let's get you some opportunities in there.
Great.
And favorite game of chance, Kevin, at casinos, I feel a little blessed in that things have just kind of worked out for me that I've never really truly lost at a casino.
Oh,
I've never walked away.
Awesome.
I've walked away up. So I'm more often up in casinos than I am down. Now, betting for whatever reason with Mike, I never could get it right. I have no clue.
Right.
But you remember, every single bet I placed in Vegas that 1 year on games, I won except for the ones on A&M.
Hey, I didn't look at the weather report and there was going to be a monsoon.
Nobody knew.
I really should have.
So I've been very lucky with blackjack, but I recently played craps. And it turned out I made a killing.
Yeah?
Playing. I have no clue how I did it either. They were like, that guy is drunk. We probably should go to his room. And when I grabbed my chips and they all fell on the floor, and I was like, oh no, this isn't good. That's whenever they were like, oh my gosh. But
did you have a crowd there? Around the table?
Yeah, that was yelling at me to stop picking up the dice. And stop throwing them off the table, because that was happening too. But it's far over there, dude. That's a long throw. How do they expect the dice never to leave the table? But I ended up walking away. I think I had like $1,100 I won that night. So that was a blast.
Man, I like the way you described it, like air hockey. You're like, you can't expect it to always stay on the table.
What are you doing?
Like that puck's going to fly off at some point.
It's going to happen.
All right. Now, Alec, clearly he's set the bar pretty high when it comes to this. But we're going to get to you in just a second. From the 9-7-2, I still think that the Rangers will make the playoffs, and it's Yahtzee. More chance, but some skill. Look, I would agree. If you have a method that you know how to do the shaker just right,
I just
to get
yell
the
Yahtzee whenever I throw the dice.
That is exactly what my wife does.
Yahtzee!
And we played 2 or 3 games, and she didn't get an actual Yahtzee, and I was like, you're so loud. And she goes, what do you think's going to happen if I actually get Yahtzee? And we were in like a restaurant in Fort Worth where they had games and stuff like that. I was just envisioning her like high-fiving all the people who work there.
I agree.
And running around.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
And they're like, what happened? And then they go, oh, she got Yahtzee. And then they're like, confetti falls out of the ceiling. That would be great.
I'm with you on that.
For Jess.
From the 9-7-2, so the Rangers are going to be fighting for the West at the end of the season, and their favorite game of chance is heads or tails, $20 a flip. Woo!
That is rich.
Man.
I did play a lot of high card.
Okay, yeah.
But we would play for national deficit.
Okay.
I still owe a lot of money to my friend.
Yeah, well, if you just pay that off, well, your friend probably
I think I owe him like 10 times national deficit before I decided to quit. So high card's always fun, though.
That is unfortunate. Alec, can you give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite game of chance?
Sports opinion, gentlemen. You guys talked about it. Going to be heading out to training camp in Oxnard next week. So we're going to start actually putting together some of the topics that we've discussed, and one thing that we've talked about a lot is the running back position for the Cowboys. I think that all 3 shows will return back from Oxnard. Training camp will wrap up. We're going to head into the preseason, and we're still going to have no idea if there is a clear leader at the running back 1 position.
1,000% possible.
And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Maybe everybody kind of plays better than you expect. They practice better than you expect, and you're like, dang, this is just a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Cool. Jaden Blue looked awesome. You know, Miles Sanders, he looked like he had his speed. He looked like the veteran guy out there. You know, Javonte Williams, he looks like pre-ACL for. I don't know. Or it could be the total opposite side where nobody really did anything. I don't know who to point at. I don't know which it's going to be. Obviously, I'm hoping for the good scenario that everybody just outperforms themselves, and we don't really know because we have a good problem on our hands. But I think we head into the preseason specifically. I think by week 1 we'll know, like, hey, this guy's going to start the game. Doesn't mean he'll get the bulk of the carries, but he'll start. But I think heading into the preseason, we're going to be like, so don't really know.
Okay. That feels very reasonable.
Yeah, and I kind of hate it.
Yes,
I kind of hate it.
Me too.
Favorite game of chance. There's a lot of games that you have to get lucky, but you have to be smart too. So I'm kind of factoring that in.
Yeah.
And I feel like I get screwed over by my lack of luck, but I love this game so much anyways, and it's Uno. Because I feel like I play that game anytime we have family in town. Like when my sister comes into town, that's the first game she wants to play because I can never beat her in that stupid, dreaded game because she gets all the wild cards somehow and I don't get a single one. So as soon as I think I'm right on the edge of winning the game, I end up with 16 cards in my hand and we're playing for another 30 minutes. So I know there's a lot of skill involved and a lot of timing involved there, but it's as simple as if the deck isn't shuffled in a way that favors your turn, then you're pretty much screwed.
It's that person who knows you don't have a red, and they play their wild card, and they say red, and you just want them to die in that moment.
No, you don't want them to die.
No, not really. You want them to die an Uno death.
Oh, okay.
What's an Uno death?
Yeah,
also,
Uno death.
Please don't ask me to do that. Also, to follow up on that, everyone seems like kind of has their own versions of the rules. Do you think if you only have one card left and somebody has a play, they need to play instead of just drawing more cards, just looking for that draw 4?
Yeah, they should. They're supposed to know. I'm not looking at their cards, so I don't know, but that's part of the honor system.
Yeah.
In the game. There should be some integrity.
The other person I don't love in Uno is the person who waits until there's one microfiber of your second card that you're playing, and they're like, Uno, you're going to tear it! And you're like, the card is not even all the way down. Come on.
Oh, that's me.
Are you that person?
Oh, I'm definitely calling. I'm calling it as soon as I can. It's part of the game.
See, because when I have Uno, I like to be that jerk that's dramatic about it. I like to take my sweet time putting the card down.
Mm-hmm.
Uno.
Yeah.
And I give you that stare like, what are you going to do about it? So if you try to call me out for not saying it early, that's on you. I'm a showman. Okay.
I come from Domino's world though, where you slam it down on the table. All right, you slam it and let everybody know. You show them. You slam it on the table and you show them.
Is there a penalty for calling a false Uno?
There should be.
Because what I would like to do is if I had like 4 cards, I would bundle them and make it look like I had 1 card just to intimidate.
No, okay, never mind. I've changed my mind.
That was when I was a kid. All right, I like that answer. I need clarification on this person's answer from the 972. Not the first part, I get that. Texas Tech will make the college football playoff ahead of UT and give them the Joe Kelly crybaby face because somebody has more money than them. And their favorite game of chance is the game of life. Now, do you mean that as an abstract concept of how we're all living, or do you mean the actual board game of life where you spend to find out if you're going to have kids?
I don't think I've ever actually played that.
That game's pretty fun.
I always had a friend that had it but was missing part of it. And so I never got to actually play it. We always ended up playing, war, where you won an ace.
Yes, you do. Don't give me this nonsense about a 2 beats an ace. Get the hell out of here. From the 408 California girl here. Hey, we're going to be there. The Cowboys will have the best offense in the NFC, man. And when you hear that,
says something
I keep thinking about what you said is the possibility of if the offensive line clicks.
Yes.
And is good, how much that could rocket.
Well, the skill players are pretty good.
Yes. And they said it's bingo. Bingo is the best and so much fun. We played bingo on the cruise ship because my wife thought it was the most fun thing in the world.
Did she really?
Yeah, and so
were you looking out at the water and the sun? You were just like, it could be there. Or were we all inside? Or was it
this was like on one of the days, like, because we had a couple days at sea.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But she made friends with like one of the, I don't know, game masters. I know that's not what they were called, but in my head. And so that game master gave her a free bingo, t-shirt, and she
oh my gosh
loved it. Like,
that's it.
That shirt was like $15. That was her favorite part of the cruise. That cruise did not cost $15, but that was she was most excited by that. From the 903, Cowboys have no cap space and too many holes. They're too top heavy and they should trade Micah for a haul. I do not disagree with that. And their favorite game of chance is rock, paper, scissors. Now, this is another one where it could be chance, or you could think, especially if you're good at it, that it's an intricately complex game that you have mastered because of the other person's tell.
Oh, because of the tell?
Yeah.
Because you can't master the odds of it.
I agree.
Like it's 33.33333, right? Isn't that the way it's split up then?
But don't you think somebody believes there's this fictitious .00001 out there that they're like, I always know that they play rock off of paper. You know, like if they hit paper, then they're going to play rock.
Yeah, now that's something that you can pay attention to because they might have that. And some people do that. I go with the approach of just kind of like whatever I'm feeling at that moment, so you'll never be able to figure me out. But that's also me thinking that I'm convinced that I can like telepathy into your brain or whatever, and figure out what you're thinking.
From the 214, Mavericks will be a top 4 team in the West. Holy moly. That's another one, much like we talked about the potential.
Once this LeBron trade goes through, right?
Yes. By the way,
will it finally be the Lakers?
Somebody, it looked like they honestly made a mistake because they said, hey, the Mavs just traded for LeBron. And I responded, no, they didn't. and their response was, oh, crap, my bad. I got caught by a fake article. If it really is a mess up, that's cool. If you're intentionally trying to feed false information, that will get you blocked.
Oh, really?
That'll get you blocked by me, at least. Like if you're intentionally trying to F up the show.
What about on April Fool's Day?
Well, as long as
we just got to watch out on April Fool's
Day. As long as we don't do it. Every year we get a course about, hey, don't do this. I don't know if I've ever told this story on air because you just mentioned that. Man, I really hope she's not listening. So
I hope she is.
My mother-in-law, I believe this was for first grade. She was a teacher. And so one year, and this was a while ago, they would go to the computer lab, you know, like every day, every other day, whatever. And so she told the kids that like if they did a good job and were well behaved all year, at the end of the year, they would all get one of those computers to take home. And
oh my gosh, she did
at the end of the year.
Those kids worked their asses off.
I know. Then it has Scott's Tots vibes all over it.
Oh my gosh.
And then at the end of the year, they're like, what about our computers? And she laughed and said something to the effect of like, April Fools, I was just kidding. And this is like at the end of May, you know, by the end of the school year. And she goes, you knew I was kidding. You can't just have a computer. And they're like, no, they're like 6 or 7.
They think you. Yeah, they believe you. They trusted you.
So
women, right?
Okay, I don't know.
Thanks, Mike.
Specifically, if I wanted to say that. And by the way, that person's game of chance is Texas Hold'em. And once again, Texas Hold'em is another game where there is definitely some math involved and some probability, but you've seen like you can go into every hand and be like, I'm 85% to win on the river every single time, and you could not particularly win anything because just bad luck could be against you.
Do you of all of the card games, that is my favorite
for sure.
Hold'em, but I like playing with a group of dudes or people that I know and enjoy time with. Because if I sit down at the table and I am going to realize real quickly that it's me. Because I'm not sitting there trying to read people and all that stuff. I'm just having fun. But the real good ones, they got you figured out before you even sit down most times.
That is a game where it feels like you can't just go with the focus on yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like how many teams are like,
yeah.
we're just focused on ourselves. That feels like that might not
You got
work.
to pay attention to all the details.
I like that better than blackjack just because there's at least another round or two depending on how it plays out.
I love that part of it.
For like all of the
You get your
drama.
first hand, you're like, dude, I just won this hand. And then you're watching, you're like, crap, he might have something that he won his hand with.
Exactly. And then you have to look at it, and maybe you winning at the beginning is like when Antoine Walker would make his first three-pointer of the day. You're doomed.
Yep.
You know, like that was just a setup for you to get overconfident and then fall apart. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys can keep those answers coming in. We might keep firing back to a few of them. But right now, it is time for the Random Sports Report. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. We are also going to bring Carter Freeman in to participate. And then there's one specific aspect I am very curious your thoughts about. We'll throw out the question, give people some time to think about it. The University of Indiana used to have an actual bison mascot. That was scrapped in 1969 due to what the school described as a lack of support from the fan base.
What?
However, in this past December, the Student Body Congress passed the perhaps too on the nose bill entitled Bring Back the Bison Act, which called on the school to reinstate the old mascot. And that is what they announced earlier this week.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Did we know that Indiana was the Indiana Bisons?
Okay.
So they were never the bison. That was just, every team has to have like a animal or a creature that runs around on the field.
Stanford's the Cardinal, but they have a stupid tree.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
With the bird in it to pretend like that makes sense. Sure. And so they're going to bring back the bison for the Indiana season opener against Old Dominion on August 30th. So
like a real 2-ton bison?
That is my understanding, that Hoosier the Bison will make his debut. Although when you hear bison mascot, maybe it's just
I'm thinking like
a couple
dude
of jacknuts running around in the costume or whatever.
Because if we're bringing a full bison onto the field at Indiana, then we need to bring back Baylor, how they used to have a live bear on the sidelines at their games.
Yeah, I think that's all mascots should have the real life version out there.
See, and they
Sharks.
Yeah, Long Island.
Ospreys or Seahawks, if you will.
Richmond Spiders. They
Yeah.
can just have like a spider in a case on the side.
The Moon Mammoths.
Yes, the
All of
minor
them.
league team. Yeah, I watched the
I'll let you find
video
those.
that Indiana put out about this. It's got a Star Wars theme, and it's like 3 minutes long. It doesn't clarify. I will say the mascot picture on the Crimson card does look very like suit and cartoony.
Yeah.
So it feels more likely, but I like to dream big. So
I do too. I like where you're going with this.
We're going to get back around to that in a
like
second.
the Sri Lankan water buffalo.
Ooh, give people an opportunity.
College is that?
He's just saying things, to vote on the Twitch and the YouTube. But before we get to that, a couple of notes for y'all. The Yannick Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz Wimbledon final drew the biggest ratings in 6 years for that match.
Really?
It drew an average of 2.9 million viewers. The network announced, I believe it was yesterday, and the numbers peaked at 4 million viewers. Probably won't surprise you to know, while the men's final got a 2.9, the women's final got a 1.3 million viewers just because, well, at least in part, because it was 6-0, 6-0. So there was no competitiveness to that match. And the men's final is up 31% from last year.
I wonder why. I wonder what the different interest is right now,
So-
or if it was just good timing or what.
I think it's because you can identify these are the best two players, and they'll be that way for a while. Like last year was Alcaraz and Djokovic. No doubt that Djokovic is an all-time great, maybe the best player of all time. But he's not going to be around too much longer. This might have been his last run through Wimbledon. But Sinner and Alcaraz are 23 and 24, and they'll probably be playing for a while.
This does not need a lot of time.
Okay.
Sources, according to Ian Rappaport, say that veteran wide receiver Mike Williams has informed the Chargers that he plans to retire, walking away after 8 years with 2 eclipsing 1,000 yards. A dude that was like...
He just got hurt again,
I told you the other day,
Yeah.
I was like, this is hilarious, and I shouldn't be laughing, but he's hurt again. And Mike Williams, size, speed, all the things you could ever want, just never could be on the field.
The ultimate fantasy wild card.
Yep.
I think I took him last
I
year
could
when he was
see
with the
that.
Jets, thinking, oh, this is going to turn into something, and it didn't.
Now, I want to talk about the WNBA All-Star Game for a minute because they're instituting something that I've wanted to see in basketball for many, many, many years.
4-point play?
The 4-point play is cool, and that's like they got a 4-point shot circle, rock on. They have a 20-second shot clock. No free throw.
Oh, they do have a 4-point play? I was just joking when I said that.
No, they're going to have a circle.
Okay,
the 4-point
awesome.
circle.
Awesome.
So you're going to want to watch this game because we're not even to the best one. A 20-second shot clock, no free throws in the first 38 minutes, and live play substitutions, just like hockey. We have talked about this on this show for years.
I love this idea.
The idea that, like, somebody who you're like, oh, that player's kind of slow, is you got a
Get off
fast
here,
break,
get off here.
and all of a sudden you send your speedster out there, and, like, they catch it on a breakaway. That is awesome.
Do you have to, like in hockey then, or is there going to be like the home team has the second one, and so you got that opportunity? I'm curious how this is going to work because this sounds awesome, and I hope the NBA actually throws this into their All-Star game and then says we should use this in regular life.
And for it being the first time they're doing it, I feel like the players are going to be so unused to that. It's going to be super uncoordinated.
Oh, my God,
and,
yes.
the women are going to be running into each other and knocking each other over. And plus, there's a whole new strategy to, depending on what side of the court you're on, what bench you want, or, things like that, too. So it does sound like fun, but it sounds like utter chaos.
For sure. And because of that, maybe exactly because of that, they're measuring it out only one player sub at a time. So you can't have you can't have a line change, essentially. So you're not going to be like, hey, keep the point guard in there. We're switching out the entire rest of the team. For now, they're going to try it one person at a time.
No, we need the fire drill field goal when they swap up the whole 11 men on the field for like a last-second field goal. That's what I want to see, is put a whole new defensive 5 in there.
That game is Saturday night. I'm excited about it. By the way, Corey, to your 4-point shot, if it is a shooting foul at the end of the game, you can be awarded 4 free throws if it's from the circle.
This is great. I mean, just take whatever Rock and Jock used to do back in the day.
I'm with you on that.
Throw it into the games.
I used to love Rock and Jock. All right. As for the mascots, now, Carter, we always love having you around, but you also have an encyclopedic knowledge of all things college and college athletics. Were there any other mascots that you thought of that you would like to bring back?
So there's one that I would love for them to bring back, and they have before. It's UCF. So UCF are the Knights, right?
Yes.
That's fine. That's whatever. They used to be the Citronauts. Do you know what a citronaut is?
No.
This is a citronaut. I hope everyone on the fan cam can see this. It is look like a Looney Tunes looking character with an orange a body.
It looks like, was it Kazoo? Who's the guy who popped up? Yeah, for Fred. It looks like the head of that with a body of an orange.
On a little mandarin.
So Florida or UCF used to be Florida Technological Institute. And so I guess that was their initial mascot, was the Citronaut. And then eventually, I think when they became more of a respected university, they became the Knights, which is just so boring in comparison to what they once had. So I'd love for them. And UCF does a lot of different uniforms. I think last year they had a different uniform for every game that they played, all 12 or 13.
Oh, wow.
So they're one of the schools that do a lot of those. So they could easily bring that back, but not really a different mascot per se. But the history of Super Frog at TCU is kind of a nightmarish one. It's taken them a long time to get to a variant of Super Frog that's not objectively terrifying.
Do you have any examples of
You want to look at that?
Jeez Louise.
So
kids had nightmares.
Yes, and that was from, I believe, the 50s or 60s.
I think the kid
And
in that picture is currently crying and having a nightmare.
You are right, Corey. I was
That's
so
Super
focused
Frog.
on the terrifying Super Frog
Yeah.
that I did not notice the crying child right next to him. I'll tweet
That
some of
Super
these.
Frog is giving you drugs, giving your kids drugs.
I'll tweet some of these out at CFree1053 because you really have to see them to understand them. But the mascot costumes are a lot like Disneyland costumes.
Yeah.
Like, you look at some of the ones from the 50s and 60s, they are terrifying. It took them a long time to figure that out. And the college mascots are no different.
Man.
Hypnotoad.
Okay, so that's from Futurama, and it was always the most popular show because you would come across it and you couldn't turn away because the toad would hypnotize you to watch it.
And that's why TCU snagged that and was using Hypnotoad for a while.
Yeah, I mean, probably. That is what I know it from. If there are other variations of the Hypnotoad.
Oh, do you not remember the year that they had their great
No.
season and they were like, every time we show the Hypnotoad, it turns it up
and
for
that
us.
is what that's from. I'm just saying, if they were inspired somewhere else, I'm
I
not
think they were
aware.
inspired by your show.
By Futurama. I like it. Are there any other mascots, Corey, you want to bring back as long as we're creating chaos?
Famous chicken.
Like the baseball famous chicken?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's not
okay.
around anymore. Do you remember him? He would just crack out of an egg in the middle of the field and be like, how did that egg even get out in the middle of the field? I wasn't paying attention. And now he's cracked out of the egg and he's going, and he's running around and everything. I love the famous chicken.
I don't know if this counts as a mascot. Do you wish the kissing bandits came back?
Kinda.
Do you remember that when the ladies would run out into the field and try to kiss somebody? Or do we live in a world that like the security guard's going to have to take that person down?
Just get is it in Atlanta at the baseball games, the Freeze or whatever his name is?
Yeah.
He could run him down.
I want to say Frozone. I don't think that's right, though.
It's not.
Frozone.
What is Frozone? That's a thing.
That's from The
The
Incredibles.
Oh, okay, there you go.
He freezes water.
Okay,
and
but isn't he
creates-
kind of dressed like Frozone then?
Yes, he is dressed
All right,
like
there
the
you go.
Mm.
dude, and then he sprints. He's fast.
He's like
Carter.
7-Eleven themed or something.
Thank you very much.
You got it, man.
For your
Bring back the
information.
Citronaut.
That terrifying frog is going to give me nightmares
It's
as well.
Same.
one of many.
I already am
Super
having one right
frog.
now.
Maybe you were the kid in that picture and you just memory hold it.
Man, I hope there's not any pictures of me in black and white. That would hurt my feelings just a little bit. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Was this really an accident or a hilarious prank? Next on The Fan.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Last night, Shane Gillis was the host of the ESPY Awards, and there are probably a lot of people there that are like, I don't know who this guy is, and I don't care for him that much. And there are also some people that are out there that are probably like, I had no clue who this guy was, and he made some funny jokes. I'm going to go with cut 9 real quick, Alec, if we could. This is one of my favorite moments because it's real.
4-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players. That's crazy. You clap for that.
Man, that is. And then the laugh is more subdued after that because they're like, oh, dang, he just made us and the WNBA look like a joke.
Kind of, yeah. But at the same time, there are lots of people in the WNBA that people don't know yet. You know, like, I think that you're just now, over the last, 2 years, you're starting to get more of it.
Yeah.
But even people like Sophie Cunningham weren't really that well known until she protected Caitlin Clark. You know, like, there's a lot more names that are starting to float out that you're like, I think that's a real name. And I don't think that's a fake name, but I thought that was a funny bit. Good job.
That was his friend's wife.
That's my friend's wife. I was just joking. You guys are idiots.
They don't know.
You dummies. So that was one of the things that happened in the world. Kevin, I would be furious.
Oh.
But I would also let them all know. Have you ever heard of the Ohio Valley Ironman?
Yes.
Oh, no. Have you done the story? You've never heard of the Ohio Valley Ironman?
Go ahead.
They are a football team. And they
I seriously thought they were a minor league baseball team, so then no.
They announced Thursday that the remainder of their 2025 season will be canceled as they look onward towards a team relaunch in 2026.
Aww.
After starting their season 3-0 with 45-0, 39-0, and 82-0 victories.
Wow.
In their first 3 games, the Ironmen cited other teams' unwillingness to face them as the reason for an early conclusion to the organization's first season in town. Quote, the Ohio Valley Ironmen have faced an unexpected challenge. Following those commanding performances, multiple scheduled opponents have canceled games, leaving the team without a competitive path to complete the season at that level that matches its ambitions. In response, the Ironmen have made a difficult but strategic decision to conclude play early and pivot towards preparing for a stronger, more sustainable 26 season.
Wouldn't you just want to see like an intra squad game? But like, this makes more sense to me because I think it's yesterday, maybe it's the day before, CJ Gardner was like, I got moved from the Eagles because I was too competitive. And you're like, really? Is that what happened? And then this team's out here being like, our season's canceled because we're too good.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of want to be like, I don't know about that. But then you told me the scores and I was like, maybe you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Was that like 160-0 combined, give or take?
That is a lot. But that's the thing, Kevin. That's what, again, I would be furious. You guys, y'all are scared to come play against us?
Yeah.
Y'all are scared. I would be mad because I want to play my season out, dude.
Yeah.
My body only has so many years in it.
Yeah.
I don't know how many years I have left in this game. Ask Tony Romo about that.
And also, like, you probably don't make the most money, so you're probably kind of upset.
You might even be out there for fun.
Oh, love of the game?
Yeah, because you just love football so much.
Okay.
But again, I would let them all know. I would be like, I am furious with you, but every time I see you in the bar, you can be damn sure that I'm going to make mention that you chickened out and ran away.
See, you're a better person than me.
I'm going to let them all know.
Because I would wait until the day of the next season opener and then tell that whole league that I wasn't playing this year.
No,
my
I'm
team.
out. I'm just
and I'd be
joking.
like, oh, sorry, we're not playing this year. Bunch of losers.
From the 469, everyone should know who Shane Gillis is, and he's hilarious. The show Tires is hysterical.
I like that show a lot. I think their decision to have a more coherent plot in the second season made the show even better.
Was useful. That was definitely useful.
Because, like, the first season kind of has a plot, but really it's just a bunch of wacky hijinks Whereas the second season is like, what if we went all in on this one plot that we thought about in the first season, and it was really good.
Now, Kevin, SEC week happened this week.
It did.
And there were lots of
Are you going to play my favorite thing?
Fascinating stories all over it. One being Dion. He's fascinating.
No.
2 being Bama.
No.
The Nick Saban curiosity. I know Colin Cowherd's floating. Hey, what if he worked for the Cowboys, though? You know, and who is it? He's like, no, he's not even picking up the phone if the Cowboys call.
How mad do you think Nick Saban gets, or does he not even pay attention to such nonsense because he's got to run his B&B or whatever? Do you think he gets that one person can be like, hey, I heard he might coach again. And then he has to answer all these questions. He's like, no.
And you know what? It's not even I heard. Sometimes it's like, I don't know if he's ready to quit coaching.
Yeah. Based on
I'm not going to.
Why? Thank you, Nick Saban. Why do you feel like that? You think that he's not willing to get rid of? Well, I was at a cookout recently, and he had just mentioned for somebody to get him some hamburgers off the platter.
Yeah,
that had nothing to do with it. And they're like, but
didn't it? It meant beef.
Yeah,
I heard get linemen,
and he's competitiveness. That's what I saw.
Yeah.
What it feels. That is what it feels like. Nick Saban, there are always whispers.
You know that's the story I don't care about.
This is not the story that Kevin cares about the most. Tuesday in Atlanta, Steve Sarkisian was called up to the stage. Now, this is the head coach of the University of Texas being announced to walk out onto the stage.
Steve Sarkisian.
Let's all link arms together. To Texas University, so long to the orange and the white.
I just want to point out that is the A&M fight song.
Good luck to the dear old Texas Aggies.
Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of the University of Texas, steps to the stage, and he just talked right. He didn't make a comment about it. He just started into his spiel.
Because he's focused.
He didn't even acknowledge. He didn't make a joke. Like, are you kidding me right now? That guy, the guy who's playing the music must be an Aggie. Nothing. He just decided, that's it. I'm going right into my spiel.
Let's see if people in the vein of Shane Gillis still like humor. Do you think it's because he realized he already had to come crawling back to our conference, and so he didn't want to have to talk about Texas A&M anymore?
Crawling back?
Yeah.
Were they in the SEC?
No, I mean crawling to our conference because they couldn't handle life without us. So that's pretty much what happened. Let's see how people deal with that.
877-881-1053. Do you believe that UT crawled to the SEC because they couldn't be away from A&M long enough?
Absolutely what happened. By the way, do you think it was somebody doing a bit, or they have the most incompetent person running the board?
I think it's a bit.
Okay, I hope so.
I think it's a genius bit. Like I really.
Does that person get in trouble though?
When was the last time that game was played?
This last year.
It depends.
Before that,
yeah. How many years had it been?
20 years.
Yeah, dude, that thing had been. So to spice it up even more, you need things like this. You need these little potential legendary stories. How did it go for A&M in Texas last year in the game? Did they?
Oh yeah, I think they canceled it because of COVID.
Oh, so they didn't play it just last year?
Probably not.
Okay. See, I didn't know
Who's to say? It's not like A&M played the game and didn't score any offensive touchdowns.
Oh, A&M lose, and that's why you just want to forget about it? Kind of like those files.
Dude, there was a play where A&M forced a fumble, and it was 4 A&M players versus 1 Texas player to get to the end zone. And they chose the most ridiculous path and got canceled, and got tackled.
Oh, wow.
Look, that's how I felt. And got tackled. And I was like, so that 1 Texas player? He was like, I'll put a stop to this. And he did.
That's all I want to hear Brady do now on games is when somebody gets tackled, he goes, oh, and he canceled him. Cancel culture is the name of the group that goes around tackling. That's what the Cowboys should call themselves. If they're like
culture.
Yeah, they're you know what? We don't tackle, we cancel. We're cancel culture. I love it.
I'm in.
You're in. T-shirts, make them now.
Isn't that a bad idea given the last time we gave our defense a name and had T-shirts and stuff?
Wasn't as cool as cancel culture.
I don't really know how to respond
Speaking
to
of
that.
cancel culture,
You'll get canceled if you do.
Emma Watson.
Oh, did she get canceled? What did she do?
Do you remember her?
I do.
Remember she was in the Harry Potter movies as
Hermione Granger.
Glad you said it because I never knew how to pronounce it. She is she's been banned for driving for 6 months after being caught speeding.
What? That feels a bit harsh.
35. No, listen to this. 35 years old, and she was clocked driving her blue Audi 38 miles an hour in a 30.
That got her banned?
That got her pulled over. All right. That was the first
gosh.
part. According to the news agency, the actress had 9 penalty points on her license before the speeding incidents occurred. The judge endorsed 3 further points on her license for the last offense, which makes it 12 points, which triggered an automatic 6-month ban under UK law. But Kevin...
So maybe is it 3 points, give or take, every time? So it was 4...
It could be 1.
Incidents.
They gave her an additional 3 points. It could be 1.
You get 3 points for going 38 and a 30?
38 and a 30. That's what's ridiculous. 38 and a 30. Come on. Well...
Do you think she said she was just trying to go with the flow of traffic?
My kid's
That's what we
sick.
all think.
My kid's so sick. Look at him right now. He's dying back there.
You know what I love is the people who tell the police officer, no, but I wasn't going more than 10% over, as if that is an established.
10% over?
Yeah. Have you ever heard that? Is some people will say 10 miles per hour. Some people will say 10% over. So like if you were going 75 and a 70, you're like, yeah, that's not 10%. And like, that's not the law, or else that's what the sign would say. Like, I hear what they're saying, and if you told me you got pulled over for going 75 and a 70, I would definitely be like, that really sucks.
Yeah, that's
because
not fun.
it does. But I wouldn't tell the cop, no, this is not 10%.
It's not 10%.
Over. So you're good.
10% is the number that it's supposed to be. Everybody understands this.
Everybody knows what you say is you didn't notice because you were just going with the flow of traffic.
I was just going with the flow of traffic is the way that it always goes down.
I bet that doesn't work either. By the way, we have a lot of law enforcement people who listen to this show.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard, what are the excuses that you've ever heard that you've been like, all right, no ticket?
I told you this morning. I told you this morning. I just started a new show. It's called Stick. I like Owen Wilson. I think his sense of humor is like he'll throw out things that you're like, oh, if you weren't really listening, you didn't hear the joke.
I am indifferent to Owen Wilson.
He gets pulled over, and I loved this line. I want to start using it. He's having a great day, and he gets pulled over, and he goes, all right, I'm having a great day so far. I hope to keep it that way. And then he gets arrested because he had 29 parking tickets. But you know what?
No!
Is that bad? Are you that bad of a person if you have 29 unpaid parking tickets out there? You're not hurting anybody. You just made some bad choices in where you parked.
I would agree. I think they've
and you don't feel like it's important to pay them off?
I feel like they have made a plethora of bad decisions. I'm not going to say that person is a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
We've just made a lot of bad decisions.
From the 817, actually, the tickets do mention if the speed was clocked at 10% over the post speed limit. So I don't know that I've never seen that on there.
Me neither.
Dear Kevin, no one ever said 10%. I've never.
Well, that person just said that it's on the ticket.
Mm-hmm. From the 817, larger diameter tires shows you go slower, but if measured by radar, you'll be faster. So that's a weird thing right there.
Did you see this text from Tim? I would love this if in court they looked at Emma and they goes, 3 points, Gryffindor. Like, I don't know if she would think that's hilarious. If I was in the courtroom, I would laugh. Probably, hopefully that didn't get me in contempt of court or whatever.
From the 817, last night I got a ticket. It said for 10% over the posted speed limit. And then from the 469 on the ticket, it says driving 10% more than the posted speed limit. That's something I've had lots of tickets for speed.
Okay, so
lots of them.
What I think that might be then is that could be the delineation for the next level of offense. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like you get pulled over going 75 and a 70.
It goes from 300 to 600.
But if you're going 80 and a 70, then that would be more than the requisite 10%. And so maybe that takes you to like the next level of fine or
From the
whatever.
214 facts, you don't have to pay your speeding tickets if you're a famous local radio host.
Unfact.
That is an unfact.
Fact.
Hold on, are we famous enough?
Oh, that's a good point.
That may be
we were not famous enough now.
Yeah, here we are.
Because I definitely inappropriately sassed a police officer. This was like at the beginning of our run as a show.
I'm just glad you didn't say groped.
What?
That would have been inappropriate.
No. So it was after we did Big Balls where we crushed the fan jam of Mike Dingus and Jeff Kavanaugh.
And Nate Wood.
That's true.
Yep, they all got crushed.
And so we're doing this until, I don't know, it was really late. And I was just driving home because I had to take the kiddo to work in the morning. And I got pulled over by a cop because I crossed this solid white line getting off the highway. And I personally thought that they had also violated driving rules in an effort to try to pull me over. But when I got pulled over, this was not the right thing to do.
I remember you like told me, I was like, oh my gosh.
Look, as much as if you don't like me now, you would have disliked me more before. And they were like, hey, drive home safely. And I looked right at the cop and I go, oh, okay, I'll do that. And like, I admit, it was a super douchey way of doing that. And it was not very well thought out. And it probably could have gotten me in further trouble. So don't do that. But I definitely remember that as a mistake that I was like, ooh, that could have gotten much worse because I was being a jackass.
I did tell the police officer that I was going to do it again anyway, so it didn't matter once whenever he pulled me over for driving in the HOV. I was like, thanks for the ticket. Doesn't matter.
He feels worse.
He goes, how's it going today? And I was like, well, it was going great until just now. And then he goes, oh man, it's cold out here. And I was like, I got plenty of room in my car because I was in the HOV lane and it was just me. And I thought that was hilarious.
I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of police officers out there who have great senses of humor. On the job, I don't know if I've run into one of them
In
yet.
Rowlett, I got pulled over one day, and I was like, oh, no. And he saw my KNC Masterpiece sticker, and then when he walked up, he was like, I recognized you. And the police officer recognized me, so I was like, that's... He was like, no, actually, I just pulled you over because of this sticker. And I just wanted to see if you were a Tolo, too. And I was like, wow, this is wild.
That is a nerve-wracking.
I was like,
that's a nerve-wracking
The
experience.
sirens and the lights, dude. You could have just waved or something.
Just tweet me next time or whatever. Yeah, because like I've never been pulled over and been like, ooh, hope he's a fan. Like, I mean, maybe eventually I get to that.
Yeah,
but
the
really,
first thing you do is hide the drugs, right?
No.
It's true. Cocaine Kevin.
See, I'm trying to... Okay, real quick. We were going on a road trip, me and my buddy, and this was in the spring of 2001. And one of the places we were going to stop was up in Pittsburgh, where one of my mom's best friends in the world, her son had just got married. So she gave us a wedding present. And she packaged it like a big box of drugs. She wrapped it in the like nondescript like shopping bag brown color, with nothing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we got pulled over in Missouri because Jerry says that every time, because we had an out-of-state license plate, and they were like, we've had issues with interstate drug trafficking. Is there anything in your car? Then they said they were going to search our car. But again, at the time, I was too young to like know better. They're like, sure, no problem. They open up the trunk and we have that nondescript brown box in the back. And he goes, what is this? And we go, oh, it's a wedding present for a friend. He goes, sounds good, and shut the trunk. It was a present, but if I was smuggling drugs, obviously that would have been them.
I did tell my kid once when we got pulled over. I looked at him and I was like, do you have any drugs on you? Hide them now. And he looked at me so panicked.
Oh,
and
my
I
gosh.
laughed so hard.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, and we're responsible for multiple human beings. Coming up next,
yes, we are.
Some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
The Fan is everywhere.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Again, McCaffrey with the try and the touchdown. San Francisco marches down the field and puts 6 on the board to start the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And I'm going to start with that individual right there. A few days ago, Kyle Juszczyk said Christian McCaffrey looks incredible and will change everything for the 49ers. Overreaction or reality? Healthy Christian McCaffrey changes everything for the 49ers.
Reality. I do think Deebo Samuel not being there changes that a little bit, but whenever last year, whenever they had to go to Jordan Mason never really got receptions out of the backfield. It was, you are a runner, and we will figure out how to get the ball through the air to other hands. And I think that whenever you have that on the field, you have a guy that you trust out of the backfield You can line him up in a slot, or you can do things out of the backfield that really damage defenses. Well, in addition to that, you get him underneath on a pass, and now he turns it into a 40-yard run. And you have to fear that he can turn it into a touchdown. Now, the overreaction would be him being healthy enough to do that all year. Like, that's my question is, but yes, a healthy one changes everything for the Niners.
Alec?
It does, and for many different reasons, because he's just that stupidly good at times, but also, like, the elements of that offense do involve multiple people at multiple times, and I don't think Brock Purdy is, I'm not saying that he's not good, but I don't think he's the superstar quarterback that is able to drive that ship all by himself.
Hey, Alec, bonus question. NFL overreaction to reality. Chiafalo needs to shut the hell up.
Dude, what's he doing walking in there and talking so loud, dude? I like him, but your voice is too deep, bro.
Yeah, we got the light that comes on outside the room, but people don't really pay attention to it sometimes, so I just try to power through it and make it sound like I know what I'm talking about when I'm hearing 4 different voices at the same time.
He's a good dude and everything, but jeez.
Yeah.
NFL overreaction to reality. I'm just kidding, Chio. Go see him on Saturday. NFL overreaction to reality. You care at all about the battle to be the Colts starting quarterback?
I care at all. I reality care at all. I'm not a huge Care Bear on this one.
Okay.
But I do care at all. I like the way you said that.
We're going to create an intro. Well, I can't create it. Alec, if he wants, we're going to create a Care Bear themed intro for this segment.
Because I do want to see an evolution of Anthony Richardson, because he is such an athletic freak and can throw the ball a ton. Like that, there's one reality, and that is the dude can throw it from almost one end of the end zone to the other. That's a reality. The dude can throw. It's just you don't know where it's going. And so that's my interest. I don't care about Daniel Jones. I'm going to end up being right about him. But the idea of, man, that dude right there is so athletic. If he was able to be a quarterback too, he could be right there next to Lamar, right there next to Josh Allen with that level of athleticism and ability to play the position.
Reset the bill for me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not a Care Bear on this one. NFL overreaction to reality. You care at all about the Colts quarterback competition?
No.
Yeah.
There's just not much to be desired with the team, even outside of that position. Like, I care a little bit about Michael Pittman Jr., and that's mainly for fantasy purposes, just to see if he's a viable guy that you want to put on the draft board. I mean, I want to see if Jonathan Taylor stays healthy, but outside of that, what am I really talking about? I don't think they're going to win a lot of games. Maybe their coach is on the hot seat. That's something we'll be talking about. Like by week 7, maybe we're talking about them because of that. Outside of that, I just don't care about the team in general. So I think as a byproduct of that, I don't care about the quarterback spot.
NFL overreaction to reality, and you can define the word impact however you see fit. Siobhan Ravel will make an impact for the Cowboys this season.
Reality.
Wow. Ooh, that was super fast.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to get him right. I'm having faith that they're going to get him healthy in time to make an impact. But I also know what the player is. And so when he gets onto the field, I think it's going to be a lot of fun for a lot of people. And there are going to be a lot of other guys from like the draft show that are like, see, we told y'all. So I think it's a reality, man.
I'd say reality, and it might just be a result of need, and I hope that, I think he has that kind of makeup to where he will live up to the moment and say, hey, this is a really good spot, kind of like we were talking about with Kalen Carson the other day, where it's like, I have a great opportunity here to establish myself as the guy going forward, not just a guy because there's nobody else to play. So if he sees that opportunity, he's good enough to do that. He's talented enough to do that. You just got to hope the injury, everything rehabs the right way and that he slides in seamlessly because of that. But I do think he has that chance for sure.
Yeah, there are a few different parts to this question. Well, there are a few different reasons behind this question, I guess I should say.
Oh, no.
NFL overreaction to reality. The Dallas Cowboys are underrated going into the 2025 season. Now, I wouldn't have thought about this until a few days ago. The Athletic put out their underrated and overrated teams, and the Dallas Cowboys were one of them on the list. And so I wonder if they have just been driven down so far, they're underrated. And then, Corey, I know there's a whole different aspect that you want to include in this conversation as well, which I think could lead to the underration.
I can see how they've flipped, from that. Because a lot of us, the real
Yes.
Cowboys fans are down
Yes.
on the team right now. So
Yes.
I can see how that we are looking at them a certain way. Nationally, I think that they're kind of like there's a lot of ifs, and that's where people are putting the Cowboys is if.
Yeah.
And we've talked about that. You can't have too many of those. I searched everywhere for the audio, and I could not find it. I even had one of the people over there help me. I had Mike Leslie help me, and it wasn't the one that I was looking for. But I'm pretty sure I saw Marcus Spears on a thing saying, I think that big things are going to happen at the Star. Why? Because it's quiet. And that's something that this has been one of the quietest off seasons for the Cowboys. Not a lot of other things happening.
Yeah.
The biggest story, which I don't know, do y'all like it or not that way, is Micah's contract. That's about it. They've made some additions, but there hasn't been a lot of chaos about this team. And I wonder if that's a positive thing, considering Schottenheimer's first year. He really needs to hit the ground running, not saying, hey, we're starting all over. So,
By the way, just as real quick, in case we've talked about this a couple times before, but Micah did reiterate that he will be at training camp. Now, will this be a hold-in situation to be determined? But he'll be there.
Yeah, and so that's where I stand on that. Is I can see them being a little underrated because I think that they're in that window of 10. But I think a lot of fans are they're right where they should be. Finally, we're not going, oh my gosh, they're going to be great. Whenever we have a reality that they probably won't.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a wide group of people outside of DFW that are going to be so extremely shocked if this team makes the playoffs for that exact reason. So I'd say reality, and it's mainly because of the head coaching situation and how that all played out. The drama that was if Mike McCarthy's going to come back or not. And then they go to a first-year head coach that wasn't a Ben Johnson, that wasn't, like Aaron Glenn. It wasn't any of these big names that were in the cycle and they hired from within. I think because of that, they didn't make any splash plays in the offseason outside of George Pickens. So it's really, to Corey's point, it's so quiet that there's no reason to rate them at all, really. They're not getting all the first take headlines and stuff because there's nothing going on right now. And there hasn't been much going on outside of the Pickens trade. And here and there, they'll rehash the Micah conversation because they need another talking point to fill 10 minutes. But I think the quiet nature is a good thing. And I think that if they do succeed, a lot of people will be quite surprised.
You guys want to do one more?
Let's try it.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Chiefs will get back to being an explosive offense. So Patrick Mahomes, his first 3 years as a starter, 8.7 air yards per attempt. So you had prime Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce to throw to, and they really kind of expanded out. Now, in the last season, their explosive pass rate against single high defenses was 27th. In the league. So you're talking about a significantly less explosive offense. So overreaction reality, the Chiefs will get back to being an explosive passing offense.
I'm going to say it's overreaction. I think Travis Kelce being in better shape's a key for that team because he didn't look right last year at all. And he looks like he's going to be in better shape this year. They add Jalen Royals. I like their receivers. Rice, you figure, is missing, 4, 5, 6 games?
Probably at least 4 would be my guess.
I feel like they have talent there, but Xavier Worthy is fun. He's a fun gadget in my mind, but I don't think he's an elite receiver. So I don't know. I think that's an overreaction.
I'd go overreaction as well. I don't think they added enough. Like you said, Xavier Worthy, fun. That's the best word for him, but usually for those kinds of players, you need somebody that complements them, and they just haven't gotten that yet. Now, maybe somebody steps up and becomes that throughout the season, and maybe it is Travis Kelce, like you said, Corey, just being in better shape physically and mentally.
Yeah, that would help.
Maybe that helps a lot, and we're having a very different conversation, around midseason. But right now, they just didn't do enough to try and facilitate that.
Well, there you go. Thank you, gentlemen, very, very much.
You're welcome, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Eats has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Heggie. How the heck are you?
I am doing well. Thank you very much for asking. And Eric Chiafalo, we wanted to make this clear on air. We're not really upset.
I appreciate that. I feel like I've built up a good little opportunity here to do things to you since you've stolen my lunch so many times.
That is fair.
It was. I didn't mean to be that loud, but I'm going to use it as one of my things as my payback.
I will tell you, if this brings you any pleasure, I have thought too much about this now and put together like elaborate ideas to hide your food that at this point, I'm wasting my own time.
He's got drawings and blueprints everywhere, dude. It's wild.
Just to put that in perspective, my last idea, and then I was like, you need to take a break, buddy. You've done too much.
You're going to put it up on the roof of the building or something
I was going to
ridiculous?
bring in a deck of playing cards, and it was going to be the 2 of hearts where your meal was. And then it was going to be the 3 of hearts and it would lead to like the fridge where you'd see the ace of hearts in there and you'd think you were going to open it up. But instead, it was the 2 of spades. And it would like lead you on.
Just the 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's 52 different places you got to go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're a true psycho.
For sure.
Eric, I kind of think we have an HR violation.
It's true, man.
I think that Hagee, but this show we could ruin this show if we really
No,
wanted
you-
HR violation.
You
We only
could.
had HR to report to.
Because
It's a good call.
it was going to have a note and it was going to say, like, I know you want to eat, but you must be patient. You will find your food at another station. And then you would have
Hagee,
to
you
like
would kill
go.
somebody if that happened
Yeah,
to you.
look,
Go to Jack.
and that's why I said I had to take a step back and I was like, pay more attention to your family and kids.
Yeah.
Like
Right,
you're not doing your life right now.
Go full Bobby with just getting sucked into these ridiculous trolling bits.
It was way too much. Now, I wanted to ask you guys this because we debated this after our remote on Tuesday. The flower shop Seraphims came in and brought us
Seraphims,
and it brought us
That's a hell of a name.
It is flowers for our wives, and then also flowers for Lucy. Now, your wife was there,
Yeah.
and so she knew. So we debated: have you ever taken credit for a gift you didn't get?
Oh,
now,
Like,
okay.
we did it here, didn't
Kroger,
we?
yeah, the years
Kroger
back.
came in.
Okay, yeah.
Kroger.
And so did everybody just go home and be like, I was
Absolutely.
thinking about you?
100%.
I doubled up for mom and for girlfriend at that time.
Oh,
it was
my
incredible.
gosh.
It's pretty good idea.
Do you
That
think
was
that's
clutch.
okay? Because we were talking about that, and Corey goes, I think it'd be a bigger flex if you're like, yeah, these people brought me flowers for you to give to you because we're that big of a deal.
I like that.
Yeah, I was intrigued by that concept as well.
Look how impressive your husband is.
Yeah.
That's what you really wanted for Mother's Day. An impressive husband. You got it.
Congrats.
I mean, I think there is a dollar figure that guarantees I will try to take credit for that gift. I think it's around $70 or $80, whatever that Kroger bouquet was.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably closer to 30 or 40.
Because it's a heck of a deal at Kroger.
Definitely at 70 or 80.
All right, I like that.
So anything above that, so plus 70, 80,
Yeah,
you're like,
when
I'm
you're
still
in there, for sure. I have no shame about that.
Yeah.
I'm already trying to get out of these gift-giving situations with as little effort as possible, if I'm being honest.
Are you ever in a family situation with a birthday party or Christmas where you literally did nothing to help with a gift, but your name is on the tag and they look at you for the thank you and you're like, oh yeah, I really just thought
I just tell them
that.
I picked it out. I'm like, yeah, I picked that out for you. Whatever it is. And they're like, what is it? And I'm like, you'll find out in a second.
I thought you'd really love that.
Yeah,
I have no idea what we gave them, but
you wink at them.
What does your wife think about that?
She knows I'm doing it. She's like,
okay.
She just shakes her head and she's like, yeah, he'd help.
Did she ever call you out at the beginning of it? I'm wondering if I can.
Well, no,
get out
because
of that
this
phase.
is her dad's bit too. So I stole his bit from him, and he used to do that all the time. And I'd be like, I'd open a gift and he'd go, I'd pick that out. And I was like, oh my gosh, dude, you know me so well. And he's just, and everybody else is like, oh my gosh.
I love family traditions.
Yeah,
that's
so I
awesome.
stole it
Understood
too,
the assignment.
Just passing things down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right. To go along with that, man, Corey, you're really staring at me now.
I'm just waiting for the next thing, man. I love this segment.
Okay, do you have something?
It's your favorite segment?
This is my favorite segments of the day.
Hell yeah, it is.
It's Crosstalk with Sean and RJ, and then this one.
Oh,
with the Mean Girls.
One
Crosstalk
A and
with the
B
Mean
is what I
Girls?
meant, like together, y'all are the and then
No, because you didn't do the side-by-side deal. You went up here and then down here.
I didn't because I was I messed up there a little bit.
Okay.
I meant together, like
Right.
Sean and RJ. And then G-Bag.
See, it's still not even,
they're
dude.
pretty close to even. They're pretty close. I mean, it's
but
my
they're
arms,
not.
the microphone. Is in
I'm
the
not
way.
saying that. We're
It's
not
the mic-
responsible for each other. I've
I'll
been
be
trying
honest,
to make
I don't like your guys' show.
And then
very much.
Masterpiece of the Week. He said that since we were on nights, though. He used to tell us that when he'd come on the show for an hour.
I've been very consistent about
That
it.
is
Never changed on this.
That is fair, and I appreciate that.
Remember we did a
You
segment
know where you
once?
stand with me. It's kind of me and Mickey. Mickey hates my guts, and I'm like, I see him and I say, "Hi, Mickey, how you doing?" He goes, "Hey, Brian," and then but we hate each other's guts.
Give it a little attaboy butt slap from time to time. Like, go get him today, man.
Yeah, Mickey, I'm like, you know what? I kind of get where you're coming from right now, Mickey, but I don't like you very much. But
See,
but
I thought you only hated our show until the end of February, and then I thought maybe it had turned around.
no, I hate your show all the time.
Okay,
All the time.
One time we had a segment and he came on afterwards and he was like, I think you guys are better than that. That wasn't a good enough segment. And we were like, all right.
But see, the sad part is now he doesn't. Now he's like, that's the best they can do. Like, I've come to the
At least you
realization.
know where we stand.
Yeah.
And then you can say, well, hey, we hate your show too, Brian.
I
And I'm
don't
like, well,
hate
that's
your
cool,
show.
man.
Yeah, no, they're right there with each other.
You're just right there.
I
know.
realized the error of my ways.
I was going to defend you, Kevin, for getting ganged up on in that 8:40 segment this morning. You can go to hell now. You
Oh
and your
my
partner.
gosh.
What?
That was
Bleed
you.
both of you.
Yeah.
It just sucks because Choppy and them in the morning were, talking mad S about us.
Yeah, they were.
So it's like that's what we wake
I'll
up
try
to.
to stand up for you.
What
And
were
then
they
around
saying
the
about you?
lunchtime,
I appreciate
it's like, I don't know, just S-ing on our emotes and
They
stuff.
said y'all were the Kevin Bacon from Animal House. Y'all were those characters. They were
Oh,
the
remain calm guys?
Yeah, they were Belushi and y'all were the bad guys ish. Yeah. And then we were just the regular kids.
I prefer to be Kevin Bacon in Crazy Stupid Love. So that means
David
I'm David
Lindhagen?
Lindhagen.
Oh, David Lindhagen.
I stole Steve Carell's
You guys
girl.
hold my ring real quick.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, you're David Lindhagen? we go way back. I used to love trolling Jeff and Dingus, telling them my favorite Saturday show was the KNC Masters.
That was always fun.
And I think that probably goes back to what, 12, 11?
Yeah.
2011. Yeah.
Just think they could be here now if you'd have said them instead. But because the boss was listening, he was like, "Oh, this KNC show."
Messed that one up,
Dawson keeps talking about it.
Dawson's putting the stamp of approval. I don't think that boss liked me or you guys very much.
That's pretty bad.
That's a fact.
We need a spittle.
Yeah.
Is that Bigby guy?
No, different.
I mean, Gilbert was a great coach. I
Yeah.
mean, I learned so much from him, and he really set up my career to be great. But man, he stuck me there at nights for a while. He just hate listened all day to his own
station. Like, oh man, this guy's never going to get it. These freaking losers.
We talked about. We had a meeting where I had like finally had enough of that. I had that same perception, and we were sitting as me and Corey in that room, and he goes, "Well, what would you say if I told you I just don't think you guys are ever suited for part of the everyday lineup?" And
How do you like me now?
Yeah, and I looked at him and I go, "Okay, great. The first thing we would do is quit, and then we would pick up somewhere else, and I guarantee you we would work our way up the same way we did here, and then we would get on their lineup, and the first person I would call is you, so you knew that you were wrong."
Yeah.
And then Corey looked at me like, "What the F are you doing?" And he goes, "Ha ha! I would take that phone call." He was excited about, I think, that fire.
That passion.
Yeah. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll continue our interview series with Dave Raymond at 4 o'clock.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
Multi-parter.
Quality guest.
Could you possibly ask
Crazy
Dave
horny.
if he gets uncomfortable at all when Mike goes, "You know the way we used to take care of it in this sport? We just drill him right in the leg." And it seems like he gets uncomfortable sometimes when Mike's
option.
like,
Throw at him.
Throw at him. We'll take care of this.
There are moments where I'm like, I wonder what Dave's really thinking here.
I'm pretty sure he would answer yes as soon as you had half that sentence out.
Yeah.
Do you feel uncomfortable when Mike?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
probably so.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Come on back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for choosing the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Micah Parsons is the top story of the day. What do you make of what he told The Undertaker on The Undertaker's podcast? It is pretty cool how many of those badass pro wrestlers are huge Cowboys fans. And Undertaker was just eating it up. He loved talking to the Cowboys. Just like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Okay, General at your service at East. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Jacob Raisin for Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Send Lucius some love on social. Let him know he's missed. He's at Lucky Lucius P. You got Woolchuck and Chiafalo here, of course, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How you guys doing? Everybody good? Ready to rock?
Yeah, doing good.
It's party.
Doing good. I brushed my teeth with a clean toothbrush today, so
bonus.
Everything is just like much better.
So what was the process right after the show? Did you immediately go purchase a new toothbrush and then just get home and spend an hour just brushing your mouth?
Yeah, my wife had already done the kind thing of getting a toothbrush ready to go, and then she recommended doing like a back and forth of like brush with like just put like hydrogen peroxide on your toothbrush or whatever and just brush with that. Don't really swallow it, just like brush your teeth and spit it out, and then go toothpaste, then go back to the hydrogen peroxide, back to the toothpaste. So yeah, it was probably a good like 20-minute tooth extravaganza,
just to make sure everything was cleanliness.
Yeah, just to like try and make sure. And yeah, I mean, I don't feel sick or anything. Like the E. coli stuff, I think is probably we can put that to bed. I know, Wolchuk, you were pretty concerned about that from your run-in with that years ago.
It's terrifying.
I mean, so here's the gross thing about toilet germs in your family. You've been around them so much, and humans are so disgusting that you're already desensitized to the bacteria all over their body. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's gross.
It is.
But it's true.
Yes, 100%. 100%. It was a mind over matter situation for me yesterday. I was in a dog fight, just like that's why I waited to the end of the show. Like Wolchuk was like, dude, you should have said this in the beginning. Like I was filled with shame and embarrassment and just like general sadness. And I didn't know if I was just going to fall over at some point because I had some disease.
I would have thought about this.
Poo disease.
The fact that your wife didn't tell you or nobody alerted you what happened, that situation, I'd have kissed her right when I got home.
Snoochie.
You want to make me have poo mouth? You're about to have poo mouth too.
I think the texter established it last night, though. It was probably more Eric's fault than hers.
Yeah, I was thinking about it too on the drive home. I'm like, dude, I love you, but you are the idiot that took it out of the trash can.
Sure.
Why would you have done that?
No, you are the idiot for taking it out of the trash can. But I would also like to say that I think your wife let you down on this one. Like, why is my toothbrush, honey, in the trash can? Oh, leave it there. The kids were playing with it, fell in the commode, touched some poop.
Yeah.
Don't use it.
No, but in that scenario, that takes Eric asking Marion, why is toothbrush in trash can?
But that's what
I think upon toothbrush going into toilet, then into trash can, communication needs to start.
Yes,
now I'm in the dark.
Yes.
Right?
Agreed.
So she's got to own some of that. But I did go to bed last night wrestling with this. And finally, I came to the conclusion, like, ultimately, hey, you're an adult, and you took a toothbrush out of the trash can, you know?
Sure. But, I mean, especially with how much she knows you like to get down on all fours and bark like a dog, you know, you could have easily been mistaken with that toothbrush's location.
I hate how good of a point that is.
You want a Micah cut? Micah Parsons here. Okay, he and the Undertaker. Let's go.
How are we coming along with the contract, man? We gotta... Can you talk about it? Because look, I
listen.
He had to get a drink of water.
Yeah,
that's not a good sign.
We obviously want to get done early. We want that relief off our backs, but obviously ownership is always going to make it drag out, make it more complicated than it has to be. Lack of communication in that standpoint. But I just always say, God has me this far. He ain't done with me yet. So I just keep working, keep going. And then when it come, I'm going to be ready, but, it ain't going to be no drop-off.
It seems like to me, like they would want to get it done because there's a few other contracts out there that are going to probably say what you're going to end up getting paid.
I would never understand it. We wanted to do the contract last year. They're just kind of like we want to do Dak and CD, and then you go out there, perform again, and then, you would think like, all right, we'll get it done early. We know there's some guys that's about to get ready to get repaid, like Miles, Max is gone. So you would think like, hey, let's get ahead of that. You know what I mean? I just never understand, you know, when guys come into the league and they're consistent and they, you know, they perform well, why they got such an urge. But then there's guys that just have one good year or maybe 2 good years, and it's just like they get it right away. And now, even now, you got TJ and Max and all these other guys that's getting paid, and you can't want us to take less because you just decided to wait.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys give players that have just had 1 or 2 good years and aren't superstars deals early because those players are willing to take a lot less.
Sure.
I think when it's a player that wants to set the market, they prefer the franchise tag.
Yeah.
And as a player, you gotta get them off that point because the franchise tag right now for the Cowboys on Micah Parsons is a hell of a deal.
It is. I mean, Brian, we talked about that. Love to start. You first brought that up. I mean, it's like $15 million that you'd save.
Yeah.
It is just, I don't know. I think that there's some posturing here. Maybe some of this is like negotiating through the media. I think both sides are at fault here. I think there's been chicken here on both ends. It's hard to give the Cowboys any benefit of the doubt when we're talking contracts because they've gone to the 11th hour or whatever, the 13th, whatever the hell you want to say with Dak, with CD. It's like you always got to wait to the last minute to get it done. Mike is saying, hey, I was down to get this done last year. It's frustrating as a Cowboy fan when you look up in the New York Jets, who also are thought of as just an inept organization. But here's Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner, 2 of your best players. They're available to get deals done. Boom. Get them done. Why do we have to talk about this and drag this thing out to where now, hey, we're about to go into camp, and the focus isn't on football. It's about, is your best player going to be signed or not? So it is frustrating, but I do think some of what Mike is saying there, I think is also probably on him and his side of things with David Mulugheta and his agency as well. Like if he wanted to say, David, let's get this thing done, yeah, there's some onus then for David Mulugheta to go to Jerry and or Steven and start this negotiating process and maybe try and get the ball rolling. But when Todd Archer asked him point blank at the end of minicamp and OTAs, hey, can you go and say something to David? And Mike is like, nah, I don't know. Like, to me, are you as willing as you're trying to put on that you want to get this thing done ASAP?
Well said. I think you're absolutely right. And I'm not sitting here defending the Joneses, but you could see the level of frustration when Stephen Jones was asked about this. Like, he didn't want to talk about it anymore. You know, like, you know, and I think this is clearly a two-way street. But like we've said all along, I don't think there's any reason for David Mulugheta anything to step up. He could just keep letting these contracts get done, you know, and ultimately, Mike is talking about, yeah, we wanted to get it done last year. Okay, well, would you get it done for $36 million a year? Okay, that's fine. But now it's going to be, over 40. And Mike is just going to, if he just sits and waits, the Cowboys are likely going to do it. But I think this is a two-way street. I think there's blame on both sides of this one. But Mike has got to realize that David Mulugheta works for him. If he wants to be in camp and be signed, then he needs to be pushing David Mulugheta to get a deal done. And I don't think the Cowboys would not pick up the phone if David Mulugheta called. I think they absolutely would pick up the phone. Now, will they get a deal done? Well, we'll see. But I just think this. I think that this. It's Mike is like, saying, well, hey, we wanted to do this. We wanted to do that. In reality, though, your agent's kind of like, bro, be patient. We're going to get $42 million a year out of this if you just let me handle it.
Yeah.
We don't have to go to them right now. I can get this thing done. If Jerry comes out and says we have to have you and we're going to pay you 42, I could get this thing done in an afternoon. I don't need 2-3 weeks or whatever to get this done. So yeah, I think there's clearly blame on both sides, but I think the team that's holding the cards, the better cards, is the David Mulugheta group. I think him and Mike are, because they're the longer they just let this drag, the more likely it is that they're going to get what they want.
So, like, why are they letting it drag out? Do they just not care? Do they want to do things on their own timeline?
Who, the Cowboys?
Yeah, I hope that they're dragging it out because they are genuinely bargaining or negotiating on the position of, we have leverage. We can do the franchise tag. We don't really, think you're that complete of a player. You're a pretty good run defender, but you're not on the level of TJ Watt. So you want more money, but you're not really the best edge. You're a great pass rusher. So we have the ability right now to just give you the franchise tag, which is a lot less than $42 million a year.
Yeah.
Why should we just surrender this position? Like, a player in your spot if you don't want us to use this, what are you willing to give? But like so I think what I want is the Cowboys to negotiate this thing super hard and get the contract as low as possible, because that is what's going to allow them to fit more players on their roster. So I kind of think they're doing the right thing. If Mike and his agent are like, we want 42, you're like, huh? Pick up a newspaper. We have the franchise tag. We can just use that on you, right? Should we do it out of the kindness of our hearts? Maybe. And maybe we would do that if you weren't constantly sitting out. If you were a guy that had great work habits, if you were a guy that stopped the run as good as you rushed the passer, maybe we would be willing to just go ahead and set the market for you. But you're an incomplete player, you're often absent, and you're not a leader. So, why should we come off of our position for any reason? We know you're not going to miss games. It's a huge game check you're going to get on the franchise tag. If you want the long-term deal, you got to sacrifice something.
I think you're totally onto something right there, Dawson. He is the one player that I think doesn't want to miss game checks. He seems like, to me, very much like in tune of like, okay, I'm walking away from what? I would test his resolve. Now, you might not test CD or Dak or one of those, because that you get what Zach Martin, you get what you get. But I tell you what, I would test his resolve, but I would have also thought about going and looking at Von Miller though too.
Sure.
I would have had a backup plan. I wouldn't have let the Commanders beat me to that one. I would have thought about maybe getting that done, but I would test his resolve to sit out and miss games and miss game checks. Because I don't think he's the type of guy that wants to do that.
Well, it doesn't sound like he's the type of guy that wants to even miss training camp. And that was, I think, the follow-up of this conversation with The Undertaker.
Yeah, it was. That's cut number 3, Jacob. Can you hit that?
How do you, when do OTAs start? Are they already started?
We just finished OTAs.
OTAs are done, so we're just waiting on...
The next thing we do is report to camp.
Yep. Right. So what's the strategy? I mean, I don't want to, just divulge what you can, but are you gonna show if you're not signed? Or?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, bro, like, the money itself is going to be there. And, to me, like, I want to win a Super Bowl, bro. And I
want you to win a Super Bowl, believe me.
And I know, like, first to win a Super Bowl, like, I need to bond with these guys. Like, I need to be around these guys. Like, even if I'm, it's just so much more that goes into a leadership aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like it's my year to be a leader. And I don't want to be like my first year to be a leader, and I'm gone for 3-4 months.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm gone for weeks at a time, or I'm not present. So I want to be as present as possible. And, the guys understand the contract situation. Everyone knows about that stuff. But, you know what I mean? I just want to be there.
Yeah.
I need to gel with these guys. Like, I need to build this camaraderie so we can win the Super Bowl. Even if ownership view it differently. But, we need to be there, bro.
Yeah.
I like we hated that we missed CD Lamb all last camp.
Right.
And CD even tell you himself, like, it's hard coming back after missing time. Like,
yeah.
So, I don't want that for myself.
I would say that's great, and that's what you need to do. Like, Dak set the agenda for how a superstar goes through a contract negotiation. You don't have to, miss any practice time. But if I'm Micah Parsons' agent, I'm saying back, you need to tell those guys, I'm not getting involved in any physical drills because I can't risk injury.
Yeah.
And I'm really thinking about not playing week 1 against the Eagles. You need me week 1 against the Eagles. But you have to have some kind of hammer or you're heading for the franchise tag.
I think, to me, the Cowboys, after all the things we call them the cavemen and all that stuff, this might be the one opportunity to draw the line in the sand. This might be the one that switches things around for them.
I think it's the perfect player to do it with. I mean, we talk a lot about, hey, are you compiling stats against weaker opponents? I mean, what's Micah done in these big games? I was thinking yesterday, like, what's the game-winning play that Micah Parsons has made? Like, if you just had to think off the top of your head. And there's plays throughout a game that will help you win one. It's not like I'm not trying to say Micah's not an awesome player, but can you tell me the one game-winning play that Micah Parsons had?
I don't feel like I can.
Right.
There's not a...
So, and in those playoff games against San Francisco when you lost, against Green Bay when you lost, was he good for you? He's got 1 sack in 4 playoff games. So, like, when we talked about Osa getting paid and Dak getting paid and, like, yeah, I think that's fair for the Cowboys. I'm totally in if they want to play hardball on this. And Mike, I don't think can help himself. I think he is going to, like, you're right. The agent should say that. If Mike is there, I think Mike is practicing, and he's not going to be able to hold himself back. But I think that this could be the right player to play hardball with if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, and maybe this is the beginning of them changing their negotiating position because they realize the agents kind of have their pattern down.
They have to.
Yeah.
They picked a player. I believe, and this is just me, my opinion. I believe they picked a player, as I've said before, that won't miss game checks. That's what I think they've done. I think everybody else that they've had to deal with would be willing to sit. I don't think this guy will be willing to sit.
Yeah,
and he's doing a good job of saying the right thing about being leader guy. When before the other 2-3 years where he had opportunities, he was off doing other things, and that's cool. He's got another life. That's great. But he's talking all this leadership stuff and being around and all that. I think he's trying to play to the. I think he's trying to play a little bit to the to his teammates there.
It's tough as an edge to get these done because you're 26 years old right now. You'll be 27 next May, and they can 5th-year option you and then tag you twice. And by the time that is over, you will be 29 or 30 years old. So from the team perspective, we can take this year to year at less APY than you're asking for in a big deal. I mean, the only reason you would do that is because you're saying you're a superstar, you're one of our favorite players, and we want to make you happy. It doesn't make any business sense to do a long-term deal with Micah right now, considering the options they have.
Yeah, he is in that 5th-year option right now.
I mean, I think I would disagree a little bit just because when you franchise tag a guy, all that money is right there on your salary cap, whereas when it's
But it's far less than the 40. I mean, and maybe you can negotiate, you negotiate the $40 million, you negotiate a smaller number. I get what you're saying there, but it also gives you it also doesn't commit you to over a $40 million a year player.
For
you
sure.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
I get what you mean. There's some give and take.
Yeah,
but
there's
immediately
$24 million. Yeah, it all comes forward. Great. It's all there. But it's also, though, it keeps you from not having to deal with like giving him well over $100 million.
And isn't the franchise tag where they take the top 5 highest paid guys at that position and average it out?
Yeah,
because I think Google is misleading us.
Yeah,
about what that franchise tag would look like. Because I'm looking at the top 5 being 40 million, 36, 35, 34, and 28.
Yeah.
So that tag is going to be in the low 30s
for sure.
So it's like
33, 34.
33, 34, bang, right there on your salary cap that year. Like, good luck, especially with this team who has no interest in doing fun Howie Roseman things. If they're going to have a salary cap of 30, a salary cap hit of 30 plus million. With the highest paid quarterback in the NFL already, I mean, I don't know. That feels like a challenge.
That is a challenge. You're right. And that's something that they don't like to do.
Right.
They don't like to have those bombs hit their salary cap like that. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side. We'll get to Wooly Bully's top 10 here at 2:20, and we're back in The Fan.
Miss anything on The Fan? Ever wish you could go back in time? You can.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to get your G-Bag of the Day champion and then get to Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. We only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. In the Pimp Cup, here's Jacob Ray with the champ.
All right, happy Thursday, gentlemen. All right, our G-Bag LA champ comes from the Sean and RJ show. Ross Lubinsky filling in for Pei. And he had some trouble screening calls.
Let us know. 877-881-1053. Ross, who do we have?
So sorry, I did not patch them through, but I talked to a guy who just had a kid who recently graduated 2024 from Hillcrest High School. That's right here in DISD. He said they can do like fundraisers, but coaches can't put money out of their own pocket for that sort of thing.
Wow. All right. If we have any more calls, Ross, put them on hold. We'll patch them through. Poor Ross is back there. He's writing down. He's transcribing.
He's taking notes.
I was like, what's taking so long? I talked to him to the mic. If you're on the fan cam, I was like, let's go. Come on, we don't need a live story. But Ross was actually getting the story.
He's like the court reporter using that like shorthand, those typewriters that have 4 buttons.
We can take calls in sports radio. We good?
Yeah, we got one.
All right, let's go to the next Tolo. Ross, who do we have? Ross?
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Ross, can you hear me?
How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Who do we have? Sorry.
I love it. What an absolute train wreck. That is, you know what I'm really impressed by? Sean's ability. I mean, to
remain pretty calm.
I feel like inside he was
5 years ago. I think this is fatherhood, husbandhood.
Yes.
Like,
it's having a girl
because the girl dad stuff. Like he is soft.
Ross, what the hell are you doing back there?
That
because they've been really nice.
I'm telling you what,
Choppy. Screaming. That's a pen throw. That's like a hammer fist down.
Pay is never going on vacation again.
That's right.
But what you didn't hear is
Tell
he
him,
just
Sean.
ripped his ass during the break.
Yeah, he walked around.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe there was a commercial break ass ripping, but usually the ass ripping started on the air, bled into the commercial break, and then who knows how far after.
Oh boy! Hey Ross, how long have you worked here? You done these things before? What's your problem? God. That's Sean.
The idea, though, that he's taking notes on a call is one of the greatest
incredible
stories of all. Like, Ross is just continuing to push the limit.
I didn't patch him through.
Make history.
I was noting the story.
And then Sean had to remind him, like, you can put him on hold and then patch him through.
You are allowed to do that.
You guys were working or interning when Roy White was producing still, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you ever see Sean lose it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like once a week?
Yeah.
So you're right. That's a great point. Great observation. Jacob Ray, has Sean lost it on you yet? Have you
I haven't graced Sean and RJ yet. I think that's coming pretty soon, but God willing, I have the strength to deal with that one.
I mean, God willing, Ross will be their new permanent producer, so we can get gold like that on a daily basis.
We need that.
Choppy, I heard this Jacob guy. He looks better than the guy we had last couple of days. Ha! What are we doing? God, we're fighting for our damn lives here.
All right, you could hear Sean and RJ trying to make it 2 in their pursuit of 5, coming up the G-Bag of the day at 5:30 this evening here on 105.3 The Fan. There's also a cut. Apparently, they were talking bleep about us earlier today, Bully.
Yeah, we're going to get to that here. The top 10 is going to be sports conspiracies. So 877-881-1053, what's the best sports conspiracy? But let's hear it. I mean, I'm getting ready in the morning. I'm taking Eliza to preschool, and just the shots, the side swipes for our show, it just doesn't stop with the Mean Girls in the morning.
Man, what a 5 and 6 a.m. turnout.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there was people here when I got here at 5:40. 6:30 in the morning, it was packed 4 or 5 deep. And then, we got rid of the tumblers in no time. I mean, G-Bag would have these for, they would have these until September.
Till next year.
Yeah, let's be clear here.
We'd be giving them away at the next Firehouse tour.
Let's which we've done plenty of times.
Yeah.
Let's be clear here, though. You mentioned that we gave them away just like that. That's just, we just got around to saying that. They were given away at, we were out at 6:50.
Yeah.
It was less than an hour.
Yeah.
G-Bag, that's how you get it done.
Now, you're back from vacay. Have you been monitoring, curious, or following Peyton Russell on vacay on the beach, Floribama?
I've seen him on his, his story, or Mackenzie on her story, sharing photos of him with that big goofy grin of his, and he's toasting a G-Bag chalice or whatever he's got.
Okay. I'm glad we got that little nugget about Peyton and his vacation that he's on.
Yeah.
That was important.
I'm glad that he has a G-Bag chalice. His favorite show.
Yeah, it is. It is. I know Peyton secretly wishes he could be a part of this crew here.
He's told us multiple times when he's filmed, we've done Love of the Star, how ridiculous it is to work with the morning guys.
Yeah, well, they're lashing out.
Let's be honest.
They clearly didn't see how we packed out the place at Shell Shack the other day.
I mean, you had to take off the jersey you were wearing because we ran out so fast to give to a loyal listener.
Yeah, and then how many dozens of people showed up after they were all gone?
How many people waited around for the jerseys as we're bringing more, hanging out with us? And stuff
it was
anymore.
a huge thing. I mean, people were getting hammered to the point that they were falling over.
Yeah.
It was just it was an incredible time.
I just like to bring attention to the truth here, and that is that clearly Sean, RJ, and Bobby are infinitely more likable than us. I think you could listen to their show and clearly see that and hear that on a daily basis. There's warmth, there's hospitality, every segment.
Yeah, I think they were even cracking jokes about signing a G-Bag flag. About how it was dang, I wish I didn't have to do this, but here I am.
Finding the funny in everything.
Yeah.
That's those guys.
Such good guys.
Such a gross flag they had to sign there.
It's crazy that in a community event like that, at a firehouse, it's very communal, it's happy. And they're just lashing out, making crap up.
Sad. All right.
We did blow him out at the Tolbert garage door spot on 30.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, yeah. It might have been 25 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. We were running out of stuff left and right.
It was insane.
But they don't care about facts.
No.
Their show never has.
No. 15 years running.
Kidding me?
I mean, I was pretty jealous. Our guy Eric from CBD American Shaman up there in McKinney, I saw him pictured this morning on social media at that one. I wish I would have, got a chance to hang
Loyal
out.
Tolo Jason, that comes to all our events, was also there.
Salute.
Sean, Big Tolo Sean, Big Sean, KU Jayhawk fan. I mean, we saw him on Friday, didn't we? At Pickler Universe.
We sure did.
He was there.
He was planting the flag.
One of the first three in the building. Just loyal Tolos, and that's why we love him. I hope everybody had fun out there for the Firehouse Tour. They're great events. Eric and I have had the chance because I guess they got to slide us in there when one of the other ones are out because the other two can't hold it down.
There's something to that.
There's something to that, I think.
Top 10 sports conspiracies, 877-881-1053. What are some of the best sports conspiracies in the history of the sports?
I think the best one is the Patriots one because it allows us to diminish their dynasty, and if you have any Patriots hate in there, plus it's just, it was nonstop, and it's multifaceted. The Ernie Adams thing, the Spygate, the footballs, that's just amazing. Is that still a conspiracy? I guess it is a conspiracy. It's just a proven conspiracy.
Yeah, now, you have the Cooper flag, Luka, this whole dynamic, that's the latest one, right? You have the Patrick Ewing stuff. I think about the Michael Jordan retirement. It was was that really a retirement?
That's number 10. Michael Jordan's first retirement was really a suspension.
Right. Even though I think it wasn't. Doesn't he say it was about just trying to honor his dad, and how his dad wanted him to play baseball? So
there was
he went
a positive spin that he went with.
Yeah.
But
he's a very family-oriented guy.
There could be some very family-oriented from the grave. 9, David Stern rigging the 1985 NBA draft.
Yeah.
With Patrick Ewing, as you mentioned. Number 8, how about this, Dawson? 2002 NBA Western Conference Finals between the Lakers and the Kings. That was fixed by the NBA for the Lakers.
I couldn't believe how Sacramento lost that. I think Ralph Nader, the politician and consumer advocate, actually went to Congress and tried to launch an investigation on behalf of the American consumer. I felt terrible because, just 2 years prior, the Lakers had trimmed a 13-point fourth quarter deficit against the Trailblazers to advance to the finals against the Pacers in 2000. And that game was riddled with muggings and backcourt hacks that went uncalled as the Lakers went on this 18-0 run. So I think it was fresh on everybody's mind because it kept happening, right? And Shaq was so big. For those that didn't watch that part of Shaq, you couldn't do anything. But he sure as hell could turn around, put his forearm into your chest, and push off as he exploded to the goal for a one-handed dunk, right? There was no defense you could play against Shaq. And, so it got very frustrating.
Not fair.
For a lot of basketball fans. And I guess the only thing that really broke that up was just the managing success of a three-peat, because they should have had about 8 in a row.
6-1-6, the Ravens-Niners Super Bowl. The lights go out.
Yeah.
Try and shift momentum. It worked. Game ended up being awesome. Looked like a blowout. Mavs Heat in 06. Yep. That certainly won. Dwayne Wade just got all the calls. All the damn calls.
Thanks, Tim Donaghy.
Number 7, Jimmy Hoffa is buried under Giant Stadium.
That's a great one.
That's
from the past.
That's juicy right there.
That's the old Giant Stadium, not the current one.
Old one during its construction. 6, Mike Piazza is gay. That conspiracy with the Mets.
When did that?
I remember that as well, being a big topic of conversation.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it a Skip Bayless allegation?
No, it was. I think it was a weatherman, Sam Champion. Rumors started after it was announced that one of the Mets players was gay, and people just assumed that it was Mike Piazza.
He just gave off that vibe.
They just said, "Oh, it's got to be Mike." 5.
He had to actually have a quote where he said, "I'm not gay. I'm heterosexual.
I'm not gay no more." Number 5 is
I am delivered.
I am delivered. Women. Cal Ripken Jr. beating up Kevin Costner for sleeping with his wife.
Yeah, I love that one.
That's a juicy conspiracy.
Crazy.
Might be true. 4, Wilt Chamberlain sleeping with over 20,000 women.
Yeah, and he's the. That's not like other people.
Does the math add up on all that, by the way?
I don't know if it
Possibly.
does.
Kept a busy schedule.
When you're the one that comes out and says that, though, It's like, I don't know. Like if other people start that for you, then it's cool. It's like when you give yourself your own nickname. Somebody else gives you a nickname, then it's awesome. You can't giving yourself an own nickname is kind of weak.
Wasn't it a one of those late night shows, and one of the hosts asked him, and that's when he said it. Like he was asked, and then that's how he responded.
Yeah.
And I would imagine a lot of his moments there were not just like one-on-one, right? Like he's taken.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure. It was a swing off.
I mean, yeah. You know, so I could see how those numbers could climb.
If you're at the height of your powers for 20 years, that's 3 a day. That's a lot, though. You know, you have to. It has to be compulsive and obsessive.
Yeah,
like, you're not doing this casually. You got a mission every day,
right?
An itch to scratch.
Definitely.
He had that crackhead energy about that,
and he was scratching that ish. 3, Michael Jordan's flu game was really just Michael being hungover from partying. And we got to have the man who delivered the pizza to Michael Jordan on the nosebleed seats one night. Zero got him for us because Zero's got the Utah hookup. And he said there was the man who owned the pizza shop, hand-delivered it to Michael Jordan, and knew that there was nothing wrong with that pizza. There could be validity to this.
I mean, you would never want to out your own restaurant.
Sure.
And like, yeah, we have pizza that could maybe give you food poisoning. So it's hard to fully believe that he's right, but that's an interesting one.
Who knows?
I mean, Jordan did like to party.
But the thing is, though, is like he always did that. It wasn't like we were consistently seeing him fighting through his hangover. Like he was kind of one of those guys that was built a little different that way.
Yeah, and he's not going to get violently intoxicated to the point of a nasty hangover 18 hours later during the finals. You know, maybe after game 2 with 3 days before game 3, I might go out that night. Right? But
yeah,
I think he's way too competitive to allow himself to get that hungover. Plus, you know, the pizza, it could have been chicken. You know, you could have had a steak. There's all kinds of other foods you could have had as an athlete. Is the pizza the only thing you're going to eat the day before game day? Absolutely not.
Yeah, it could have been anything that he had in his stomach that day. 2, Cal Ripken Jr.'s Ironman streak was saved by an intentional power outage. You can see that. But number 1, Sonny Liston took a dive for Muhammad Ali. There's a top sports conspiracy.
There's a couple of things involved with this one. That maybe that Liston,
the Phantom Punch thing.
Yeah, Liston had a problem that maybe that the mob.
Yeah,
was,
that's the conspiracy.
But they also think that maybe Liston was actually scared to fight Ali.
Ooh,
and that's why he
just went down.
He went down. Yeah,
I don't think I would have been scared to fight Ali.
It was either one or the other. Like I've heard about this one before. He was either the mob or he just was.
It was the mob. Yeah,
terrified to fight Ali. Those are the 2 things. Yeah.
Okay, Eric, what are we doing next?
College Football Thursday, Darty, where TCU is revolutionizing the sport next in the nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get your.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But like say on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Razor Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Just some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Let's get some sports. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we're talking Rangers with you. Here's the Chief.
College football Thursday, Darty, here in the G-Bag Nation. TCU recently unveiled its brand new sports recovery facility. Have you guys seen this? They're calling it the most unique and high-tech building in college football.
It's incredible.
$50 million is what this place costs. Construction got underway on the Simpson Family Restoration and Wellness Center at TCU back in February of 2024. And it was a part of a much larger project primarily focused on college football. And the $50 million donation focused on 4 key things: renovation of the indoor training facility with the weight room and stuff like that, construction of a new football performance center, expanded entryway to the TCU football facilities, and then the development of the Restoration and Wellness Center. And this place is crazy.
Let me ask you this.
10,000 square feet. Go ahead.
Did you say the indoor facility got upgraded?
Yes.
It didn't have air conditioning.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, they've got their own snow room now.
Yeah, dude.
So they're pretty damn.
I'm sure it's got AC in there now.
This was crazy that they built an indoor facility that didn't have air conditioning in it.
That's some.
I mean, they would
serious
open the door.
corner
I mean, you talk about you would stand in there and you would like.
It's a sauna at that point, like in the summertime.
Yeah, absolutely sauna. Yeah, it was. There were times where it was actually cooler outside than it was in that building.
That's crazy. And how long ago was this?
This is like in the 2007 range, 2006, 2007.
Okay, hopefully this isn't the first time that they're throwing AC into this place. Hopefully that particular renovation got handled years ago.
I don't know if that's the case, but my gosh, that place was honestly hard to stand in there during the
that'd be a
summertime.
massive recruiting disadvantage, I think, if you don't have AC. But I mean, if you can turn this into one of the great recovery centers in all of sport, I think you turn a weakness into an advantage pretty quick.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, for whatever they were lacking throughout all these years, they are now at the top of the mountain when it comes to this particular realm of college football. And yes, as Walchuk mentioned, TCU now, the only school in the nation with a dedicated snow room. Now, when I first saw this, I'm thinking, wow, are they doing the thing that we discussed? Where
now you
all
can
of a
go
sudden,
practice in the snow.
Yeah, all of a sudden you got a cold road environment that you're about to go play in, and you can play. You can actually feel what it's going to be like
acclimated
at practice.
to it.
Yeah, get acclimated to that, because we were talking about it with the Miami Dolphins. They go to Kansas City, and it's like there's no way to prep for that in Miami.
No,
you got to take your team somewhere cold to practice all week to prep for that. You're getting frostbite and whatnot.
I mean, you see SMU going to Penn State, having to play that playoff game.
That was the other one. It's like, man, if you're going to Penn State in December or whatever, it's like, man, prep yourselves. There's no way you can't just talk about being able to handle the cold. You got to get up in there. So I was hopeful that this was like some level of they can hit a switch in the indoor facility, and all of a sudden now you're practicing in the cold. That's not exactly what this is, but I do think we are one step closer to just that.
My first thought was it might be something that would get Michael Irvin wanting to return to school.
Oh, yes. A new version of the White House, if you will.
Right. Yep.
So the snow room, it can hold 8 to 10 athletes. It stays at sub-freezing temperatures at all hours of the day to assist in the post-practice and workout recovery process. So this is just like a giant... what are those cold, the cryotherapies? This is basically one of those, right? It's just like a giant freezer
room
that guys can go into, and it's fits 8 to 10 dudes in there.
You know what I was thinking? So you went to high school around here, then you left for college, you got hurt your freshman year. It's like, what are you going to do now? Come home, go to TCU. I mean, if you're a 4 or 5 star recruit, right? You left home, you're hurt, you're like, man, I don't know if this is the spot for me anymore. I think TCU is just going to be able to present itself like this is a great spot for terrific athletes to come home and recover and continue your college career.
All right, can I ask this question then of you guys? Mm-hmm. Are we better off in this day and age taking $50 million and buying players?
I mean, wellness and recovery, there's something about this. I mean, they got a cryo lounge, hydro massage pods, a sauna, red light therapy, multiple recoveries. I think if you're a player, this is definitely a big recruiting tactic. I think for TCU.
To me is they've convinced kids, and Tech has done some upgrades on their facility, but not to the tune of $50 million, I don't believe. But to me, I'm in a day and age right now where if my facilities are good enough, give me $50 million to spend on players.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I don't, you know what? I don't need the.
But your facility's got to be up to snuff.
Yeah, but most of these teams in the Big 12 have decent facilities.
Sure.
You know, but if you gave me $50 million to go buy players, I think I'm better off having that than I am having a room that fits 8 guys in there for recovery. That's just me.
Hey, I hear you. I do think this is like one of those things that it's a one-time $50 million investment that is now here. Yeah. It's going to stand the test of time, right? Like now this is a $50 million investment that's not for one season, one team, one roster. This is now going to, for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
We've got kids leaving Stanford, you know, that education and all that stuff to go play at Texas Tech. And nothing against Texas Tech, but how do you get that to happen? You give a kid $3 million a year.
I think you got to have it all.
That's how
I don't think you can have crappy facilities. I don't think you can have crappy uniforms or crappy coaches. I think it's a total arms race and everything matters.
And they clearly needed an upgrade. Like if they didn't have AC in the indoor, they needed this. This was overdue.
I just kind of, like I said, if my facilities are okay, you know, and to me, these kids now only understand money.
Yeah.
They back in the day when Oregon, and no offense to Oregon, beautiful state, but the thing that was cool about Oregon and Chip Kelly was Nike and different uniforms every week.
Oh yeah,
that's what kids were going to, like, wow, let's go to Oregon. And, like, people didn't know where the hell Eugene was.
Yeah.
And now, if I was a coach, I would say, listen, I appreciate the $50 million you're spending on this facility, but I need another $50 million. And I wonder if they're going to look at you like, wait a minute, coach, we just gave you $50 million for a facility here, you know? And I just don't know how much kids really, but back in the day, I think it was a factor. I think today it's not as much of a factor.
Well, this thing actually snows, by the way. So when you're in there, for whatever reason, they have the ability to make it like snow flurry in there. Seems pretty cool, and hopefully we are now one step closer to having like an indoor practice facility where you can go ahead and dictate the temperatures and the elements in preparation for a big-time game for a hot weather team going cold. I mean, come on, dude. It's a freaking brainer. Let's get that
To
done.
me, if anything, you put your quarterback and center in there and practice the exchanges and stuff like that,
Ooh,
you know,
like
or like making sure that. But I mean, maybe if you had enough space where you could throw it around a little bit, that'd be cool too. But maybe and it might not matter too because everybody's playing shotgun football now. You know, it might not matter. But I would work on my receivers' hands.
Oh, absolutely. We're playing catch in there. We're going to get a jugs machine in this cold room.
Yeah,
exactly.
good call.
Get
We
you
have
locked in.
a jugs machine story to get to a little bit later on in the program.
I always love a good jugs conversation here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're 1 hour down and 4 to go here tonight. Dave Raymond's going to join us at 4 o'clock. We'll talk the latest Rangers news and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And let's talk some Rangers here with you. What do you say? Back in action tomorrow against the Detroit Tigers. And Wolchuk, I happened to be on Twitter over the break there looking at some Rangers Twitter stuff, and I saw you getting a little excited here around this Jim Bowden quote. Some think it's a possibility the A's will entertain offers for Mason Miller. There are teams that want to make him a starter. That's interesting. Obviously a fireballer. I don't think the Rangers would want to do that, but I noticed you threw out the idea that it might require a trading of Sebastian Walcott in order to get a player of Mason Miller's stature. Could the Rangers afford him? I mean, what are all the hurdles that go along with this? I'm in, by the way. I learned long ago. Top prospects, as enticing and as sexy as they might be and how much they're dominating, that doesn't matter because the jump to big league baseball is so big. It swallows up prospects every year like it's nothing. Spits them out. So I'll definitely take a sure thing, especially if it's an all-league type of performer like Miller is.
Yeah, it's. We kind of threw this out, I think, with Sands a couple months ago. And at the time, it didn't seem like the A's were willing to move him. But it is going to cost you a lot. I think it would start, obviously, with Sebastian Walcott. What else would you have to throw in there? But it is fascinating. Like, if you are one of those teams where, hey, you're not sure, to your point, how these prospects will end up developing. I know a lot of Ranger fans, we lived through Jurickson Profar. We thought Jurickson Profar was going to be the next big thing.
Tanner Shepard, Martin Perez.
Right. Mike Alt.
Yeah.
Gallo, of course, being one of those guys. So it is something that is uncertain, and you could get, for at least this year, one of the best closers in all of the game to help you out now. But I think the idea of him possibly moving in as a starter creates a whole nother level of conversation and interest from me, at least, here.
Yeah. Do you want him more if he wants to be a starter?
It would make me want him more, yeah. I mean, I love where he is now, but if he's got that capability, and look, eventually we're going to look up, and 2 years from now, Evaldi's going to retire, and who knows what's going to happen year to year with Jacob deGrom. But, I mean, the Rangers have struggled when it comes to developing pitchers, and I hope that ends up changing, and Kamar Rocker and Jack Leiter continue to progress, and maybe Cody Bradford can get healthy here eventually. But it does seem like their pathway of getting at least this starting rotation that's been so damn good is going out and acquiring them. So Mason Miller could be another one of those guys.
Yeah, I asked my general manager friend about that, about trying to go get, if you're the Rangers, go get Mason Miller. And this is what I got back. He says you couldn't get him without several high-end prospects and several major league players. The Rangers couldn't put together a package to get him.
Wow.
That's where my general manager in the league said, my friend said. So I don't know. I mean, he works for his team, but he just kind of he thought about it that the Rangers could not put together a package to go get this guy if they
I think you dangle Sebastian Walcott, the A's would be interested, but I don't think the Rangers want to give up on Sebastian Walcott.
Yeah, I mean, when you mention that, I'm like, I'm not even interested in hypothetically going to the package of players that would probably include Wyatt Langford. I want to stay clear of that. But like Mason Miller is so young and so dominant and has so many years of control under him. I'm not surprised. This is an absolute elite type of player, and still, other than Walcott, the Rangers don't have that many promising young players down there. That's sobering. Evan Grant writing, right now he does not expect moves either way with the deadline coming up, says the plan is likely to see what happens in the second half of the season. And if the offense does not click, a teardown could come in the offseason. But they don't want to make that decision there. Kennedy Landry agrees, saying that there is unlikely to be any big moves at the deadline, and that if a major overhaul is going to happen, it will happen in the offseason. Will you be willing to accept that if we get to the winter and the Rangers offense has not connected yet, that they should tear it down in a meaningful way?
I think so. I mean, yeah, they've obviously CY's not going to sit there and go, even after the World Series of 23. I mean, I don't think back-to-back seasons of not having success. I think that would lead him to want to do something completely different. So I don't think he would stand pat. This is a shame that the winning 2 out of 3 out of the Houston, it just bought you stay pat.
Yeah.
Instead of being like, all right, that was a good series. That was a good, our pitching, our deep, everything kind of held up. We got some hitting.
It should be let's go get a closer because you could have won 3 of those other games. Padres, Angels, and Astros.
There's no question. And this is what's surprising. And I think that probably that CY is wanting to go do this, and maybe management or ownership is telling him we're not going to do this. We're just not. And I was kind of hopeful that a successful Houston weekend was going to lead to going and trying to make things better. But obviously, standing pat is not what I expected at all.
Maybe that's why we're hearing about John Gray to the bullpen, possibly because that's going to be their
that's
best
going to be their
way.
answer. Yeah.
And I still think the team's enough. I would hope that when you're talking about tearing it down, we're not talking about tearing down Seager, DeGrom, or Eovaldi. As long as you keep those 3 guys, I think it's possible you could have trades and machinations and move on from guys and bring in different dudes and put together a contender as long as you got those 3 guys.
Yeah, I think they'd be looking at Jonah Heim, who has not been good since 2023. Josh Young, what's the future looking like there? Obviously, how does Evan Carter play this second half of the season? Wyatt's an untouchable for them, I believe. But those are kind of the guys you're looking at right now. Adolis goes into that conversation too.
Can I put this guy in as an untouchable? But I think if you put him out there, that somebody would clearly bite on him. Josh Smith. I would want Josh Smith on my team no matter what. And just because of all the last 2 years, all he's done is proven that you can play him at any position. He plays at a high level. He hits he finds ways to get clutch hits. He hits with 2 outs. He's a complete ball player. And I like I say, if you want to move on from that, that would be tough for me.
You need those guys.
Yeah, absolutely you need those guys. So
I mean, it'd be great if he was a 7 or 8 hitter and you didn't need him to be a key part of your lineup.
But he's hitting like is he in the 270s? I mean,
he's been one of the only guys whose OPS has been in the mid 7s.
And they have him leading
year.
off, and it seems like when the lineup turns over again, he's finding ways to get on base or get a key hit. And so I would be one of those. If I was CY, I wouldn't be interested in moving on from a guy like that.
No, you really just need to move on from a couple and replace it with incredible production. I hope financially that Ray McDuck is up for something like that. Yeah. But I guess after this year, if you're not a taxpayer, you can jump back into that game for 2026. They will avoid this year being a repeat taxpayer for a 3rd year in a row that triggers all sorts of nasty bonuses. But they were taxpayers in their World Series year and the year following. So maybe we'll be getting ready to do something like that again. Looks like the Chargers are getting ready to look for a new wide receiver as Mike Williams has retired from the NFL. The team announcing today. The agent, Tony Dandy, informing the Chargers front office, just 30 years old, been working off to the side during the Chargers offseason activities as he's been battling an undisclosed injury. The Chargers had placed him on the PUP, and he's done. So that's a blow there for the Chargers as they're trying to get their offense going.
Yeah, man, they got to get some weapons over there. They really do. I mean, we'll see about Trey Harris, the rookie. We know Ladd McConkey's a good player, but, I mean, they might want to get in the mix here, right? On
Terry McLaurin, I saw Sean Merriman, their old awesome edge rusher, was already trying to recruit Terry McLaurin for them. But Keenan Allen is also out. I mean, Amari Cooper's out there. There's some veteran wide receivers if they wanted to kick the tires there, but I wouldn't mind them picking up the phone and saying, hey, Washington, Terry McLaurin.
That would swing the balance of power, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think the Commanders over-under right now is 10 wins. I saw they updated the Cowboys to 8.5, at least on BetMGM.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you take McLaurin off that offense, though, I think things could get ugly. Things could get real concerning for Washington in year 2 of Jade Daniels. That'd be a heck of a development. Chiefs star wide receiver Rashee Rice sentenced to 30 days jail time, 5 years probation for that multi-car crash that happened here on Central last year. According to release from the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Rice pled guilty in a district court. That's a third-degree felony charge. Collision involving serious bodily injury and racing on a highway causing bodily injury. I mean, I guess I'm not rooting against the guy to continue his career and everything. That I wish him the best. But I think if you're going that fast in a car, it should be a lot more time than selling some recreational dope to somebody that wants the recreational dope. Am I crazy for that? Should you be getting more time for going 120 miles an hour and causing harm?
Yes. Yes, you absolutely should. And I think if this was a normal person, normal financial kind of average dude, this ends up way worse.
You got to get lawyered up.
Yeah,
you get 30 days.
I would think so. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just terrifying. Can you imagine like the worst possible thing that could happen in most of our lives on a given day is just a high-speed car accident because somebody's being an idiot. That's the bigger threat to society, if you ask me. But anyway, a Dallas district court judge ruled Rice can serve the jail time at any point during the 5-year probationary period. And he received diverted adjudications and stuff like this. But the NFL now can expedite its disciplinary process. I think they're doing much better for themselves these days, waiting for the end of the legal process before they do something. He is likely to receive a multi-game suspension at some point during the upcoming 2025 season. Sounds like 2 to 4 games.
That's what I was reading. 2 to 4 games is what it most likely will be.
And he'd serve it this year per Schefter.
We're going to have SB highlights coming up here in LA Live at 5:40. Congrats to Cooper Flagg for winning Best Male Collegiate Athlete. It's a heck of an accomplishment. Pretty cool for him.
Oh yeah, Coop.
Hopefully it's the beginning of a prestigious and well-awarded career. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Simone Biles won Best Male and Female Athletes. Biles, the 11-time Olympic medalist, also claimed tonight's first award, the Best Championship Performance. And she beat out Steph Curry, Freddie Freeman, Rory McIlroy. Steph Curry last year in that Olympic final game, was that against France? That was insane what he did. I didn't see what Simone Biles did in the Olympics, but it must have been pretty damn impressive to be better than Steph Curry's.
Yeah, she was running it up for sure. And I remember just doing just how high she gets, how tiny she is, but like how high she gets on her stunts.
Yeah.
Really ridiculous.
Yeah.
So
elite athlete.
Yeah.
She's the best.
I get it.
And she came back from having that mental anxiety thing in the previous Olympics.
The twisties.
Yeah, the twisties.
Yeah.
Sounds terrifying if you watch that documentary that she did. I mean, that is like, oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, I think she felt like any of us would have felt like if you were 20 feet in the air spinning around. She suddenly got some awareness of like, wait, what am I doing exactly?
Yeah.
I'm getting 20 feet in the air and spinning with 100 miles an hour. This is crazy, right? But somehow she managed to block it out again. I wish I could block out that feeling of terror in the air. It'd come in quite handy right here in a week and a half when we get ready to fly to Oxnard. I'm already having sweats about it, by the way. I want to let you guys know. Sweaty palms. I might be going into the doc for some Valium or some Xanax or something. So if you guys see me passed out, like drooling on myself, and the flight attendant's like, "Sir, wake up," just let her know he's cool.
I'll claim
cool.
you.
Trust me, this is better than the alternative.
He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, we don't need an Odell Beckham situation up there.
Hey, as long as we can bum one off, you know what I'm saying?
For sure. Dallas Wings pull into the All-Star break at 6-17, bro. After playing the Vegas Aces, and Aja Wilson just crushed them last night with 37, but it was 90-86, so it's kind of a moral victory there. They were close. They were within 2 late.
Improvement.
I think the Aces are down a little bit this year too, aren't they? They're like a 500 team.
Not as good as they. I saw Minnesota was in first.
Yeah,
in the West.
Your
New
guess
York,
is as good as mine, bro.
New York and Minnesota.
New York. I know started the season on a tear.
Yeah, I think that the Aces are probably a 500 team right now.
Huh? Interesting.
You see if was I right?
I'll find out here pretty soon. I was hoping to get your thoughts on the Open Championship.
The Open.
The Open.
Are you tracking that pretty close?
You know what? When I got up this morning, I was seeing the first groups that were out. It seems like it's 4 under winning this thing right now.
4 under is the leader with Olsen, Fitzpatrick.
Okay, Olsen. This was a
couple other guys.
This was a group that were first out today. So, and I don't know.
Oh, the weather changed.
I don't know if the weather's gotten progressively worse as we've gone along, but there's a lot of the heavy hitters are in the afternoon flight.
They're struggling.
And I didn't check on the scores, but I know that Olsen and those guys, everybody that went out early seemed to have a little bit better run at it. We'll see what happens with the afternoon group.
Phil Mickelson had one of his best rounds in a decade.
Or 1 under?
He's 1 under.
1 under, yeah, there we go.
Scotty Scheffler, of course, dealing with the realization that winning does not make him happy this week. He went viral. He's 3 under through 18, just went off the pace, so he's in the house with a dang good round there. Scotty, this is the one major he hasn't won yet, right? I think he hasn't finished even in the top 3.
No, I think last year I think he was 7th.
Okay.
But you're right, top 3. That would be 7th would not be top 3.
29 years old here, Scotty Scheffler. I think everybody in Dallas rooting for him. What do you think about what he said earlier this week? I thought it was quite profound and wise.
Yeah.
Beyond his 29 years.
I know. It's crazy. Every time he speaks, even you just look at his face, you're like, I can't believe he's only 29.
Yeah.
he gives off like 40-year-old dude.
Yeah.
Very mature. You said wise beyond his years. Yeah, I loved what he said. I thought it was very. I think that he's on a different level of huge success that like we all would be kind of like, man, there's no way I would reach that, but we've all felt the feeling of I've been working so hard at something, I achieved it, and then there's the now what factor.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's like at what point do you kind of say, okay, there's more to life than just simply accomplishing goals that I have on planet Earth, because it'll never end. It's just like the money thing. I want this much money. You get that, all of a sudden, okay, then there's more to be had. There's always more. At what point do you grasp onto the idea that there's more to life than anything that you're doing from a success standpoint on Earth?
Yes.
Right?
And I think that's one of the real benefits and blessings of that level of success financially and in your pro sports world is if you get to the top financially and competitively and you realize, holy crap, I'm still not happy, I'm miserable. That is what allows them to consider what will make me happy. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people who are stuck in the rat race and in the grind always assume for decades of life, if I could just get to this level of success, then I would be happy. Mm-hmm. It's the guys that get there and go, oh, wow, why am I not happy? Then it opens up just a whole nother curiosity. And I mean, salute to him, because you do have a lot of people that reach the level of success and all you get is more greed or more desire to not lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you see it with the Aaron Rodgers stuff, right? Yeah. He gets the Super Bowl, and then he's looking around like, oh, okay, so I did this thing that I've set out to do my whole life, and now what? What else is there?
This is it's funny, but you asked me at the Open Championship, and you think about Scotty being, from Dallas and all that. The Open Championship does have a great history of Texans winning it, though, which it bodes pretty well for him. If you go back with the Ben Hogans and then the Lee Trevinos, I think Bill Rogers won it. He was in the 80s. That was a golfer I remember. Justin Leonard, Jordan Spieth. So Texans do have a good history of winning this. So hopefully Scotty will bring the claret jug home.
That would be
we could
sweet.
All drink out of it.
That would be sweet.
Drink.
At least it'll make us happy.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to run. It's the G-Bag Nation. Got the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. What do you got, Chief?
We got a breaking pass rusher being paid, not named Micah.
Oh, is it TJ Watt?
It is TJ Watt.
Do you got numbers?
We
will
see.
on the other side.
Yeah, we will.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll have numbers and reaction to that. The C-Note coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and let me make a note of that TJ Watt deal coming up next. I have to chat with you about my friends at PermaPure Foundation Repair before we do anything like that, though. These guys are the best, and here we are hitting the summer. Maybe the soil's starting to get dry around the house. It's starting to pull apart. You know what that is? That is soil shifting and moving, and when that happens on your property, it can wreak havoc on your foundation. So if you do have any concerns, you got cracks in your bricks, sticky doors, uneven floors, call my friends at PermaPure Foundation Repair. It's 214-831-2167, or go to permapure.com. That's ERMAPIER.com, permapier.com, and schedule a free evaluation. They'll come out to the house. They'll see if the foundation does need some work. And oftentimes all they give you is, an all clear, right? Double thumbs up. And that's what you call peace of mind here. Well, Permapier Foundation Repair, if they don't give you that, they will give you a screaming great deal on the best possible repair for your home. Our number one investment for most people, right? Most family guys, it's our homes. And Permapier Foundation Repair, these are the guys that the pros in real estate, construction, home repair, myself included. I trust these guys big time. They've been around a DFW for over 30 years. 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Looking forward to the Rangers getting back to action tomorrow against the Tigers, and Jared Sandler will be joining us at 4:40 tomorrow. We'll be excited about that. We'll be at the ballpark. C. Weil join us next Monday, start getting us ready for the trade deadline and all that. But we have significant NFL news that could impact the Dallas Cowboys in the negotiation with Micah Parsons. It's T.J. Watt getting done here. Congrats to him. 3 years and is it $123 million? How much of that's guaranteed?
108.
Yeah, 108. It's going to be $41 million per year.
Highest of any non-quarterback in NFL history. So he passes Jamar Chase, who just signed his deal.
And is he the best overall edge player?
I still think it's Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I'd probably go Garrett 1, Watt 2. But there is, TJ Watt, I feel like anytime you're watching one of those Steelers primetime games, he's doing something to just wreck the game and give them a chance to win it.
Is Micah Parsons deserving of earning more just because he's a great pass rusher? Like, how are you looking at this as the Cowboys? Are you thinking T.J. Watt is incredible, rushing the passer, stopping the run, complete player? Micah Parsons might be as good as him as an edge. Maybe not. I mean, he hasn't produced as much and doesn't stop the run at as high of a rate. How do you look at that if you're the Cowboys? Like, does Micah deserve more legit? Micah's way younger. Micah's less hurt. There's a lot to go in this evaluation, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think that Micah is a better pass rusher than T.J. Watt. You mentioned being in the prime of his career. And just those two things right there are...
And you base that off of pass rush success rate or pressure totals?
Yeah, I think if you looked at the pressure totals and if you looked at the how quickly you're beating the offensive tackle and stuff like that, I think Micah is absolutely that guy right now. And the prime of his career factor and just kind of the nature of how it goes. It's like, is TJ Watt better than Myles Garrett? No, he just got a little bit more, right? So that's just kind of the nature of these deals.
Yeah, I would look at it like, man, we are really not good stopping the run. Micah Parsons is maybe our best run stopper, but compared to the guys at the absolute top, doesn't he is part of us being vulnerable to the run. I think that matters. Well, Chuck, how about you? Maybe it doesn't in the economy of it, but when I'm talking to the agent, I'm like, you're not going to whip our ass on this. Your guy's not a complete player. He hasn't really been at OTAs his entire career.
Again, I would point to if I'm Micah's agent, I'm looking at, okay, we can talk about all the run stuff all you want, but look at the difference in the way quarterbacks play you when he's on the field and when he doesn't. Yeah. And when he was not on the field last year, you made quarterbacks look as good as Josh Allen last year. Josh Allen was a superhuman MVP type candidate. Yeah. And when he was on the field, when Micah was on the field, you turned the quarterbacks that you were facing into Daniel freaking Jones, bro. So just that alone right there. Like, we can talk about the run game all we want. How about you build some level of there's 10 other guys. You got a bunch of guys that don't know how to play the run. I am the difference maker on this defense.
Yeah.
And any other person that gets any type of pass rush success is due to the fact that I'm the one who's drawing all the attention.
Yeah, make no mistake, I'm not letting Micah Parsons go because he is an on-off switch for this defense. He's off, and it's a horrible defense, maybe one of the worst 5 in the league.
Yeah, it's like we talk about this all the time with prospects in the draft. It's like, do you want to harp on the things a guy doesn't do, or do you want to kind of focus on what he does do? And let's not pretend that what Micah does do isn't probably still the best in the sport when it comes to just simply getting after the passer. And it's not just we know where he's coming from. Micah can come from anywhere to get after your quarterback.
What about his argument? What about Wolchuk's argument about playoff football?
Yeah, I would disagree. When you look at the pressure numbers, Micah doesn't drop off. The sack totals do, but the pressure numbers are still very, very consistent. And if you go back and watch that Green Bay game, he's blowing crap up, but there's only so much one guy can do.
Sure.
So I mean that's how I would approach
it.
The
other games, I don't remember blowing crap up in that Green Bay game.
And that's fine. We all have different memory capabilities and things like that. Go back and watch the game and watch him blow up the offensive line.
I watched 44-19 week 2 against the Saints when he was out there, and he didn't make David Carr look like Daniel Jones.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to crap on Mikey here,
But that is cherry picking, Wolchuk. I mean,
it's not cherry picking. It's saying if these are the quarterbacks,
you have to dominate every game.
Last
year, how many sacks leads the league, and how many games are there?
Okay,
you're not going to get a sack every game.
What's Micah Parsons' high sack rate for his career? What's the most sacks he's had in a season?
When your entire defense sucks ass, it's very easy for an offensive coordinator to eliminate one guy when you're able to just run the ball at will.
So when I'm paying a guy $42 million a year and you want to say, hey, I want to make the rest of my defense better, and you're the Dallas Cowboys that constantly talk about their salary cap, how do I do that?
How much better is the Cowboys defense last year if they have Myles Garrett?
I don't think really that much better.
I agree 100%.
Right.
So Myles Garrett should get paid?
Yeah.
Okay.
He should. And I think Micah should get paid.
All right.
The conversation here is for the Dallas Cowboys. What should you do? And I do think it's fair, and it's not bashing the player, but you've got to have hard conversations about, is this player worth that money? And TJ Watts had 22.5 sacks. He had 19 sacks in 2025. Micah's never had more than 14 sacks. So I'm in agreement that he is one of the top 3 pass rushers in all of the sport. I don't know that it's a foregone conclusion that he's better necessarily than TJ Watt is.
And do you have to stop the run better to say I'm one of the best at my position? Maybe it's a non-factor because of how important the passing game is. I'm legitimately open-minded to that. I'm just asking the question. But I think it is relevant today because Micah's saying the Cowboys are dragging this out for no reason. Are we discussing maybe the reasons? That they're not willing to do the deal for 26-year-old Micah Parsons that the Steelers are willing to do. I mean, and it's 1 year less than what Micah will get and about $30 million less guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't think it's a Micah thing with them because I think they do this to everybody. Right? Don't the Cowboys do this to everybody?
Yeah, they just kind of wait and play it out.
Yeah, and I wonder if they are negotiating at all or if they're just letting the time be the thing. I wonder if they have much urgency in this at all, when it comes down to it. It's kind of a mystery. Like to hear how Mike McCarthy would describe whatever that was in the week after the season ended before the Cowboys officially decided to move on. It sounds bizarre and weird sometimes, and it's difficult to make rhyme or reason out of some of this stuff. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Least accurate quarterbacks when targeting an open receiver 10-plus yards downfield in 2024. Deshaun Watson was the worst. Number 2 was Patrick Mahomes at 34.5%. Number 3 was Cooper Rush at 34.7%. So that's pretty bad. Least accurate when targeting an open receiver 10-plus yards downfield. I guess, my question is, how does Mahomes go there? Does this prove that completion percentage just is not a very good way of measuring quarterback play? What do you think, Chief?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm texting John Owning right now to see if he can quantify to all of us just how good or bad Micah Parsons is at stopping the run. I would just love to get some level of understanding of that. So what was it exactly that you just said? Because I would definitely agree that
Owning has done some stories on that.
Yeah, I might be able to go look at his Twitter. I just shot him a text to figure it out.
Owning has gone on record and provided numbers and videos and stuff like that, to try and prove that point that Micah is better at the run than most people give him credit for.
Gotcha. True. I'm not even sure which way. I'm just curious.
Oh no, he is on the pro run side.
He is. Okay.
He's pro run.
Well, I just love with something tangible, other than Micah sucks at stopping the run. It's like let's kind of
and I don't think he sucks at stopping the run.
The problem
just TJ Watt's the best.
Yeah,
that's the comp here.
Yeah, we're looking at the best. Max Crosby's really good at it. So teams definitely can say, hey, we're going to run at Micah, trying to wear him down, and that's proven to at times work. It's not like, oh, he's an awful run defender. He's not. That's not the case.
Well, the thing about that happens to Micah is that his ability to get up the field puts him out of position, and people are able to kind of pin him and knock him up the field.
Right.
That's the thing. And we've seen stuff when they get Micah in space. We've seen that with our own eyes. Like the read option stuff when he gets paralyzed. Like he plays against the Eagles, and all of a sudden you're like, a little bit better, I think, against the Commanders. 2 of his better games last year. I think 4.5 of his sacks last year were against the Commanders. And the
Eagles definitely stand out as
yeah. I mean, there are times where Micah looks like that teams, if they put him in space and make him have to determine one way or another to play the quarterback or play the pitch, it paralyzes him. And that's where I think that people are saying, well, he's bad playing the run because there's that indecision that goes about with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, And I think the Pro Football Focus numbers here, I brought him up, show he is top third of the league, which puts him as the Cowboys' single best run defender. The only guy close is Eric Kendricks, who they let walk and bring in two of the worst rated run stopping linebackers in the NFL. So I don't think this is going to change. You know, if Micah Parsons just holds his edge, but nobody else is flowing to the ball or beating their block, it's going to look like, wow, they're just running right at Micah and having success. Because nobody else on their defense is doing their job at an above average level. And a lot of them not even like beyond the worst quarter of the league. That's how much they've let this run defense deteriorate. And I think it's going to take multiple years if Eberflus is going to fix it. I believe in his scheme, but I just don't think they have the horses to pull that off right now. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some injury updates on some of the guys, and I want to go with you guys and talk about that. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get...
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I was just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The On-Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Cowboys, presents The Fan's coverage from Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Not just 1 week, because when you roll with The Fan, you get camp coverage from beginning to end. 7 days a week from Oxnard and the Star in Frisco. Also brought to you by Rhino Shield of DFW and Yardbirds Southern Table and Bar.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
You bet you will. Beginning Monday, July 21st on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, in for Lucius this week. Done a nice job. Lucius will be back on Monday. Dave Raymond's coming up at 4 o'clock. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. And thank you very much to Reliant for their continued work with Krusty's Corner. Appreciate that. Couple of things that I've got updates on, because there was some concern that we were talking about with Donovan Ezraku's contract.
Yeah.
And I asked some people in the front office, I said, you feel like you could get this thing done before you guys get on that airplane and head to Oxnard? And I got a yes. So we've had a lot of problems with these second round contracts and, you know, the guaranteed monies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they're confident before this team leaves that Donovan Ezraku will not be a holdout.
Yeah, he should get done. I mean, the pick right ahead of him, Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle out of Texas, just got done today. Trey Amos just got done from Washington, the corner. R.J. Harvey, the running back in Denver, just got done. So the floodgates have opened, it seems like, for these second-round picks today.
Yeah, so they are. That's something, because I was honestly worried about this, and I brought it up because I thought they were going to be pretty thin at defensive end. I thought they were going to, you know, with the Micah situation, if Ezraku holds out, well, then it also brought me around to asking about Sam Williams. And I was curious about Sam Williams because I'm thinking, well, gosh, if Micah's out and Donovan's out, you know, is Sam going to practice on a limited basis? You know, how's that going to work out? And I was just curious. So I reached out to, again, a couple of people in the organization, and they have a plan for what they want to do for Sam and how they want to handle Sam and how he practices.
Make it Mr. Limited.
Well, the thing about it is early in the sessions, early in the week of practice, it's not a grind to have to practice. You know, it's that a period where you really kind of ease in,
simulated game time.
You go in and you're kind of like you're getting acclimated to what's going on. The league, you know, the way the Players Association, the way they negotiated all that was that, you know, hey, we really don't have two-a-days anymore. We really don't have beat the players up as much like they used to.
It's a damn shame.
They're all Camp Cupcake now, right?
Well, it's the league agreed. The league, the owners agreed, and the players asked for it, and the league agreed, and so here we are. But with Sam, he should be okay. He'll do everything that they'll ask him to do. It's when they get into pads, when they get into the padded part of practice, that's when they're going to have to ease him in even more.
That's crazy. Isn't his injury like 12 months old?
Yeah, but they have a plan for what they think how they think they need to handle this one. And so I would just, as we're out there and we wonder, well, what are they doing with Sam? Well, they're doing this with Sam because they feel like that they need to make sure that he is absolutely ready. Sam's going to wear a brace too, from what I understand, on that knee, which is, you know, you think for a guy that's kind of an edge rusher guy that you would be a little bit, you know, you probably wouldn't want to, that'd be something, but we'll keep an eye on that. But I was hearing that they were going to have a special brace for him as well.
Wonder why it's been so difficult to heal. You know?
I think
these guys come back 8-9 months out. The injury was July 28th.
Oh yeah, we were all standing out there when it happened. You know, watching a special teams practice, and all of a sudden he goes running down there on a a gunner position at the outside right, and next thing you know, he's laying on the ground. So, but yeah, they have a plan for him, and the part of the practice, like I said, the padded part of the practice is going to be more of a ramp up period than it is the, hey, let's throw you out there and kind of see what happens with all that. All right, everybody good with that?
I figured they probably would. Yeah, I mean, in some way, maybe give him an extra day off here and there or whatever, but it makes sense. I don't know that that's unique to Sam or just how they would approach it with kind of any one of these guys.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you guys this question if I could. You guys kind of feel like that CeeDee Lamb is the one that has the chip on his shoulder of the two receivers? Who's
the chippiest?
Well, I mean, chip as far as
wanting to prove.
Yeah, I'm of the in my humble opinion, I think CeeDee Lamb is getting tired of hearing about George Pickens. And I say that in out of respect. I don't say that as bitter and
What makes you say that? Did he tweet something?
No, I just feel like that CD is such a competitive player that everybody's just enamored, and we should be. We should be enamored with George Pickens.
He's the shiny new toy.
Exactly. I mean, all the shows, all the media, all the questions. It's CD in a way is going to be a great teammate. He's going to embrace having George Pickens opposite him and
said all the right things.
Saying all the right things. But I believe there's a side of CeeDee Lamb that's like, all right, you MFers, you guys keep talking about this guy. I think when we talk about who the top 10, the DallasCowboys.com loves to do this. This was kind of a fun thing that was the top 10 players from training camp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then where did certain players fall as the way they practiced and all that. And I hope that CD does get an opportunity to play in some of these preseason games. I hope Pickens does and Dak does too. But I kind of feel like this is going to be one of those things where we're going to walk out of training camp. And Dawson, if you had to pick like one guy at camp and you would say this guy is going to be the number one best player in training camp this year, who would you have? Would you have CeeDee Lamb? Do you think if you made that prediction?
I think that's smart money's on CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, maybe
Dak or
Deron Bland.
Yeah,
ball skills.
Oso Diggy-Zua. Maybe it's Tyler Smith.
Hopefully it's Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
That'd be nice.
Okay, so I think CD probably has a chip on his shoulder right now.
Yeah.
I think he will remind everybody multiple times throughout the season that he's definitely the better player. But I think we're excited because George Pickens is the best 88 co-star we've ever had. Right. He's the highest talented guy they've ever had in the wide receiver number two spot. So that's fun. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to overall chip on shoulder attitude, nobody comes close to what George Pickens has done. Like, he's given up on multiple plays. He's fighting the other team. This dude has the biggest chip on his shoulder in the entire league.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I do think as a guy who missed training camp last year, CeeDee Lamb probably going to try and squeeze all the juice out of this one.
Yeah, so, it's fun, right? It's like a fun competitiveness between the two.
Like it's a good thing, like an iron sharpens iron type thing. Like you said, not a bitterness type deal.
No, I don't think it's going to be a bitterness thing at all. I just feel like that it's going to be a very competitive, like we're going to get wowed with some George Pickens receptions. And we're going to be talking about it. 3 live mics are going to be rolling right along, and we're going to be talking about it. And it's going to be, wow, what a play by Pickens. But it's going to turn into, wow, what a play by Lamb.
Sure.
Yeah, it's going to energize him to
I can
practice his balls
see
off.
it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. They're like, hey, anything you can do, hey, I can do it, and I'll do it a little bit better than you did. Okay, well, then watch me.
Yeah, you want that. Like that's absolutely what you want.
Yeah, I am totally on board because I think that Lamb is going to go out and show everybody why he's your number one receiver here. I really do.
Well, and Dak talked about it last week. I know Shotty talked about it at OTAs and mini camps. Like, so far, they have been celebrating each other's success. And if I'm Lamb, I'm watching Pickens have success. I'm thinking, wow, the attention might finally be off me for the first time since Amari Cooper was good.
Yeah, to me, it's this the way Lamb is, his demeanor, the way, and I mean it. No disrespect to, I mean, I don't think he has any ill will towards Pickens, but this is a guy that's that alpha kind of guy, and everybody's talking about what a great addition Pickens has been or what's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Lamb is like going, all right, you guys keep talking about this. Keep talking about him and keep bringing it up and all that. And I'm going to show you why I'm the one that's not having to try and fight for a new contract.
So Lamb is your prediction for the number 1 seed for the all Oxnard team?
I think that if we had to, and it unfortunately we don't get to be there the whole time, but the time we get to, if we had a deal of the players that we saw, top 10 of the players we saw, I'm going to make a prediction that Lamb is going to be number 1.
I love it.
That would be my thing.
Going with Jonathan Mingo myself. I like to play the long shots.
Yeah.
Right, let's get some odds going here. Dave Raymond, Rangers Broadcasting, joins us next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
But
hey, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Jeff Hollaback.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sportsman. It's sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Arch Manning is the biggest name in football this upcoming season. And his debut for Texas as the designated starter will tell us a lot about his future. And our guy Joe Theismann on the show told us what to expect.
I watched some tape on him, and he reminds me of Peyton so much. Just the mannerisms, and Eli. I mean, he has a little bit of his uncles in him all the way around.
I'm Bill Ryder.
Chia Hollaback here to talk about my good friends over at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You think I get fired up when I'm talking about Micah? I get fired up when I'm talking about Josh and Alexis Vining and Greystone Roofing and what they do and have done forever and will continue to do here in the DFW, making it a better place. The roofing business in the DFW is kind of like the Wild Wild West. You got to be careful out there. It can be unpredictable, very chaotic, and at times extremely risky.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Dave Raymond set to join us here. We'll be talking Rangers. Wolchuk has sounds and news of the NFL day. Coming up in 20 minutes, there's a very interesting Cowboys story that we can talk about. The news is pumping today here as we're in the midst of the dog days. Rangers back in action tomorrow as Dave Raymond joins us now here on your home of the 2023 World Series champions. How are you, buddy?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing wonderful, especially with leading the big leagues in runs scored there over the last 7 games. That was fun, even though they weren't piling up the wins. It did make me pretty confident about what we're about to see here in these final 65 games, I guess. How confident are you that the Rangers are going to be better here after the break?
Well, I think like you and a lot of folks, you kind of pick through the rubble every night to see, well, what is it that would make me feel good about where they're headed? And I continue to lean on the fact that the pitching is elite. The defense has been outstanding. And yeah, so for the last week, they scored a lot of runs. You can take it back for a month. In the last basically month of games, they've averaged 5.5 runs per game. Now, prior to that, they were averaging 3.3 runs per game. That is a massive turnaround. And it's, I'd say it's subtle, but what's happened in the last month is that we've seen the offense turn the corner in a good way, but the allocation's still a little lumpy, right? There are days where they'll score 16 runs and 13 runs, but then there are too many of those days where they're only scoring 1, 2, or sometimes even being shut out. So I feel like they're there. They're right on the cusp of it. I hope that the break didn't slow any momentum they were starting to feel, because I think in the last week, as you point out, the offensive numbers were better. I just thought the at-bats were better, and there was a much greater tendency for guys to go up there and do those little things that a team needs to improve their chances inning by inning. And that's what gave me the most encouragement. And I was a little bummed when the break came, because I felt like they were just starting to really figure it out as a group and get a little something going. Hopefully they pick up right where they left off, although they do get a pretty stiff challenge here in Detroit when we start tomorrow.
Yeah, that will be tough, man. But I do feel like there are, a number of reasons to believe right now. But when does that hope? When would that hope turn into belief for you? Like after a year and a half of really mediocre or worse baseball, like how many games do you need? Is it already there? I mean, you mentioned we've been here for a month at 5.5. Do you feel like this is locked in now and it's problem solved?
So I don't know if the problem is solved, but I am encouraged and I am optimistic, and I go back to the fact that this team is so pitching heavy, and you still have John Gray getting closer and could come back here soon. We'll hope to see Malley back in August, but I feel like this is that time of year where you could have had a nice first half and played really well and be an exciting story in Major League Baseball. But over the long haul, the 162 games does kind of find you. Mm-hmm. And I look at the Yankees and their start. They had a wonderful start. They're still 10 games over 500. But that division got away from them. Toronto got hot in a hurry, and the Yankees ran into some pitching problems, and they were thin on pitching. They got They sustained a bunch of injuries early in spring training, and a lot of people were ready to write them off because of that. They overcame it for the longest time. But, 162 hits a little different, and it'll get you eventually. And so they're starting to feel that a little bit. And I feel like the Rangers are built more for the 162 and then the postseason run, and that if they can just kind of keep hanging on, maybe the weaknesses in some of the other teams around them begin to be exposed, and we'll see them just sort of steadily climb. Maybe it's 3-4 games over 500 for a month, and then for another month. And next thing you know, you're sitting in a pretty good spot. And that's what they have to do. The fact that they've hung around 500 is kind of remarkable to this point, given what's happened with the offense.
So just 3.5 games back of the wild card here, Dave. So where's your head at of what they could do, maybe what they can't do with the tax as we get closer to the deadline? Do they stay pat? Would you like them to look at a reliever? What are your thoughts as we're a few weeks away now?
Yeah, my concern is the bullpen, and that's where and you did just ask me this, but I was going to say if somebody were to ask me this, that's what I would say. I would want to do something to help out the back end of the bullpen. The rotation I'm comfortable with. The offense, people talk about maybe we could get a bat or something. Well, where are you going to put a bat? You're going to displace Garcia and Wright or Seager or Semien. I mean, Smith has got to play. You got the two young guys in Langford and Carter. You're not getting Cal Raleigh. So, there's really not a lot of room to find that impact bat and to fit them in your lineup. You're hoping for Jock Peterson to come back here soon. So anyway, my point is, if I'm going to improve this team, I just don't think it's going to be on the offensive side. I just don't think that's where the leverage is. And it could very well be that they move somebody off the offensive side to free up the space and to get that reliever that they need. And I do think they need a reliever. The numbers overall have been really good for the bullpen. If you stack them up team by team, they're top 5 bullpen. But they're not. They frighten me a little bit. And I look at it this way: they're top leverage guys, right? If you want to take Robert Garcia, Luke Jackson, and Chris Martin. Well, they're a combined 2-10. Let me see here. They're a combined 3-15 for their record. Well, that tells me something. I don't know what, but when those 3 guys are at the back end of your game, you expect that record to be more like 15-3, not 3-15. So I think they still need that really high-end closer-type personality to count on at the end of games. So that's where I would go. That's where I'd try and make a move if I could. There isn't a ton of financial flexibility, but maybe you can create some. Maybe there's some move that can be made where you give up somebody off your current active roster and you're able to find somebody with some closing experience.
Yeah, I don't want to put you in a bad position, Dave, but do you have anybody in mind that you feel like teams would be interested in that the Rangers would also be okay with moving on from?
Well, that's a complicated question, and I don't know. I mean, I think there's interest out there. There would have to be interest. And one of the problems you would face if you're the Rangers is, okay, somebody comes and they express interest and name the guy, right? Name the hitter on this team. Well, you'd feel like they're buying low, and you don't want to sell low, right? You want to sell high, and so if you were to get an offer on Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter, I don't think that would matter so much exactly where their numbers are at the moment, because teams would feel like, well, these are 2 really young guys with all kinds of potential. We just think the future long term is really bright for them. The rest of the guys you're talking about, well, you're trying to capture something in the moment, right? If you're looking at Adolis Garcia, or if you're looking, at Jake Berger or whatever, those are people who are looking for somebody to make an impact right now. And if you're in the Rangers position, you're thinking, well, am I selling at the right time if I'm going to move one of those guys or somebody of that ilk? So I don't know. it's these are really complicated questions and issues for a front office to deal with, and I think the way they would look at it is who, like Evan Carter to me is a guy who you're not letting go. Evan Carter's at bats have made such a big difference for this team in the last month. He changes the lineup when he's in there, not because he hits a ton of tanks or whatever, but because he makes the pitcher work. He slows down whatever little run a pitcher can get on. When we've seen the Rangers stacking up, Semien, Seager, Berger, Young in the lineup, man, guys can work through that quickly. Yeah, there's a threat there at all times, but the at-bats, those are guys who are, typically going to be working a count and trying to massage a pitcher back into the strike zone. They're looking for something to drive, and they go for it. And it creates a little bit of a lineup weakness at times for them. They need more bats like Evan Carter's. And so, to me, Evans off the table. That's non-negotiable. So Wyatt Langford, that's off the table. You got to have those guys. So who are the free swingers? Do you have a handful of free swingers who can create issues for you? Those are the guys that I think if you're looking to get really creative, that's maybe where you would look. I don't know what that means or how that would play out, but we have an abundance of those kind of hitters. It's the patient, disciplined hitters that are a little in shorter supply that they've got to be really careful about thinking about moving.
Hey, Dave, as a Rangers fan, though, after taking 2 or 3 from the Astros, and you start to tell me that this team's going to stand pat, I'm a little bit baseball sad.
Yeah. So what do you want?
Well, I agree what you're talking about with the relief pitcher. I would like, and I believe in this general manager. I really do. I don't think he wants to stand pat. Right. So to me, I'm of the point of, if I'm Ray Davis, and I know about taxes and money and all that stuff, I get all that. But damn, give this team a chance. They kind of figured out they got their hitting back. Their pitching has been great all year. Give them a damn chance as an owner, right?
I agree. Yeah, I agree. And I do. And I agree with you. I think just knowing CY as much as I do, he does not want to sell. And I think he still believes in this team. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And so, no, he would want to make a push. But I do think, Brian, I think that's we talk about going for it or standing pat. I mean, I'm not sure outside of really attacking the back end of the bullpen. I just don't know how much more you really need or want to do. Because realistically, let's say that you're frustrated with the lineup and you want to flip a couple pieces out. Okay.
Well, I'm with you on the relief pitching. The bats, I think, are coming around. That part of it, I love what you talked about with the young players and stuff and what they can do. I just feel like, to me now, with Garcia, and then you've had some. I think this bullpen has been put in so many high leverage games that it's starting to crack a little bit.
Agreed.
I think that they have not had any easy night. An easy night is going out there and the early was Jacob Latz throwing 3 innings, or Dane Dunning going throw 3 innings, and then we're out of there. But this bullpen has had to deal with high leverage, extra inning games every damn night, it seems like.
Yeah, there is nothing routine about what they have gone through.
Absolutely not. And I understand why they're kind of struggling right now. I get it. Every time they go out there, it's bases loaded and and 1 out. But if you're CY, I know he wants to go and try and help this thing. I know he does. But I wish an ownership, and I know it puts you in a terrible spot, and I'll say it for you. I wish the owner would just say, go do what you need to do to help this situation in the bullpen.
But that would probably make him a repeat taxpayer for a 3rd year, right? Do you think they for sure won't go into that territory, Dave?
I do. I think they're very committed to staying out of that. And it's the complication with that is that there are additional penalties beyond the tax.
With the draft pick stuff like that?
Yeah. and that's where it gets to be just a little too much to swallow. And so, if it's simply a matter of dollars, I think that they've proven that they'll spend it. I mean, this is a group now that's been up at the top for a handful of years now. They have committed financially to this team winning. The problem is you just can't exceed that threshold 3 straight years. It's the consecutive years that get you. And that third year, they start taking draft picks, and it's a 50% tax. Look, if you went over the threshold $10 million, and then you were taxed 50% of that, okay, so that's an extra $5 million. I don't want to scoff at $5 million, but I can tell you in the scheme of what baseball owners are dealing with, the $5 million is not the problem, right? It's the losing of additional player personnel going forward that's crippling, and that's where it gets really, really tricky. And so I just don't see it happening. So again, to make it happen, there's a tiny bit of wiggle room there, but you're gonna have to find some really clever loopholes or ways to move bodies around a little bit to free up ostensibly what would be enough money to make it happen, right? Now,
I thought, sorry to cut you off there, Dave.
Well, the one thing you can do is you can use your young players as capital, right? So you can have the other team take on the salary if you're willing to give up the prospects, and that's tough to do too.
Yeah, I thought, maybe you could give a prospect with Malley, clear that salary, and then use that money to go address a reliever spot. I guess the other option, do you think John Gray is a viable bullpen candidate?
So I do, and I like that idea. They continue to say that they're stretching him out because they want to bring him back as a potential starter. Well, that's fine, and they can do that, and maybe that works. Maybe ultimately that's the answer. But then you've got an abundance of starters now. So what do you do? Well, you could take Leiter or Rocker perhaps and put him in a bullpen spot. Or I think you can stretch out Gray with that in mind, but still decide to use him in the bullpen, right? So, yeah, you're prepared for it in case something happens in that rotation. Here's John Gray. But if nothing does happen, maybe you say, all right, well, let's try him at the back end of the pen. I know this much. He's into it. He's into the idea. He's talked about it since spring training, that it's something that he feels like he's equipped to do, that his arm responds quickly, and he likes the idea. And I think it frees him up just to let that fastball go. And he's got a good fastball. So, and John's a thinker. I think you could even argue that maybe the closer spot would be good for him because, or a late in bullpen job would be good for him because you just got to get back the next day and go instead of thinking about it and mulling over all the things that could have and should have and would have gone better. Just get back out there and throw again. So maybe it fits his personality better. I don't know. But I do think that that's still in the cards. They haven't. I don't know that they have eliminated that as a possibility. So, maybe.
Well, terrific stuff, Dave. Enjoy these next couple of months, and we'll catch up with you right before the playoff stretch.
Right on. I love it. I love the way you're thinking.
Salute. There he goes, Dave Raymond, Rangers television voice right here in your G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. They're back at it tomorrow against the Detroit Tigers. Okay, when we return, G-Bag Nation, Wolchuk, what's in store?
Do you consider this as one of the biggest what-ifs in NFL history? That's next.
Do you feel like your energy just isn't what it...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Here. All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.com. Here's Wolchuk.
Cowboys are going to deduct $500,000 from Trayvon Diggs' $9 million base salary for his failure to complete at least 84% of his offseason workouts. That's per Calvin Watkins of the Morning News. Diggs' agent did not respond when asked for comment about the salary deduction, but this is something we'd kind of heard about, during OTAs, mini camps. So as we're getting close, we're just a couple days away. I know, Brian, you'll be flying out to Oxnard with KNC on Monday.
Yep.
But Diggs is going to be $500,000 lighter on that salary there. So I get it from a Cowboys perspective. I think there's been some frustration there ever since really signed his deal. And unfortunately, he's had 2 massive injuries, so he hasn't really been available. And then Jerry was open about the rehab frustrations. And he seems to just be working out outside of the team, rehabbing and recovering. We've talked about the rift there potentially as well with the training staff. So $500,000 penalty.
There's no reason to believe he'll be on the Cowboys beyond this year. And I can't imagine he is going to be motivated at all to play well. You talk about a chip on your shoulder guy. Diggs is at the top of that stack. And I just hope that he is motivated to play hard because he's about to be a free agent more than he resents his employer this year.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like how just every individual is a little bit different on how they would approach that. And I just wonder, was this an intentional punting on $500,000, or was this some type of agent player oversight? I would have to imagine they consciously made this decision, but it's just crazy to me that just your presence. It wasn't even like you had to do anything. You just had to be in the building, and it definitely is the foreshadowing of this being his last season here.
Yeah, but sometimes agents make mistakes. Like there's been an agent who forgot to fax in the contract being signed before a deadline, cost his guy, millions of dollars. So, I mean, the fact that the agent did not respond to this does make me wonder, would Diggs be mad at the agent? Is he about to get fired? Is he going to be the agent of the next contract? Because I don't think a player would. I mean, this $500,000. Now, if he did do that intentionally and he's willing to punt on $500,000 just to not be around the Cowboys, then I think it's almost a lock. He will not play well for them this year.
No, there's no question. He and Britt Brown just do not get along, and that's very evident. And he was willing to sacrifice $500,000 not to be around. And so, and Britt's going to work with who's there, whether it's Dak, Overshown, anybody that's on the rehab program, he's going to work with. And, he's going to work those guys hard. And so Diggs obviously felt like that was not the route he wanted to go, and he was willing to go be with his own doctors and trainers and stuff. I just hope it hasn't set him back to being ready for some point, sometime in the season. But he very well, Diggs might just collect his money and not feel like he's ready to go and keep missing games, and then might play 3-4 games, and that's all you get. And then you're, like you guys are talking about, probably move on from that point in time. But that doesn't bode well for his next contract, though.
No, he needs to put good tape out there.
Yeah.
He does. And, I mean, he didn't get hurt. I mean, I've said it many times this offseason. I think the Cowboys would look to trade him this offseason. But this might just be, hopefully he does get back healthy, plays well, and maybe the Cowboys move on if both sides need to this coming offseason. Now, the top 10 cornerbacks did come out. This wraps up the top 10s per Jeremy Fowler and ESPN.
By the way, it says his agent is Ryan Rubin, who has no other agents or no other clients of note beyond Wanye Thomas. And I guess Seth Williams, who's a wide receiver with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
There are some goofball agents out there, that are kind of lawyery or kind of legally, and, you're a friend of the family, or you're my friend, or you just, Like I think you should go with certified agents with big names that work with major companies, or you could be getting bad advice.
Sure.
There's horrible agents out there, Brian.
Yeah, there's been some guys. There's a struggle, but there's some people that I know this. Don Yee, was Tom Brady's agent. He'd worked with a big agency before, and then went on his own. And so Tom became Larry Allen, and Don had some really good clients from what it was. But yeah, I think this is personal. I just think that it was worth it to Diggs to not be around Brett Brown.
Yeah.
And I think an agent could say, hey, listen, by you rehabbing and doing all this, we're going to lose out on this bonus. I promise you that agent told him that, hey, we've got this 80% clause we have to meet. We're doing this. He goes, I guarantee he goes, I'm comfortable. I'm fine. I'll just, I'm not worried about it.
Maybe he's going to make it back on YouTube with the training, the recovery.
Very well could.
He's put out there.
It's a shame that
documentary he put out there from 2 years ago.
It is sad on both ends, though.
It is.
It's sad on the Cowboys end, and it's sad on the players end.
Yeah, you hate to see that.
Yeah.
Pat Surtain of the Broncos came in as the number 1 ranked corner in the NFL per execs, scouts, and coaches. You had Derek Stingley Jr., LSU, of the Texans at number 2. Denzel Ward of the Browns at 3, whom Jamar Chase said toughest corner he's faced. McDuffie of the Chiefs at 4. Sauce coming in at 5, new highest paid corner at his position. Christian Gonzalez, the Colony's own of the Patriots, coming in at number 6. That dude's a stud. J.C. Horn at 7, Jalen Johnson at 8, and then Quinyon Mitchell of the Eagles coming in at 9. Followed by Devin Witherspoon of the Seahawks. Honorable mentions, you did have Ramsey, you had Marlon Humphrey, you had Trayvon Diggs. One NFL coordinator saying, I think he's made improvements as a corner. He always had the ball skills. Discipline's a little bit better. The injuries right now are the primary concern. And then also receiving votes, you did have Deron Bland, who got some votes there. So there's the final top 10 list, courtesy of ESPN. Johnny Manziel. Oh, Johnny. He was on Impulsive, Logan Paul's podcast. And, man, I did love the way they do have just a way of getting clicks and views. Biggest what if in NFL history. You tell me, is this the biggest what if for Johnny Manziel? If he had been able to put it all together, could he have been one of the greats?
Do you think that you could have been one of the all-time greats?
And I don't know about one of the all-time greats, but I definitely could have been a person that played in the NFL for 8 to 10 years, had a really good career. I had a lot of talent, a lot of ability that I know was special. I just didn't work on it the way that I needed to really take it to that next level. I guess there is regrets because that first year that I was partying in college and playing well and ended up winning the Heisman, that almost gave me a superpower type of feeling, when in reality it was all just not sustainable.
He talked about a comeback last year. He wanted to make a comeback and told his agent. His agent's like, okay, well, let me go ahead and call some of the XFL teams. It's now the UFL, and Johnny said, no. I'm not looking to go to one of those organizations again.
Well, didn't he play in some bad leagues?
He did. It was like the AFL or AAF.
What was that?
Spring
League.
Yeah, some bad Austin Beer League kind of.
It was not good. Yeah, it was the AAF.
AAF.
And he said, I just wasn't interested this time around in playing in one of those effing leagues again. But there was no interest from the NFL. I mean, that ship has sailed. But
he nailed it. Yeah, if you're not adding to your knowledge base and your muscle memory and your skills through that developmental portion of your life, from really, I think for football, it gets pretty intense from about 15 to 24. You got no shot of playing catch up.
What a college! No, what a college!
It was incredible.
What a college quarterback!
Oh, he was incredible. Absolutely. I mean, the talent was there. If he talked about the depression and living in Cleveland. Didn't help the depression.
Well, it's debatable if the talent was there because we don't know what kind of a processor that he was.
Yeah.
You know, he was a wheels off one man show at the collegiate level, and he had some moments in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was physically gifted, the talent,
Sure.
but like mentally, are you putting in the time to learn defenses and the tape study? That commitment was just never there for him.
No, it wasn't. It sounds like he's doing okay though.
Yeah, I hope so.
I mean, for Johnny to be here and enjoying his life, I think in a lot of ways that's a win compared to the path that he was on at times.
Yeah, he's very, very fortunate that he comes from a family that has money.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't one of these things when you train wreck. It's not as like you've just completely lost everything. He still has the ability, because he's a Heisman Trophy winner, bless you.
Yeah.
He has a Heisman Trophy winner. He's able to go out and capitalize on that a little bit, and do autograph shows and things like that. So it's not a complete disaster. But yeah, he could have been a and I don't even say certainly, he could have been a good NFL quarterback if he and when we talked about teams have the ability to, what kind of running game do they have? Like a college running game.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel could play in a college running game.
Oh, absolutely.
He could be like where with our guy there at Arizona. He could have been that kind of player. Kyler Murray type. Maybe not throwing the ball as well as Kyler, but that kind of attack you, on the edge, run the ball, maybe make a couple throws here and there. He could have been that original guy.
All righty. Thank you, Will Chuck. Let's talk about the best Cowboys team of the last 25 years. Do you agree with this list? It's coming up next year, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
heard that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it some folks called?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day, man. We were just talking about this topic that we're going to roll out here on the break, and it's fascinating. ESPN did the best teams of the century or whatever. Were there any Cowboys teams on that list?
No Cowboys teams made it. Obviously, they had the 2007 Patriots that I know Kevin Hagelin's super upset about.
Yeah, that was honestly he opened my eyes a little bit with his argument. That was pretty impressive.
It was a good argument, and they came in at #1. I mean, they were almost the first team in history to go 19-0. Unfortunately for Cowboy fans, the Giants ruined that in 2007, but no Cowboy teams were even mentioned. And I was just listening to the back and forth during that segment. I think it was Below the Belt at 840, and it kind of turned into, okay, what are the best Cowboy teams of the 21st century? And 2007 comes to mind. They're 13-3. They get the #1 overall seed. We know that. Romo, his first full year starting. Offense is a juggernaut with T.O. Defensively, they had a ton of Pro Bowlers. Offensive line was nasty. 2014, I think, was probably the best offense when you look at what they've had. You had prime Dez. Dez was the best receiver in football in 2014. DeMarco Murray had a historic rushing season for the Cowboys. Offensive line best in the sport. Probably the best version of Romo that you ever had.
Only had to throw it 29 times a game.
Yeah, and he understood the mission, right? He understood the assignment. He wasn't trying to do too much there. He understood the game. The issue was the defense. I mean, you look at their starting defensive line. It was George Selvey, Henry Melton, Nick Hayden, and Jeremy Mincy.
Thank you.
Holy cow. So the team that I think gets overlooked when we have these conversations was that 2009 team, man. Like that 2009 Cowboys, it was Romo's first playoff win, first year at AT&T Stadium. They got to play the Eagles the last game of the season to win the East.
Yeah,
and I believe they shut them out. I mean, they won handedly.
They beat Don McNabb up that game pretty handedly.
Played them again the next week.
Yeah.
Wild card round, beat them again.
Yeah.
Kicked their ass, and then you go on the road to Minnesota, who I think was probably the best team in the league that year, with Favre and Adrian Peterson. And Sidney Rice goes and has the game of his life, 3 touchdowns. It was a blowout, historically ugly way the Cowboys lose. But that 2009 bunch, like 2014, I think you could say the best offensive team they've had. 07 certainly in that conversation. Statistically, I think some of the recent teams like 22, 23, they put up some big numbers. But that 09 defense was the real bleeping deal, man. I mean, they had
DeMarcus Ware was at the height of his dominance.
All-Pro DeMarcus Ware, All-Pro Jay Ratliff. Anthony Spencer had his breakout year that year. It was the one good year you got from Mike Jenkins as well. Like defensively, that's kind of what made it click for me, that I was thinking, all right, maybe they can finally go and do this.
Yeah, because I remember late in the year when they go to New Orleans.
Yep.
And end the undefeated season of Drew Brees, and that ended up being the Super Bowl champion that year, right?
And that I think was the 14th best team on ESPN's list, was that 2009 Saints bunch. So, I mean, hey.
Was that the game that Ware got hurt?
Yes.
It was the game before. So he got hurt against San Diego at home. And then there were questions, was he going to play that next? It was like
That's right.
Maybe a Saturday night NFL Network game.
Yeah.
And he did. He played, but he was situational.
Yeah.
He was like just third downs. And then he has the game-winning strip sack fumble to win it. And Saints are 13-0.
There's an edge making a difference.
There you go. Ruin the perfect season for New Orleans. So, I mean, you still had the same offensive line in 07 you had in 09. You had Prime Witten. You still had Barber and Felix Jones. That 09 team, I think we sleep on them a little bit when we reminisce over the top Cowboy teams since 2000.
I think you're onto it. They were really good, and they only scored like 23 points per game. But if you remember the storyline from 09, and I remember it well because I was getting ready to move here. So I was reviewing and preparing, trying to get caught up on all the nitty-gritty on the 2009 Cowboys season. And I remember Jerry being so frustrated in one of the post-game media sessions that I watched that 100 yards wasn't equaling a touchdown. they kept stalling drives and kicking field goals. So if you look in the advanced analytics of 2009, it was much better than mid-pack. Like their offense was actually dang good. They just ended up having to settle for field goals too often. And maybe red zone efficiency is a big thing for you.
Yeah.
But in yards per play and like successful drives, that was a top 5 offense along with a top 5 defense in 09.
Yeah, I mean, they had the best defense of the bunch. I mean, 06 has been texted in. I mean, if they're able to get that snap down, that 2006 team beat Indianapolis at Texas Stadium. That was also 10-0. If I remember, I got to luckily be at that game with my grandparents.
Was that a beat? Oh, that was Sean Lee interception.
No. That was Sean Lee was on the road. That was like Lee's rookie year in 2010. He wasn't on the team in 06.
Oh, okay.
In 06.
Okay.
06 was where in that same bunch. A Ratliff.
Was that like a 45-7 game or something like that?
The Sean Lee one might have been. Yeah,
I remember a game they played against the Colts and they just pummeled.
Yeah, that Sean Lee one might have been. That 2006 one at home was pretty close.
Oh, okay.
It was a good back and forth, but the Cowboys did end up winning it. I think Ware again had a big sack on Peyton Manning late in that game. And it was that 06 team definitely had the makings of a team that could have gone on a special run. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in Seattle. Thanks a lot, Martin Gramatica.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, Martin and Tony.
Yeah, slick ball,
Slick ball.
Blame Tony all you want, but yeah, it was Tony's fault.
But it was a slick ball.
It really was a slick ball.
You go back and watch, that thing was glistening.
Yeah, at first when that story came out, I'm thinking, wow, this is an excuse, big time. But no, it was. That thing was glistening. Somebody spit on it. I don't know what happened.
I think Diddy was the ball boy that game.
Do you feel like, though, you really like this 06 team, right? Is that what you're saying?
I think the 06 team had a chance to go on a run, yeah.
But he's making the case for the 09
But I think
team.
the 09 team is the one that we don't give enough credit. Like that team defensively was really good.
I want to say this. I think the best team I'd been around working there was that 16 team.
That team was good.
Yeah.
That team,
Zeke, Dak.
That was run the ball, beat. That was I thought when you watch them play, to go for a rookie quarterback to go win at Pittsburgh, to win at Green Bay. You kind of felt like, man, this might be a team of destiny. If you got, you're getting that kind of play from a rookie. But boy, that Green Bay game was crazy. The playoff.
But again, it was like the defense: Russell Ryan, Terrell McClain, Tyron Crawford, and David Irving was your starting front.
Yeah, it got really rough there. For me, I would include from the Dak era, maybe 2022, that defense was sixth best in the NFL at points per game allowed. You held San Francisco to 20 points, 22 points or something like that in the playoff game. I think, maybe if Tony Pollard doesn't break his leg in that game.
Yeah, that was,
that was a really good team. Like J-Ron Curse having one of his career year as a box safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's the one that I look back on and it pisses me off with Dak. Because it's like your defense had you held them to 19, the Niners to 19 points on the road.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not asking you to do anything. And you had 2 drives at the end of the game, and it looked like it was also just how disgusting the drives looked. Yeah. Like just incompetence for everybody. Yeah. The sideline just didn't know what the hell to do. Dak didn't know what to do. The players on the field were erratic. That was tough. 21-14 was the score of that Colts game.
I'll tell you I know we talked a little bit about, but we mentioned the 14 team.
Yeah.
Even with a bad defense, if they beat Green Bay, I think they go to Seattle.
I agree.
And earlier in the year, they went to Seattle, and they had no answer for DeMarco Murray in that game.
No.
Earlier in the year. I mean, they beat up on, and I felt like that Dallas, if they could have just found a way to get by Green Bay, they were going to beat Seattle. And with that bad defense, maybe getting the Super Bowl.
I agree 100%. That definitely was a team that had a great chance. And defensively, even though they weren't good, they survived off turnovers. And there was something about they would get the lead in the fourth quarter and they'd come up with a big stop.
Yeah.
So I know you look back on it and it's like, they wouldn't have stopped Rodgers. I don't know. They might not have. But if they get the lead, if the catch, which was a catch, counts, now you're playing with the lead. It's a totally different mindset for the defense.
To me, it was, I would have, as ballsy as that throw was, if he hits Beasley on the cross, and you drive and kill as much time as possible.
That's the only way you win that game.
That's the only way you win it. But, man, it was a chance. I mean, it was an absolute chance because I think if you give the ball with Rodgers with 4 minutes left in the game, you're probably not going to win.
I liked the 405 says if Romo came in at half in 2016, we would have won the Super Bowl. Man, I would love to go back and have Romo finish that thing and then retire just to see what would have happened, Chief.
Walk off. That's an all-time family Thanksgiving feud between me and my brothers where they were just full on Dak, and I was like, "No, bro, you got to get Romo in here."
I love it.
Get
Where are we
Romo
going
back
next?
in. We got a little football's finest for you. Did the Cowboys do enough for this offense this offseason to get better in this very important category next year in the nation?
used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Expressway coming up in 20 minutes. A lot of stuff's been happening throughout your broadcast day. Micah news, TJ Watt, Ezraku news, Ranger stuff. Okay, so we got 2 hours to go. Here's the Chief with some sports.
Okay, we have a Cowboys offense question that I want to get into, but is it fair for me to be a little butthurt that Von Miller's going to be wearing a Commander's uniform? I mean, come on.
I'm upset about it, too.
You think that's one of those situations where, as a DFW guy, you just say, well, if this is all I can get, I'm going to keep waiting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that it's a strength for the Cowboys, but we're talking about the Micah, Ezraku, and hopefully that deal gets done. It's a non-issue with the second rounder, but you have the Sam Williams stuff where they're going to have to slow play him off the ACL. I know we feel pretty good about the pass rush, but can you have enough just pass rush monsters?
No.
It doesn't fix all the problems with your defense, no, but now you let him go to the Commanders, and that's a guy that's going to sack your quarterback. You're going to see him twice, and we're going to be talking about him and lead up to the game. Broadus is going to be prepping for the Commanders and be like, gosh dang it, Von Miller can still get after the quarterback.
Like 6.5 sacks or something like that, one of those things.
What did you retweet earlier, Wolchuk? Next-gen
the
stats?
next-gen stats, yeah. He had the fastest get-off of any player in the National Football League last year.
He was
last year.
He was my backup plan if Micah kind of held out.
Yeah, and you did the whole deal. Like, people, I tweeted out, like, damn, like, I was bummed about it, too. And the clapback is always washed. I don't know. He's just because the sack production's not 15 sacks a year like when he was in his prime or near 20 sacks. No, that's not the case. Von Miller is still a very capable pass rusher, and Brian had an awesome breakdown like a month or two ago about, he's still very, very capable, and he was doing a good job in Buffalo, and now he's in your own division. You got to see him.
He was playing hurt in 23, and it made people think career's over. But he showed last year, no, I'm still a good situational pass rushing guy.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it swings the balance of power just because they had nothing but Dorrance Armstrong before he signed there today. So I think he helps them. I don't think it makes them a feared defense, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think their defense has plenty of issues, but it's just frustrating. We don't have the numbers on it yet, do we? So we don't know exactly what he's making, and maybe when we see those numbers, we'll have a better understanding of why the Cowboys just weren't interested here. But seeing the next-gen stuff, like, yes, he's not the Super Bowl MVP version of himself, but he's still one of the best pass rushers of a generation, and that doesn't just go away.
No.
And he showed it. We all thought it probably was going to go away after the injuries, but last year, fastest get-off time in the league as a pass rusher last year, and then he generated 18% pressure rate, 5th highest among edge defenders. So he's still a guy who can absolutely get after the quarterback, and just imagining him and Micah. Yeah. And then you factor in all the other guys that you have. Again, it doesn't solve your run defense or anything like that.
What's the number where you think the Cowboys should have signed him? Like, if it comes out that the Commanders did this, the Chief is hot.
Ooh, that's a great question.
It's got to be a base, and then it's got to be the incentive thing, right?
Like $5 million or less?
Yeah, $5 million or less.
Yeah,
it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's
the closer you get to $10 million, I certainly understand.
Yeah,
but if we're talking 5-6 mil, come on, dude. Go ahead and do it. You made the quote-unquote win-now move to go get George Pickens.
Yeah.
Sure. Like, that's just a little bit frustrating. But I digress into the offense. I saw Warren Sharp, who has his football book out. One of the notes in there is, and we've talked about this for the last few years, turnovers was always the big thing. Look at the turnover margin in a game. You could probably see who won it. And that still stands. But we've learned over the course of the last half decade or so, like, man, the explosive plays matter a ton as well. You giving up a bunch? Are you creating explosive plays? Because that goes a long way to victory. And one of the things that he notes here over the last 5 years, if a drive has 0 plays of 15 or more yards, your scoring rate of anything, like field goal or touchdown, 15%. Your TD rate, 6%. If a drive has just 1 play of 15 or more yards, 60% score rate. So if you have a 15-yard play on your drive, there's a 60% chance you're getting points on that drive.
Nearly quadrupled.
That's right. And you go from a 6% TD rate with no 15-yard plays to a 34% TD rate when you have a play of 15 or more yards. So just having an explosive offense and just looking at when just a 15-yard play on any given drive, your chances of scoring any amount of points skyrocket.
I love when Clayton Adams talks about this because he says what predicts explosive passing plays is explosive running plays.
Yes.
I think they fully understand we got to make them defend everything if we're going to free up this pocket of space in the corner of the field.
And that's why I think Jaden Blue might be the most important aspect of this offense being able, because if you're gonna commit to the idea, like I'm in a world now where with the coaching staff and the offensive line, I am a believer. Like we have the question about Guyton. I think this coaching staff, what they've done with far less talents in college and in the NFL, I feel good that they're going to get the most out of Guyton, especially when you hear about the way Guyton has attacked things in a way that like Mozzie Smith wasn't even doing when he was in a similar boat just last offseason, right? So the way Guyton has approached it, the way that this coaching staff is built with Adams and Riley, I think they're going to get the most out of it. So I am just going to live in a world where I think this offensive line is going to be good.
Yep.
I'm going to live in a world where Dak Prescott is going to be a solid quarterback.
There you go.
Hopefully he's awesome, but give me solid. You add George Pickens. Pickens is one of the most explosive receivers in the sport. You pair him with CeeDee Lamb, that only gets more. You sprinkle in a little Turpin, wholly explosive. But it's back to the run game. And hopefully the offensive line can help create explosive plays for a Miles Sanders or somebody, but I can't buy that.
No.
Jaden Blue's got to be one guy in that backfield that that guy is explosive. You give him a crease, he's going to get it. So can he get on the field? Please, God, can he get on the field? Can you not fumble? And can you show that you're better than these other guys? Pass protection for sure is a huge part of that. But man, if Jaden Blue can be one of these rookie running backs who burst onto the scene, you could be talking about actually having an explosive offense, and that's very exciting.
Yeah, and if that happens, that would be awesome. I think the chance of Jaden Blue getting explosives might be more in the passing game on wheel routes and screens, like the Tony Pollard role.
That's what I'm envisioning for him this year. Is similar to what, like they're going to have another guy be their primary back, whichever one it is that emerges.
God, I hope not.
Jaden Blue's never been a primary back.
But it's about time.
Is it? I don't know.
It's about time. It's about time for him to be that guy that steps up, because he's a super talented guy.
Very talented.
He is the explosiveness, the ability to finish. He's got some size to him as far as not the great height, but the body type and all that.
He's filled out.
I mean, this guy, you hand him the football, big things happen. And I think a lot of it had to do with, maybe he didn't know the plays at Texas. Maybe, it's
the fumbles.
It's the fumbles.
In key situations.
Yeah, but I am doing everything. I told you guys this. If he shows me that he could blitz pick up and block somebody and have it awares, he's my starting back. I am not going with any other those other backs. Just not.
But I think the pass protection is an issue, and then it's like down in and down out consistent vision to get through, because I do think he's got the speed and he's got the hands, but as a runner, like you're getting between the tackles and having to be shifty and setting things up. And when I watch his college stuff, he's in a hurry and runs into things. There's just not enough patience or vision that he's demonstrated to believe that Blue can be your actual running back.
I'm willing to take that chance then. And I'm to the point of like, prove me wrong here then. Prove me that, because I just know, and there's other running backs that I liked better. There's no question about that in this draft. But when they made the pick, I'm like, okay, this makes some sense to me, because his ability to catch the football, the explosiveness. We'll see about running through the tackles and stuff between the tackles and the fumble part of it. We'll see all that. But I'm not interested in Williams and Sanders.
I'm right there with you.
And all that other. Just if we're going to die, let's die a quick death. Let's not let's like wait 4 or 5 games. Then all of a sudden it's like playing Tony Pollard. We're all like, well, Tony Pollard can't be a featured guy. He's too small, he's 217 pounds or whatever he was. But, I mean, I just don't want to get through 5-6 games of the season and then you put him in there and, like, the offense looks remarkably different. And then you're like, you wasted that opportunity.
I want to give Blue a shot. I also want to give Maffa a shot.
Yeah, like to me, I love the possibility of Maffa and Blue. I think they complement each other really, really well. And I think a tandem backfield, and I think that suits Jaden Blue's game very, very well. You can still get home run hitting ability. You throw the ball to him. You still give him 15 touches, 20 touches a game. You're still getting that. But I think Phil Maffa, it's different things that you're showing to the defense. Jaden Blue's just never, he hasn't been that guy. It's not that he can't be, but as a rookie, I'm not putting those expectations on him to be the starting running back.
But to me, that's what they do all the time in the National Football League with these running backs. They put him out there and let him play. The one position a rookie can thrive in is as a running back.
And he's playing. I think that you need a little 1-2 punch here.
Well, it's a
1-2 damn punch.
What if Maffa, what if I tell you that he's Hambrick? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're an old Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
What if he's Hambrick? You okay with that?
Yeah. First, second down, put him out there. And then, hey, maybe there's some series where you just you give it to Blue, and Blue is your guy. You interchange there, similar to what they did with Felix Jones and Marion Barber. And that worked phenomenally well for him in 2007.
I'm just, I can't sit here in good. I just have a feeling that, I'm going to have to ask Jerry Jones that same question. Hey, what did you feel like that you wasted Blue's career? Because you didn't figure out how to play him fast enough? If these backs give me no confidence other than Blue. And I'm just
not enough upside.
There's no excitement.
I'm going to see.
Blue's the exciting guy.
Like you just all of a sudden you hit the blocks the right way. Mm-hmm. You get hats on hats, and now it's. I saw last year with Turpin being handed the ball 6, 7, 8 yard gains, and blocking not even be that great.
Mix Turpin in there.
Well, I mean, yeah, but to me, I just don't feel that if it's going to be that way with Sanders and Williams. And Sean Payton told me, Sean Payton's like, listen, Brian, Williams coming second year of the knee. You got to give that a chance. I'm like, Coach, I don't know. All right, give it a chance. Second
you
year.
didn't give it a chance, Sean.
I didn't give it. No, he
right. Yeah. Why are you signing a guy and drafting a guy, Sean? I do think, though, to your point, Jaden Blue's the only guy that gives us the chunk play, which is what led us into this conversation.
Yeah. Give me the guy that can.
Unless your offensive line is just so otherworldly in the run game, where it's Blue, like it's easy to.
He had over 20 carries at Texas one time. He's getting 14, 15 carries a game. I'm just not putting that type of expectation.
No, I'm with you, and I don't even think he has to be workhorse guy. But can he get 10 touches a game?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. You're in a committee, and Blue can be the best one, but he's getting 15 carries a game. I think that's a great rookie year for him.
Yeah, indeed. I would love that. I think he can.
That's what he
score
is,
plenty of touchdowns, give him chunk plays.
But you're gonna waste opportunities.
I'm not wasting opportunities.
You are. You're gonna hand the ball to Williams, and then there's gonna be week 6, and we're gonna be doing the post game. You're like, oh damn, Broadus, once again they couldn't run the ball, and I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna say, you know why? Because they're not handing the ball to that guy. Hey. And then you're gonna go, well, man, when we had this conversation right before training camp, you're absolutely right about that.
If he proves that he's capable of doing it,
he carried the ball. He carried the ball in a big time program.
The only time they've given the ball to somebody that didn't deserve it, though, in the last 10 years has been Zeke. I don't think there's a draw to giving the ball to Williams or Sanders. Like, we're not selling any tickets here. Nobody's coming to see these guys. Give it to the rookies.
And yeah, the running back room at Texas was stacked 6'2", not last year when they lost 2 running backs preseason to torn ACLs. And all they had was Jaden Blue for the most part, and then Baxter, who they didn't want to play because he was a young kid.
We got to run. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3. The Fan will hit the expressway, get you caught up to speed on what's relevant with Micah and Ezra Raku and Sam Williams and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to... DFWsecurity.com. All right, welcome back, Nation. Let's hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the day is coming up here in 6.5 minutes. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. The Open Championship, one of the top stories of the day, but I have Cowboys news here for you, quite a bit of it, after we take a look at that Open leaderboard for just a second. Segment's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Salute to the On-Time Experts there for presenting to you the Expressway. Scott Scheffler is 3 off the pace, fired a 68 today, Brian, which is fantastic. He's looking to, add that major to his resume. You got quite a few guys at 4 under par, though. not a lot of names I recognize.
That's kind of what the Open Championship does to you the first day. Yeah, it does. Matt Fitzpatrick, that would be a recognizable name. Harris English is another one who's an American, kind of a guy that's been a little bit of a journeyman golfer, plays well in certain majors. But every one of these guys that went out that have this posted the score of 4 under were early golfers. I haven't had a chance to watch what's going on here in the afternoon session, but it looks like that the guys were able to take advantage of some of the conditions early here in the morning.
I got a Scotty stat of the day for you. His 68 ties the lowest score by a player who hit 3 or fewer fairways in an Open Championship round in the last 25 years.
Get it. Putter must be working for him. Working.
Good to see Ricky Fowler in this mix too, by the way. He's at what they call T10, tied for 10th. He is 2 under. It's always nice for him. And Brian Harmon as well, former Open champion of 2 years ago.
Got Justin Rose and Lucas Glover in there at 2 under par as well. Finn Mickelson, John Rahm, Zach Johnson, Sergio Garcia, some of the guys. Justin Leonard, 1 under par. Rory is 1 under, trying to go back-to-back along with Tony Finau.
How about Justin Leonard? Did you say that?
Yeah.
How about that? It's crazy.
Have you seen a Jordan Spieth score?
I think he was +8.
Oh my goodness,
yeah,
Jordan!
I think it was. I think this was.
He's really been struggling.
He has really been struggling. Let me see if I can. Man, it sounds like I'm killing him right now for that. I just looked up at the screen and he putted out. I might be wrong about that. Maybe, but I'll find it for you.
Yeah, it might
here.
be hard to find it.
Yeah,
he was. Might just have to Google it.
I was looking at. Yeah, exactly. I was just kind of going through the leaderboard and I didn't see his name, so. We'll see.
Okay, amongst the news items today, Rashee Rice, SMU, Kansas City Chiefs, he's going to get 30 days in jail, and now he's waiting for the suspension for this incident last summer on Central.
It was +2.
Okay, not bad.
It's tied for 70.
Not bad, not bad. Okay, he's in striking distance. Just 6 off the pace. Damian Lillard going back to the Trailblazers. It's 3 years and $42 million. He was already back there to do his physical therapy and everything, so they just made it official. I thought maybe he'd want to join the Golden State Warriors and chase a championship, go play for his hometown, or maybe go to the Lakers or something. But it appears he likes his setup in Portland, where I believe his ex-wife and his kids are. So probably makes sense for all those reasons. Donovan Ezeraku, we're on contract watch with him, aren't we?
Yeah. And I was talking to some people a couple hours ago about Donovan, and now that some of these contracts have been in the second round have been inked, there's a really good possibility by the time they get on the airplane, head out to Oxnard on Monday, that this contract will be done. So that would be great news if, in fact, that they can get this done, but they think they can.
The holdup was all the second-round picks were
guaranteed
holding out, trying to ask for guaranteed money, but today a number of those dominoes fell. And it appears like maybe it's settling in that at the absolute top of the second round, you might get 100% guaranteed, but then as the round goes on, the percentage of guaranteed diminishes. And with that kind of framework in mind, we anticipate that a lot of these are going to fall. And yeah, as Brian said, that's good news.
That is good news,
especially with a rookie. It's
don't want to miss practice.
Imperative.
Yeah,
if you're going to have a good start, you miss training camp, you better be like the most talented dude on the team. I think maybe one of the Boses is the only one I'm aware of that pulled it off, like holding out through camp and then showing up and being amazing. Okay, speaking of being amazing, T.J. Watt is now the highest paid non-quarterback in league history. It's 3 years and $123 million. So $41 million a year, with 108 of that guaranteed. So that's like 36 of it guaranteed per year. I guess that would, if Mike is shooting for that, that's like 144 million guaranteed for him. And, I guess that would be 4 years and $164 million. That would just be basically to match the metrics that TJ Watt put up there.
3-year contract, right? So what you said?
Yeah, it's just a 3-year deal.
Does that get him back, or is this the last one, Zach?
I think this is probably the last one. But it's possible. I mean, he's 31. He'll be, 34, 35 probably when this one gets done.
So it's probably the last one.
It's the last big payday.
Yeah.
I mean, he might Von Miller this thing and stick around.
I was just curious, does Mike, because Micah, there was some rumors that Micah was looking for a shorter deal.
Which I think we all were like, let's do that. I'd be in on a short. If that's what Michael wants, why not?
Yeah, I think the Cowboys just want the fifth year without adding to the guarantees,
Right.
so they can stretch it out longer, with the way that they do things. But I think for a lot of, makes a lot of sense to get in and out of a pass rusher deal as quickly as possible, just because it's hard to age as well as what Von Miller is proving. But I mean, to that question, I think T.J. Watt plays this one, and then even if he's still at the top of the game, I don't think you could get multiple years at $40+ million anymore. I think he probably would, at that point, mid-30s, go into, much shorter terms as teams are trying to mitigate that risk. Sam Williams limited, Brian. You had that back there in Krusty's corner. How long is that going to be the case, and why are they doing that?
Well, they got it. They feel like that they have a plan for Sam, and the early part of training camp, he's going to be able to do everything. But when they get to pads, that's when they're going to have to kind of pull back and see, how he is able to adjust to the practice. Is there going to be some wear and tear? Is everything, once they figure out that he can get through a practice and not have any pain or anything like that, then he'll be able to go more full. But don't look for Sam Williams once the pads start to be a guy that's full-time yet.
Well, I think that's big. That along with Nealand, Ezeraku, Fowler, Micah, that should be the strength of your team. But with the age and injuries, it's somewhere in there, that could fold like a house of cards. If you don't get the developments, if you don't get the health, as will be in Oxnard starting next week, reporting and monitoring on all of that stuff. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Jacob Ray in for Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Here we go. All right, it is G-Bag of the day from Thursday, July 17th.
Crest High School, that's right here in DISD. He said they can do like fundraisers, but coaches can't put money out of their own pocket for that sort of thing.
Wow. All right. If we have any more calls, Ross, put them on hold. We'll patch them through. Poor Ross is back there. He's writing down. He's transcribing.
He's taking notes.
Hey, I was like, what's taking so long? I talked to him to the mic. If you're on the fan cam, I was like, let's go. Come on, we don't need a live story. But Ross was actually getting the story.
He's like the court reporter using that like shorthand, those typewriters that have 4 buttons.
We can take calls in sports radio. We good?
Yeah, we got one.
All right, let's go to the next Tolo. Ross, who do we have? Ross?
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Ross, can you hear me? Hey, what's up? Who do we have? Sorry.
In fairness to Ross, I think that second one was the caller not realizing he was on.
Yeah.
Probably because Ross hit the button at the same exact second Sean said his name, which is actually still Ross's fault.
The whole thing is
Maybe he didn't pot him up.
truly, truly amazing, man. He's like, Ross, who do we have? Ross. Dead silence. Ross?
Well, you don't want to mess up around those guys, though. Sean and RJ, the best, I think, at making fun of their coworkers in radio history. Just fantastic
Top
stuff.
tier. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Pure gold.
Was that before or after Choppy tried to trade Seager away from us?
I'm not sure.
It's a good question.
All right, well, speaking of making fun of our coworkers, Eric had a little bit of an issue with the bleep button yesterday and editing up some audio.
This is true.
So, yeah, we're just going to relive that one real quick.
On IG Live, she fine as hell, blah, blah, blah. You have a child. Your child got 2 left feet, and you wonder why your child get picked last in PE.
Yeah, your child out there, he's swimming a little circle.
Yeah. Oh, they come home sad. Nobody picked me.
Yeah.
Nah, that.
If she can't play kickball,
Oh.
Wow.
Sons of guns.
Was that you,
bro.
Chief?
Yeah, that's 100% on me.
Wow.
That is not a new guy Jake problem.
Sons of guns.
Yeah, that hurt, man. That hurt. And they might have slipped in another one. You might be right there, Dawson.
You think we might have dumped that one again?
It might have been a double down.
You know what's amazing is yesterday, as we're getting ready for the show, Spitzy actually strolls through the bullpen over there to talk with us and let us know that we've had a conversation with Ray and the Chief about the F-bombs, right? And how we gotta bleep it longer, right? And not, 2.5 hours later?
Mm-hmm. Oh, was that the Charles Barkley bleep?
I'm not sure.
Maybe
it was the Charles Barkley bleep.
No, I think it was
Chael Sonnen talking about the D's.
Yeah, I had
D's.
the same thing with the D's and
The
Chael
D's.
Sonnen. We had
Yeah,
that
it's a little too
conversation
tight,
too. Yeah.
so he wanted just a little bit of a longer.
Tighten up that bleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't include the K and D. So that was my fault, gentlemen.
Hey, we're all learning in real time together.
It's
Jake,
the ick
so-
or the di.
Yeah.
You gotta. Yeah, I think
can't.
you can do the D, but you can't leave the K in there. That's off limits. So
That's what she said.
Bleep class 101.
yeah. All right, up next, we got this one's from the ESPYs last night when Shane Gillis pranked the entire squad and or the entire crowd, thinking that there was a real WNBA player in the crowd.
4-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players. That's crazy. You clap for that.
That's great.
It's such a good joke.
We know like 6 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, Shane?
We're
doing our best.
That was a really good one.
It was really outstanding.
Because so much of this, I think, is writers and stuff giving him jokes or whatever, and he made that pretty clear. But that one feels like him and his buddy planned.
Let's get him.
Oh, yeah. That was good.
There were some great moments, some awkward moments. But by the way, I think awkward is in vogue, you know, especially. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. We're going to relive some of that coming up in LA Live.
Yeah, LA Live. We'll run through his monologue and we can grade it together. It's funny because when you're in a crowd like that, who's not really like there for a comedy show, you know, and some of it, a lot of it too is you have people like, can I laugh at this? Can I get caught on camera laughing at one of my sort of cohorts or whatever?
You know, and then maybe there's an element of the flop sweats that come in there as Gillis is like, oh, that joke didn't land. But it's not like you can just go away or, you know, you're going to come back in about 5 minutes or so and intro the next thing. You got to stay out there and grind through this thing. So the people watching element became quite interesting as well.
Totally.
Who's next, Ray?
Right, up next, we got an all-time concert moment.
Oh, wow.
Astronomer CEO Andy Byron and his colleague Kristen Cabot. Apparently, Andy Byron is married, and it was not to Kristen Cabot.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Wow.
They're having an affair.
Yeah. So they go up to the Jumbotron. They're going around the place, kind of kiss cam style. They see these two loving up on each other. And then as soon as the two realize they're on the camera, they both duck and hide away.
Yeah, if you're going to, try to do something like that extramarital, I feel like you better have a high sense of awareness for that kiss cam. You know?
Yeah. And the reaction made it probably way worse, right? I mean, if you don't have this whole, oh my gosh, I'm so, we just got caught reaction, probably nobody talks
you
about
just be like,
this.
what? My boss said, let's go to this concert. We got a bunch of corporate tickets.
Yeah.
Right there's Jim in accounting right next to me. You could pull that off.
Sure, I'm hugging up on Mary or whatever, but we don't
we
mind
were just
that,
vibing. We got good work culture going on.
Yeah, and she's the head of HR who is also married. So it's just a total.
I mean, you think I would cheat on you with the head of HR? Career suicide as well?
He apparently cranked out an apology statement, and at one point he says, I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent.
Oh.
So it's like,
so he's blaming the concert?
He's a little bit
lashing out at Coldplay.
Yeah, he's like, I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle.
Listen, when I'm in public with 30,000 people and you put me on camera, I feel like my rights are being violated here.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's really a bad look.
That's
because
part of his apology statement.
You can't own it. You're not owning it.
Right.
You just made it worse, sir.
Yeah.
By trying to blame somebody else for your own incompetence and immorality.
Who loses their job, though? Is it the HR lady? Does she lose her job over this?
I mean, they both.
He's the CEO. So
does he get voted out?
He's gonna have to get voted out. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what type of moral standard this particular company has.
I wonder how much he's about to lose in this divorce.
Yeah,
Meg Kerrigan, the wife, has already dropped the Byron from the name. It was Meg Kerrigan Byron on social media. It's now just Meg Kerrigan.
There you go.
That's sad.
The internet never fails, man. They're going to find out all the dirt.
The memes on this have been truly legendary.
She's looking for an instant rebound, isn't it? She's going to post that video. Hi, I'm 42.
Yeah.
My husband left me, and nobody gives me compliments anymore.
She's getting that revenge bot on.
Once
hit the heart button if you like me.
Once she secures the bag, she'll go.
Oh, yes.
She'll go headfirst into that.
It's going to be a hell of a bag and a bagging. Is it Ross, the champ, 2 times? Is it Chiafalo forgetting to bleep it again? And I think maybe Jacob Ray forgot to listen to it before he aired it. I think that might be Board Hopping 101. Not that you would have gotten Board Hopping 101 before you started producing Afternoon Drive on 105 through the Fan, but I'm just saying. Is it the ESPYs last night? Shane Gillis pranks crowd, or is it the all-time concert moment? Yeah, I'm going to go with that concert moment. It seems like it was an international event. Just went super viral, so I found that funny. Chief, how about you?
I think I'm going to stick with the champ, old Ross Boss, getting it done at a high level.
Jacob Ray?
I'm going to stick with the champ, Ross.
Chuck?
I think Ross is worthy here.
Right.
I'm going to vote for the ESPYs.
By a score of 3-1, and your still your G-Bag of the Day champion, now your 3-time champ. It's Ross Lubinsky. You can check him out tomorrow morning. They're working with Sean and RJ once again as Peyton continues his vacay. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup and get into some LA Live.
Well, all right, you squares, time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Oh, you fat.
Thank you, Charles Barkley. Here we go, LA Live on what is usually, it's a ladies' night, generally speaking.
Oh,
right?
ladies. Can we hear you, ladies?
We're going to get some love for the ladies via the jokes of Shane Gillis last night at the ESPYs. Of course, LA Live, sponsored by Greystone Roofing. You can find them at greystone-roofing.com. Best in the business. Shout out to the Vinings. All right, let's go ahead and start. We are going chronologically here, boys and girls.
I love chronological. Never mind.
I think you got. I think
chronological.
It's right.
I said it. I feel better. Gosh, that was therapeutic.
Yeah, you needed that.
That is a tough word.
It's on the tip of your tongue.
Chronologically.
You had a visit from the shaman this afternoon, Wolchuk?
No, I have not dabbled, which makes this even worse.
Anybody in here actually watched the ESPYs last night, or at least the monologue? Has anybody consumed it at all?
Consumed the monologue.
Just the monologue.
And then I just went, as soon as I watched the monologue, after wifey went to bed, I went back and just kind of hit the best of Shane Gillis moments.
There you go.
I thought that he was outstanding.
Yeah.
Twitter highlights. Yeah.
Nice, dude. All right, well, let's go ahead and...
Except all the Go Birds crap he was doing.
I don't know the last time I've just been able to go home and not have stuff to do.
Yeah.
You know?
How about that?
Right?
I know that feeling.
It's never existing anymore in our lives, I don't think.
And last night, part of my stuff was cleaning poo out of my teeth.
Oh, yeah, you probably had the worst run of it.
It was
Fecal
a tough deal.
coliform.
Really
bacteria.
tough deal.
Yeah.
All right, we start with joke number 1, and this is going to involve, he's got a joke for SGA. I believe this is a January 6th joke as well, and then he caps it off with a nice little Epstein touch.
SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah, bro.
And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble. Megan Rapinoe could not make it tonight. Nice.
Thanks.
No, we're going to pretend she's a good time. All right. John Jones and Nate Diaz are here. Hell yeah. I had a couple drinks with those guys last night at the hotel, and it was terrifying. Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. All right. No, you don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right?
Yep. Oh, no.
Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that.
Incredible.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
This is good. You know?
That's really good. This is what it's all about at these award shows.
And the best part is like that the reaction from the audience is taking themselves way too seriously.
100%.
We can't laugh about that.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. It makes it a heck of a lot
It's comedy
funnier.
for you.
Yeah.
You know, some people, everybody's got different.
But it's people inside the world of sports that are most sensitive to that because they represent teams and they're constantly under the microscope. So whenever they're in the public, it's like when we go around our grandparents. There's a no cussing filter that's going to happen around the grandparents. And for athletes, it's we're not going to react to anything that might be insensitive to even a single % of the community.
It's the face they got to wear.
Yeah.
And I do love, he did a couple of things. He was doing a lot of like hell yeah stuff. and then he was breaking the fourth wall quite a bit, which,
those are usually his best moments.
Yeah. And some people were criticizing that. I get it. And then let's see. The other thing about Shane Gillis too is everybody is fair game for a joke.
Yeah.
So you never necessarily feel like, oh, he's just leaning into one thing here. Everybody's getting it. And I think that's something to appreciate. All right, here we go. This is now, he's got some Knicks jokes and a WNBA joke here.
The New York Knicks had a great season. Yeah, hell yeah. Karl Anthony Towns is here. Hey, girl.
Oh, yeah.
Max Crosby is here. Max, I hope you had a good Juneteenth, brother. Why you guys weird? 4-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players. That's crazy. You clap for that.
That's crazy.
All right, now we have Adam Silver and Juan Soto being a part of a joke here.
Joe Rogan actually wanted me to be here to host this award show so that I could capture Adam Silver because Joe thinks he's an alien. And Donald Trump wanted me to be here to capture Juan Soto for the same reason. It's an alien joke. Who booed up there, dude? Shut up.
Yeah, I think
it's good stuff.
It's good stuff.
It's good.
Yeah,
it's topical.
That's like a Jay Leno monologue from 1998,
Yes.
Going to both sides of the aisle, poking fun at the current events. It's crazy we can't laugh a little bit more about that.
We got to stop taking ourselves so seriously.
Okay, I think we're all going to love this one. Take it away, Shane Gillis.
Aaron Rodgers did not take the vaccine because he predicted it would be bad for him. And then he joined the New York Jets. So maybe he wasn't right about everything. Shador Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl. Definitely not nepotism, right? All right.
And it pinned right to Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter says he's giggling, but he just puts his head down like, please don't look at me right now.
Caitlin Clark, step into the arena. You've been called out.
Caitlin Clark, she and I have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes. All right. There you go. Lighten up a little.
Here we go. Self-deprecation.
Not serious. We'll see about this one. When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist-fighting black women. Hell yeah. Who yelled, Drewski? Thank you, bro. Oh, John Jones. What are you, nut jobs over there? Hell yeah.
I would improve that with running away from fights with said subjects.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because she clearly wants none of the smoke.
No, she definitely...
She wants to, start arguing, and then when it gets serious, she's like, oh, my God.
Turns the back, starts walking towards the bench.
You push me down. I just want to get out of here.
Uh-huh. Sophie,
leave me
where
alone.
are you?
Yeah, yes.
Sophie, please.
Oh, my goodness. Cunningham. It's my favorite Hooper.
Yeah.
Just be the CEO. You got a shot.
Well, give me a Sophie Cunningham jersey.
All right, from Caitlin Clark, we go to Shohei and Billy B.
Shohei Ohtani couldn't make it tonight. Man, I hope his interpreter didn't bet that he was going to be here. Shohei is a once-in-a-generation talent. No one's been able to do what he does at so many positions, pitcher, hitter, and bookie. A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime.
I love that. That's a good line.
That's good.
They do. They read The Very Horny Caterpillar. The Little Engine That Could But Needed a Pill First. And of course, the classic Goodnight Boobs. That's my favorite one. Also, I'm not trashing Bill Belichick. First off, he's 73 years old and he's dating a hot 24-year-old and people are criticizing him? What happened to this country? It used to be a great country. He won 6 Super Bowls. Yeah. He's dating a hot 24-year-old. Maybe if you guys won 6 Super Bowls, you wouldn't be sitting next to a fat, ugly dog wife.
Ouch.
They let me do it. I don't. Disney, they allowed that.
They allowed that. Yes, definitely a significant pivot there.
Very much
from the ESPN content strategy department. So far, so good. Like, this is kind of your initiation into Shane Gillis, right? For the most part? Yeah. It's comedic license. Yeah. Yeah, comedic license. Absolutely.
Jokes.
These are all jokes.
Yeah.
He's doing a pretty good job here. Now we get into some of the Trump stuff, and he does an unbelievable, like, if you're not familiar with his work, probably the best Trump impression. And there's a lot of them. I don't think there's a better one than Shane Gillis is. And he's got a couple.
I can imagine Shane spent a lot of time listening to Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, see, so then here you go.
Okay.
Then you start getting him making fun of Trump as well. Take it away, Shane.
Yeah. Also, can we stop pretending Donald Trump knows ball? It's like a weird thing where they're like, man, he loves sports. He doesn't know anything about sports. Every time a team comes and visits the White House, he's like, and you must be the guy who catches. It's like, look at these guys, big guys, black guys. And that's just when the New York Liberty visited. They didn't visit. That's just a joke.
They didn't visit. I mean, his Trump is probably what put him on the map. Like, that blew him up, was the Trump impression.
Oh,
he's
my
so good
gosh,
at it.
dude. Yeah, he's done some good stuff on Kill Tony where he's